Also, oh god, I can't wait to start. Yeah, so Dylan's gonna be joining us, and there's a good chance Colt will join us, but we're gonna get started. So if y'all need something, get the dice that are feeling nice to you today. Get yourself a drink.
Okay, I've got about 15 minutes till dinner's ready, so...
You're good. Like I said, this is a solo session, so leave, come back when you need to.
Okay.
But, well, you are here. We're starting off with, Pridwin. You awake in the morning. It's been a long day. Did you get any sleep last night?
He probably got only a couple of hours. As he wakes up, his room is currently covered in pages that are like plastered everywhere.
Not the conspiracy. Okay, so there are now, I think, 6 conspiracy boards in the entire cabin. Lewis, you have entered your room for the first time. You've been busy, in the medical office trying to make it up because you haven't been going to work because you're scared of the twins. You entered your room and realized the door is ajar. And interestingly enough, all of your red string is gone.
Never mind. Take that.
Like there's string on the walls. That string's still there, but the string, like your spool of it, is just completely gone. As you're standing there looking at your empty spool of string, also there is a picture missing from your wall.
Mine wall?
From your conspiracy board, there is a picture missing.
No!
Would you like to roll and figure out which one it is?
Please. Let's see. I rolled a 3. Can I change my die before? Can I change the die? Guy, please. This is the bloodshot one.
Why are you using it?
I just don't know.
Oh my god.
I'll use the silver one.
But that's reason to stand. You do not know which picture is missing, but you can tell there's something that has been messed with on the board. And clearly somebody in this house knows something because your door is open. It is about this time as Pridwin, you're kind of waking up and realizing what the hell you've done with your room, and Lewis, you're getting frustrated at yourself, that you both hear an explosion outside.
Explosion outside?
Uh-huh.
Pridwin is going to, like, run over to his door and open it and, like, peer down the hallway.
You look out of your room about the same time Lewis looks out of his room.
I wanted to look at the red string.
What red string? You're out of red string. You would be really funny as if like Pridwin walks out with the red string in his hand.
There's just red string hanging from his hat.
He's got it like on his armor.
I put my head and I start slowly banging it against the back end of my door, and I walk out. Like, why? Who messed with my conspiracy board? No.
Pridwin looks over and says, hello, it's a pleasure to meet you. Your name is...
Hi, they call me Lewis. I mean, have you seen a picture by any chance?
A picture? I'm not... what picture?
No. Yeah, it probably has like a bunch of red text on it, maybe. I don't know which picture it was in particular, but I slowly pull out my wallet and I'm like, have you seen my brother?
Oh my god. You've never seen this person in your life, Lewis, and the first thing you say to him is, 1, have you seen my missing picture, and 2, have you seen my brother?
And then I slide another picture outside of my brother's picture, and I say, have you seen my partner as well?
Which you showing him?
Yeah, I'm showing him all of my partners.
Oh my god, so which one are you starting with? So you are seeing, the first picture you're seeing, you do not recognize, Pridwin. The second picture, which partner are you showing him second? I need to know.
Okay, so there was Lewis, and then there was, Yuri?
Yuri?
Yeah, Yuri. I keep saying Leary with the L.
You always do, and it's become canon that your
I
character
know.
says it and just doesn't care.
I say it with the L all the time. I'm just like, snap. Have you seen any of these people?
Okay,
by
so
any chance?
you actually have seen 2 out of the 3 pictures that are handed to you.
Oh boy. Yes, I do recognize Mr. Yeri. He was here last night. He retired to his room. As a matter of fact, we had recently come to the agreement of being partners.
Wait, huh? Wait, wait.
Is that
You guys recently became what?
issue?
Partners? Like you guys are friends?
He extended the invitation, which is why I'm here.
You guys are really close friends?
I wouldn't say that.
Have you resonated with my man?
No, not yet. We were planning
Yet?
on it, but I didn't know you were partners.
What? I got replaced?
I
I have to go. Check something
I,
outside.
I'm very sorry.
I left something
I storm out the room.
So he storms out the room. You are still holding all 3 pictures out of Lewis's wallet.
No.
And so the first picture you're looking at that he handed you, the one that he asked about his brother, you do not recognize that picture. The second picture is a boy in a massive suit of armor that looks familiar to you. You've seen him somewhere before. And then, of course, the third one was Yuri.
My Yuri picture has a heart around it, by the way.
Oh dear. Lewis, your photos.
No.
And he
Yuri,
tries to follow Lewis.
Okay, so as you storm out the door, with Pridwin chasing very close on your heels to try and catch you, right as a second series of explosions goes off, just outside of the door, both of you kind of stop and look up, and you see Pidge, who is now, like, laying on the ground, maybe 20 feet away from you, holding a trash can lid and a series of wires. And then to you guys' right, leaned against a tree, giggling uncontrollably, is Katya.
What on earth?
You got higher that time!
He does this all the time.
2 or 3 feet higher.
I
think it was like 2.5.
Need to fix my calculations.
Oh, hi, Pridwin! Katya kind of waves at you.
Hello, Katya. Lewis, please take your photos back. I do recognize the armored individual. However, I'm not entirely sure who they are.
Taking my red marker and drawing a line in the heart, and you can keep the Yuri picture.
I'm sure it was some sort of misunderstanding.
Like he wasn't lost, but found. I wasn't there to find him.
I'm very sorry. Do you need a moment?
No. I need a paper plastic bag.
In the background, you see Katya, like, giving you the come here hand.
I walk to Cassia.
She's not doing it to you. She's doing it behind your back. She's doing it to Pridwin.
No.
Pridwin's going to go through his bag because he's got that medical bag. He also keeps a couple barf bags
You're a
on him,
medical guy
and he's
too?
going to extend it to you.
Do we work
He lifts up a barf bag and walks off.
Yeah.
Of course.
Please,
course.
if you'll excuse me for a moment.
Yeah, I'll just see you at work. Does Mandy like you? Does Mandy like you?
You have no idea what he's
I
talking
know.
about.
I do not know who that is.
We're on different shifts. Okay.
He gives a polite bow and he goes over to Katya.
So Katya, like, once you get close, she goes, "You can ignore him. He's always like this."
He's always like this?
Yeah, he's really annoying. We kind of just pretend like he's not here. We've been, what's the word, Pidge? Something to do with gas.
Oh yeah, no, we're lighting a lamppost.
Yeah, we're lighting gas him.
You're gaslighting him?
That's the one.
I look at you with crying eyes.
I don't want to alarm you, but I'm a bit concerned about his mental state.
Oh, we don't really care.
I see.
Pidge tosses a grenade over to Katya and Pridwin.
Katya catches it, like, nonchalantly.
They do
For-
this all
Again,
the time.
friend.
Pridwin panics when the grenade comes flying towards him.
Katya looks at him and goes, "You're gonna have to get used to this."
Alright,
All
it's-
my partners disappear.
Katya, very
Wow.
clearly ignoring Lewis, points to Pidge and goes, "This is Pidge. She's kind of new like you, so you two should be friends."
It is a pleasure to meet you.
So you, do you want to post a picture in, like, Jen or In Session Panic, of Pidge, so he knows, but she also in the character sheets. Very adorable little, white-haired, she's got a hat on, and she's got a tool belt, and she, approaches you, her face, like, caked with, gunpowder and grease.
Give me a second.
It's fine if you don't have one, you can just keep going.
Nah, I'll get one out.
Gotcha.
It is a pleasure to meet you. Pridwin extends a hand.
I get in the fetal position.
Oh my god. Don't make me come over there and punch you again.
It will feel better than the pain of losing my partner.
Katya rolls her eyes.
Non-mystery means.
Pidge reaches out a hand, sees that she's got grease on it, quickly wipes it on her pants, only to get more grease on it, and then reaches out.
Very good to meet you. He immediately, like, after the handshake, pulls out a handkerchief and starts cleaning his gauntlet.
I carry extra large gloves before I touch Pidge. She's very creative in what she does.
You can see silent cackling as she's just grinning.
Katya's like angrily looking over at you, Lewis, going, "Don't you have work or something?" Knowing full well that you just got off of your shift.
I have to go to work. No, wait, I have to check the daycare. Wait,
Why are you going back there? They're just gonna beat you up again.
they need food.
They don't need your food.
I could cook. I could be
It's a
useful to
microwave?
them.
Katya rolls
Have
her
you-
eyes all the way over to Pitch.
Oh, you cook as well?
No!
No?
I run. I run to the daycare. He's replacing me!
Well,
And he's way more
I have
confident.
no intention of doing that.
Are you chasing
Confidently
after him?
replacing me.
No, he just like yells that out while he watches Lewis run away.
Katya kind of like the second you like take a step towards him, Katya goes, "Oh yeah, we're supposed to be on lockdown, so we're not really allowed to leave the cabin premises. But it's fine. We'll just let him do whatever he's gonna do."
Oh, okay.
Pitch will be going back to blowing stuff up for a minute. I'm going to be out.
Yep, that's fine. Katya, as Pidge kind of starts rewiring whatever explosives on the bottom of her trash can lid. Katya looks up at you. She's still tossing the grenade up and down like a ball in her hand, by the way. And she looks at you and she says, "So, what are you doing?"
Well, I just woke up and I heard explosions, which, where I come from, that's not very common, so I was concerned. And I met, Lewis, and
Achoo!
now I'm here.
Katya just shakes her head a little bit. "You guys are all so weird." It's about
yes,
this time that you hear a voice calling from, so like the front door's open but the screen door's closed right now, and you hear a voice calling from inside the building. "Kat! Did you want some breakfast or not, dear?" Katya kind of perks up and she like waves to you and she says, come on, you haven't met her yet."
Oh? Of course.
"So I told you there was this really cool healer on our team, right?"
And I presume that wasn't Lewis?
No, he can't do shit."
Achoo!
Lewis like hovering outside the door listening. Oh god. So like as you push the door open, there is a young woman moving around in the kitchen. And she looks like... Where the fuck is she? Oh my god. Don't worry, I will find her. I will definitely find her. What the heck, Richard? Anyway, she's got long, dark hair. A gorgeous girl. She's wearing like a black kind of silky casual dress, and she is flitting around the kitchen like she belongs there. She doesn't seem to have noticed you yet.
Oh, hello, madam?
She stops what she's doing, kind of startled, and looks at you. "Oh, you must be the new one that we just got. Where are my manners?" She dusts her hands off. They're clearly covered in flour. My name is Cody. I kind of cook for the team with Isamu when we're here.
A pleasure to meet you. I am Pridwin.
But of course, she kind of leans over the island to shake your hand. Katya kind of looks at you and nods. She says, "I was just making some scones for breakfast for Kat here. I hope you're all right with them."
Scones? That sounds wonderful.
"Great." And she continues what she is doing. Here, this is what Cody looks like. Oh, I posted that in the wrong thing, but whatever. That's what Cody looks like. She continues baking, and she says, "So, you're joining at a rather odd time of day.
Oh.
What time did you get in last night?"
About sunset, I believe.
That was strange.
However, by the way, this whole time Pridwin is literally untangling the red twine that's like covering him.
She's not paying any mind to the red twine. She doesn't care.
I had received a invitation to partner with Mr. Ieri,
She pauses.
and so
She casts you a kind of sideways glance and she says, "Well, how interesting. Be on your guard with that one, yes?" Continues baking.
yeah, yes, he has a unsettling air about him.
Well, that's not always a bad
But
thing. I just am yet to determine his purpose, I suppose you could say.
I see. And again, apologies for the intrusion. I was not really sure. Oh. Not really sure. Well, this is all very new to me. I just recently enrolled, and also, I'm not from here.
I could tell. It's quite alright. Are you familiar with how any of this academy works, at least? They did give you some sort of intro, did they not?
Oh, yes, my family's been working with the academy since weapons existed.
Good.
But, well, it's just difficult adjusting.
Lewis, are you gonna try and sneak back in to listen to this conversation, or are you actually leaving during a lockdown?
I'm running to the academy, or running to the daycare.
Roll me a d20.
Please. Wait, where's the white die? Please. Please. 16?
So you are not startled. You hear the footsteps coming after you, and you turn and you see what looks to be one of the professors. You're not sure which one. Kind of walking in your direction. So you step off the path, hoping they'll pass you by, but they catch sight of someone first. It is one of the younger students. It looks like Brielle, one of the French students. And he says, Brielle, my dear, I'm sorry, but I'm gonna have to ask you to return your cabin. You do know there's a lockdown in state currently. And she says, I'm so sorry. I needed to go to the library to get something. He says, please tell me what you need. I'll go get it for you. We want to keep all of you safe. Please go back to your cabin. Put an order in on your PDA, and I'll personally bring it to you myself. She says, oh, thank you. I do need to study so badly. And they're like, they continue talking as you're walking off. This is not the first you've heard of the lockdown, but this may be the first time you were remembering it after your shift.
Shoot. Dang it. There is a lockdown in place. I have to go back. Or how close am I to the daycare?
To the cabin where the Greenbloods are, you're like maybe halfway there. Like, you have to round some more corners and go through a lot more cabins. And you get the sense that maybe not you are being watched, but the pathways are definitely being watched.
It's time to go with my gut feeling. I want to try to cut through the grass, or cut through the is there a way to cut through anywhere, or is it just like...
so there's like little there's like stone walls that separate the cabins, like backyards and stuff, so they each have their own personal space. You could try and scale the wall or one of the trees to like hop over a couple walls to try and get back there, or to get back to your cabin, or you could just go back.
I'll just walk back.
Okay.
I'll walk back.
So you...
Oh well, can I actually go to Brielle, the person who's getting sent home right now?
You want to go walk up to Brielle while she's getting scolded by a professor for not being in her cabin while you're not in your cabin?
I'll just tell him it was yes.
Okay, so you start chasing after them. Are you just gonna approach them?
Hey, forgot it was the lockdown. I was on a late shift coming back from work at the from the school. I know this person. I just want to see if I just want to check in with the other kids.
So
If you can walk me back too if you want.
the professor writes himself and you realize it is Gabriel. The Death Scythe looks you up and down suspiciously.
Jesus.
Aren't you coming back a little late from a shift, Master Tosser?
Worked a double.
Sure you did. Brielle, darling, go on home. I'll catch up with you later.
But wait, I wanted to check in with the other kids from Brielle real fast.
So Brielle is not one of the Greenbloods. She is one of the youngest people, one of the youngest combat warriors at the academy, but she is not one of the Greenbloods. And she goes off away from the direction of the cabin you know the youngest kids are in.
Darn.
I assure you, Master Tosser, we are doing everything to keep you safe, which is why I and many of the others are patrolling currently. So if you would please return to your cabin, we will take care of everything.
I was kind of asleep, but what are you patrolling us from?
If you don't know, then you don't need to know, sir. Now please, go back to your cabin.
Okay. Can I inspect him real fast?
What are you looking for?
Does he have anything, since I'm guessing he's patrolling, does he have anything that's, that doesn't like, it would be part of a patrolling gear or outfit of some sort? Like his person. I just want to see what's on his person at the moment.
Roll me d20.
18.
So, that was a good roll. You're looking him over. He appears to be in his usual garb, his very relaxed, demeanor. He's got his regular glasses on. He is alone. He's not with his partner. And you do notice as your keen eye is looking him over, and you did just get off a shift, it appears that there is dried blood on his hands, like he has just come from somewhere and has not had the chance to wash it off.
Before I go, are you hurt? By any
Me?
chance?
Hurt. Good day, Master Tosser. And he crosses his arms and gives you that steely stare.
I see you just hurt someone else then, and I just walk past.
As you say that, you see the bridge of his nose begin to wrinkle with irritation.
Good day, Gabriel.
You do not, his eyes do not leave you.
I just smile and I walk back to my dorm.
So as you guys are, getting to know each other in the kitchen, Lewis walks in the door with this kind of smug grin on his face. Kati goes, "Oh good, he's back."
Oh. Hey. Cody, did you make breakfast already, or?
It's in the oven, dear.
What did you make?
Scones.
Whose?
The usual request. Is there a problem?
Do they have tree nuts in them?
No.
Okay.
I know your allergies, Master Tosser.
I just don't carry an EpiPen.
The way she says Master Tosser, by the way, is very mocking. Much like Mandy and Andy say to you.
Thank you. I go to the oven and I attempt to just... Wait, before I burn my hands, is it hot?
The
How
oven?
hot is it?
It's like it is clearly cooking something.
I thought they were done.
No, they're in the oven. Is what she told you.
What? Do I see Pridwin?
Yeah. No,
With
he's
the rope?
like
Yeah,
he
he's-
was standing there talking to Cody and like Katya, and then you came in.
He looks over at you and says, "Hello. I'd like to apologize for the well, the incident earlier. I didn't mean to make you upset.
That string looks familiar. Where did you get this string? If you don't mind, me asking.
I'm sorry.
The red string. Can I show you something in my room?
Oh God! Oh, not again, Katya says.
Certainly.
I take his arm and I briskly pull him behind me.
At a
in my room.
brisk trot, you're being pulled into Lewis's
You
room.
You don't need to do that.
I shut the door and I lock it.
Oh,
You hear
dear.
Katya yell after you, "Keep your pants on this time!" as you like slam the door.
That don't listen to her. As I was saying, right? I have this conspiracy.
I'm sorry, but
I take the clothes and I brush them off, right? Hiding my conspiracy board.
Your conspiracy board is not hidden. It is very clearly present
No.
and visible. Somebody has looked at it, and again, there is something missing from it.
oh, yeah.
Your red
I
string
asked where-
matches my red string.
I
Pidge.
asked.
Pidge knocks on the window and goes, "Is he trying to get you to join Bug Club?"
No.
From outside
um,
Lewis's bedroom window, Pigeon's like peering over the windowsill.
I put on the blinds, shutting them.
You hear Katya, who's very clearly standing outside the shut door, saying, "Don't do it, it's a trap. He doesn't
I'm
even like to
also-
read books."
I'm also the leader of the book club, but so
I'm.
this is all so much to handle right now. This is all so much to handle. Did the red string come from the board?
In regards to the string, somebody here, I asked where I could get some, and they said that I could just come in here and take it, so I just took a few
You
spools.
took the string?
I was told that I could.
I'm
I didn't know that
imagining
it was
Lewis
yours.
aggressively with a red marker is like writing sus on a picture of Gabriel, and then he like turns and he's like, "You took the string!"
And I didn't take the photograph. I
So-
didn't even notice if it was missing or not. I
That
just
took
came in here for the
months
string.
of work. Did you talk to the principal?
Yes, I spoke with him when I,
Don't
Uh,
trust him.
came here.
Don't trust the principal no matter what. Keep that
Oh.
between you and me, okay?
Pridwin, roll me a d20.
Okay. Sure thing. That's an 18.
So you have noticed that Lewis's bedroom door has opened and closed again.
It's,
But wait,
He, like,
there's another
turned-
there's another thing I need to tell you.
he turns around to, like, try to see what's going on with the door.
So as you turn, like you turn slightly to see what's happening, and you see Katya laying on her back with her legs sticking straight up against the wall, eating a scone, like, and handing pieces of the scone to Sai, who is sitting on her stomach eating them, staring at Lewis.
I wish our leader isn't here at the moment. Not Herb, but I mean Herb. Yes.
Herb.
Yes, it's Herb.
Herb.
So,
As you're
I think
looking
I
at
found
Katya, she's
something.
shaking her head no.
Actually, never mind. I think I need to tell Cody. I don't know. It's fine. It's probably okay. Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah, it's fine.
I'm
It's fine. No.
I'm
Yeah.
ex-
It's
I'm
cool.
extremely confused.
Never mind. It's just I thought one of the teachers were acting weird, but I don't know. It's no. It's probably just a me thing.
Might I ask, actually, if you believe that, who that might be?
I mean, um, you know, I don't know if I'll get in trouble.
If you're worried about me reporting you for suspecting someone of a crime, that's...
The door is open.
Your bedroom door is closed, Lewis.
Oh.
Yeah. You did not notice the door opening and closing. You were too upset.
I still am.
And you Pridwin is standing directly in front of where Katya is laying, so you have not noticed Katya or Sai.
It's just, I think it's something with what was the teacher's name? Zachariah or Joe?
Zane?
No, Gabriel. I thought it was some other holy name.
Goes back to aggressively circling Gabriel's picture with red marker.
God.
It's just something with Gabriel that just...
That name sounds familiar to you, Pridwin.
Yeah, Gabriel Vale, right?
No, that's Kaiser.
Oh.
Gregory Vale
Kaiser,
is who you're thinking
shoot,
of.
Yeah, Gregory Vale.
So,
yeah,
Gabriel
God.
sounds familiar to you for a different reason. You have heard names of very powerful death scythes in your work. Gabriel is at the top of that list. He's one of the most prominently known death scythes in the world.
You mean the one of the greatest death scythes in the world?
Yeah, kinda. But I don't know. People say I just have a really thing against authority figures, but I'm telling you,
Katya's nodding in the background.
Is weird, and Gabriel is twice as weird. But also, I have to go to the I have to probably get a blood fusion thing to check with Mandy about something that happened with the mission. Did we already do did the dance already happen?
No. The dance is in a couple weeks.
Shoot.
What was that about blood?
I think I made a deal with I just know.
You aren't ill, are you?
No, I'm not ill.
You see Katya in the background doing the finger around an ear crazy symbol?
Look, I just have to... I made a deal with someone. Yeah, I don't know if she's gonna hold up on her end of the bargain. I think I have a dance date.
You made a bargain for a dance date with...
It wasn't with... I think it was just a dream. I think it was just a dream. And there's no way that happened. So...
Hold on. He's going to turn and look down at Katya and say, is the information that I'm aware of, am I allowed to speak about it with,
She shakes her head no.
Very well. So I think you are probably
That's what I'm
hallucinated.
Trying to say. So look, you know Mandy, right? You don't know Mandy. We're on different shifts.
Yeah, I have no idea who Mandy is.
I love the fact that he thinks Pridwin works in the medical building.
Also, what are you referring to in terms of shifts?
Oh man.
I go in at certain times a day. I don't want to be there all.
Pidge knocks on the glass again.
Go in where? Yes.
So the blinds that are covering the window suddenly open by themselves, seemingly.
Gosh darn it! See,
God.
I'm telling you, this place isn't private enough to talk about this sensitive information.
Prid, when you spy Sai's hands on the cord of the blinds for just a second, and then they disappear.
What on earth? To clarify, I do not work at any hospital. I'm a bartender.
Oh, at the hospital?
I don't think that there are bars in hospitals. I'd be a bit concerned about the
You haven't been to this hospital.
I see. Well, I mean, I guess like technically would be a former bartender. I'm licensed.
Are
but
you licensed?
That's,
Oh, okay.
yes.
Oh,
Okay.
you're licensed. Would you care to make me a drink sometime? So you look back, and laying on the floor next to Katya is Cody, who also has her legs straight up against the wall and is eating a scone.
Pidge is just waving at everyone.
Please. I'm telling you. I have to.
It's certainly.
Can I
How
get the
the
string
hell
back?
do people keep getting in here?
Well, the door
They don't
wasn't
put locks in
locked,
my-
Katya said.
They don't give me locks in my room.
I
have to-
I can see what I can scrounge up, but I'm afraid I used most of it, and I kind of need it. Look, he starts flipping through his notebook and says, I have a lot of things I'm trying to figure out right now, and it's hard keeping track of all of it. You'd be surprised how
I was
helpful a red
trying to
string
keep
can
a
be.
track. Yeah, I was
Pidge,
using the red string to keep a track of all the people who possibly kidnapped my family member and my partners.
It's
And
as
just
you
took
say
them
this,
down.
Lewis. It is
I
as you
took
say
this-
the family member part that you realize what photo is missing from your conspiracy board. It is Koga's picture.
That's the guy.
Your brother's picture is now missing from your wall.
I use the one for my wall and I'm just like,
Aggressively slams Koga's picture on the wall and continues.
I don't have enough time before I have to take over the whole family business. Okay, I need him to do that so I don't have to.
Pidge bursts into the room, yelling shots, 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 and handing out a bunch of shots.
I take it and aggressively drink it.
Thank you very much.
Hold on, so quick pause. If you are doing that, Pidge, I need you to roll me a d10.
Oh boy. Let me just pull that up real quick.
I'm actually how many people are you giving these shots to?
Everyone who takes one.
I am
And I'm taking two.
Oh my god. So I'm gonna need you to roll a d10 for each of them.
Okay,
hold
let me-
on. Let's see.
That's one.
Okay, so
It's
just a 1.
well, no, I've got plenty. I've got others.
Oh, tell me
No,
the numbers as you go, and I'm gonna tell you who gets them.
Okay, I'm gonna roll a bunch of them.
Okay.
As soon as I find them all.
So you'll need to roll. Let's see. You're taking 2, so that's 2. Lewis is taking 1, that's 3. I'm assuming you handed 1 to Pridwin, that's 4. And Cody's taking 1, so that's you need to roll 5.
Okay. Or I've got more than enough.
Okay.
4, 5. We have a 7, a 10, a 5, a 1, and a 5.
Oh my god. Okay, so the first one's a 7. So
Yep.
you guys watch as Lewis takes the shot in front of you and just disappears. What was the second number?
10.
Okay, so that's the first one that you get, and it does nothing to you. What's the second number? Or the third number?
5.
Fuck. That's so funny. Prudwin? Are you taking
yeah.
Are you taking your shot?
Yes. By the way, he doesn't take his helmet off to drink it.
Prudwin, you just lost 25 HP.
Oh,
It's like drinking fire, like liquid fire. It doesn't taste good and it hurts. So you're dying. What's the next number?
1.
Okay, so that's the one that Cody drank, and she, like, hurt somehow to all of you. Her smile just becomes warmer. She becomes a greater presence in the room, and you want her there. And then what's the last one?
Another 5.
So you also drink your shot and lose 25 HP. Both of you are in pain.
Interesting flavor.
Pidge, I know you're in pain right now, but actually, could you make more of these invisibility potions?
So you guys are hearing Lewis talking, and none of you see him. His voice is just in the room.
How long does this last for?
Oh yeah, roll me 1d6.
Okay.
Okay.
No, this is just for Pidge.
Oh.
Okay, let me dig out. Put everything back, and now I have to go.
Sorry, I wasn't expecting you to roll so many shots.
I aggressively take my shot.
Oh,
1.
Pridwin's
Okay, so
immediately
this
going.
is only lasting for one turn, so you guys it won't last too long.
Pridwin's immediately going to use the empty glass to fill with his healing water's ability.
Okay. I won't charge you for it. So you do that. You guys watch as Pridwin, like, shifts part of his hand into a bit of what looks to be some kind of metal object, not sure, and water begins to pour from it and fills the glass.
Can I turn it into a jug?
No, it's a glass. It's not...
Oh, I thought you said some metal.
No, it's glass. Oh, you can't change, you can't manipulate, weapon metal, remember?
Oh, whoops.
Immediately he downs the water and he says, I think that literally dissolved part of my vocal cords.
Yeah, he'll do that to you. Wait until you get another one.
Pidge is dying in the background.
I think I'm going to mix my own drinks for now.
Pidge. I'm like shaking Pidge right now.
Pidge, you're being shaken by nothing, apparently. Pidge's body is just rocking back and forth to you guys inexplicably.
Pidge, can you make more of this?
And as he's shaking me, I'm trying to hold a normal conversation. Yeah, actually, could I get some of that water? You just had?
Please.
Certainly. I'm going to refill the glass again.
As she's being shaken, she like takes the glass and somehow manages to keep the water in the glass all the way to her mouth. You heal for how much is it? 20 HP?
Yeah, 20 HP.
So you get 20 of that 25 back.
Whew. Those are a rush.
Can you make more?
I try, but
I feel like I am literally melting. That
Darn.
Are you sure that you didn't just give me like some sort of chemical?
Mrs. Cody?
Can I help you with something, Lewis?
Are you a herbalist?
No, dear. I practice
You can't
medicine.
So you can't make invisibility potions either?
What on earth would you want that for? You're already invisible.
I understand, but being invisible gave me an idea.
Now you
Oh,
listen
no.
to me right now. If you think I'm going to stand here and let you go sneak off and get yourself into more trouble, you can bet your ass that I'm going to sit you down and not let you leave this room, because you've already gotten yourself into trouble with the authority, and you are on thin ice as it is. And if you get yourself kicked out, I don't know what I'm going to do.
I didn't get in trouble. We just had a talk, and I was coming home from a shift, and they won't even see me.
Absolutely not.
I wasn't thinking of sneaking out, but I was just saying they won't see me if I went invisible and snuck out.
Absolutely
but no one
not.
would know I snuck.
Pidge, no more shots for him.
Nope, no more.
It's about this time that you become visible again.
I go to the kitchen.
Wait, what?
Lewis just walks out of the room.
They're all in my
Pridwin
room.
like points, is like pointing at Lewis, and then like points back and forth between everyone and says, "Did your alcohol do that, or am I just? Or did that do more than just burn my throat?"
Delicious.
Your mileage will vary. Sometimes you can go invisible, sometimes you destroy your entire being. Sometimes you just become very nice.
I see. Interesting.
Sometimes you get nothing, and it's so disappointing.
A true shame.
Pidge, we have. Wait, so book club. We have to go to book club? Book club?
We are on a lockdown, Lewis. Where are you expecting to go?
The list is posted on the pillar on the island.
I would have to go to book club to we're on a different reading today.
Come on, Pidge. It's not like he's actually gonna read it.
I know, but
He just likes to use the margins of the books to scribble in when he gets bored when he's not sleeping.
And then, yeah, work.
That's the last time I let you borrow any of my books. You see her taking a copy of, like, fucking War and Peace off of your shelf and, like, walking out of the room.
I have to go to work.
Not on a lockdown, you don't. Mandy and Andy can handle things. Maybe take some time and, work on your art project, she says, slowly looking at the pictures on your wall as she, like, backs out of your room.
Wait a second. You never seen it. It's not an art project. I just didn't know how to really confront it or
Oh my,
say
look
it.
at the time. Is that Isamu calling me? Hurries out of the room.
Your boss is... Never mind. Nothing.
She stops and walks back in. You better choose your next words carefully.
But wait a second. Okay. Can I tell you something, Cody, without it leaving this room?
No, probably not.
This room is currently full of people.
It is full of people. You know what? But it's full of people whom I trust. So,
A poor decision, really.
guys, I had an encounter with the principal. I think he's responsible. Yes, I'm using the word responsible over one of my friend's disappearance.
Katya makes eye contact with you, Pridwin, and she mouths the words authority issues.
I understand your suspicions of people, but I really don't think there's anything
I
off
went
about
to
him.
him. Wait, I went to him and told him about my concerns over my friend's disappearance. Not only does the other Lewis, Lewis, not exist, but he was never here. And then when I came back, my metal ball, that the only thing that he gave me was gone. Everything around him is gone.
Okay, I don't know what I jumped into, but where's
So, Soma, you have heard a ruckus from outside your room. You're being woken up. You kind of wake up, your arms around Sadie. She looks better somehow. Like, her wounds are inexplicably healed. But she
Okay,
is
so
not
he-
sleeping
Wow.
well, and you hear, like, a whole bunch of commotion coming from the hallway.
I imagine like cookie crumbs on his like lip, and as he's waking up. All right, he's going to like brush off his face, and he's going to very groggily walk out of his room and see what's going on.
There is Lewis's door is open, and you can tell all of the noises coming from there. Kati is kind of hovering in the doorway, and there's a bunch of voices coming out of the room.
He enters Lewis's room and he says, "What are you guys talking about?"
Oh, hi,
Cody,
Uncle
don't you
Somi!
remember? Don't you remember Lewis?
What?
Does anyone remember Lewis?
I do, Katya
What?
says.
Oh, right.
He was
yeah.
a really big guy
Mine
with the weird
does.
armor that he never took off.
Ein does
That was
because
the
he was going to
arm.
change him.
Excuse me.
He was cool. That was the thing. He was
Wait,
the
wait,
silent
wait,
guy.
wait. Who's the one wearing all the armor?
Pridwin's in the
hello.
room, yeah.
By the by, armor is very cool, and I think that taking it off is a waste. He gives a
That's
deep,
what Lewis
respectful
said.
bow, and says, "Hello, I saw you in passing, but I don't believe I've properly met you yet. I am
Yeah.
Pridwin."
Nice to meet you. He like wipes his eyes and lights a cigarette, and he says, "Well, hold on. I just woke up like 2 minutes ago. What are you guys even arguing about?"
Katya's tugging
Also-
on your sleeve, very, to get your attention.
Well, before he looks at her, he says, "Well, welcome to the group, Fridwin. I'm so what is it, Katya?"
She points at Pridwin. He can do really cool, healy stuff with his water.
He looks up and he says, "Wait, were you the one who healed Sadie?"
Katya's nodding.
Yes. I noticed that she was in poor shape, and I asked permission from Katya here to provide aid.
Well, he like puts out the cigarette and he like walks forward to give you a handshake. He like puts out his hand for a handshake. He says, "Well, thank you very much. Actually, that was very helpful. I thought I would have to do it myself. There's not a single medic on this team."
Cody glares at you.
I'm beginning to get that impression, but
I mean, Ein over here has a defibrillator, but that's about it.
That
Yeah.
doesn't work, Katya says.
Any no
I
one here
work
has
at the
any,
hospital.
no one here has any worthwhile healing abilities. That
Excuse me, Dad can heal people sometimes.
I
but
can
he is
heal
currently
people in stick mode.
so we have no healer until Douglas gets back.
Ixnay on the on gay. She glares at you.
I don't know what you just said.
You're not supposed to say anything about it.
Doesn't everyone already know?
No. Well,
happened
now
to
they do.
Douglas?
Thanks a lot.
I keep hearing about this Douglas fellow.
Yeah, he was a
Would
good
you
guy.
mind elaborating?
Katya pulls a picture out of her things and hands it to you. It is a picture of a older boy who looks to be 18, 19 in a flannel, with his arm around a younger girl with striking blue hair and piercing eyes, and then Katya standing in front of them, beaming.
Don't use that outdated picture. Here's my picture, Douglas. I pull out a shirt where it shows me and Douglas best friends.
Very clearly, like, Douglas has been, like, photoshopped into the arm around him.
Yeah.
And just
So
like
someone looks at this, and I was like, and he says, "That never happened."
he has his own shirt, Douglas. He just doesn't wear it.
I see. So is he the father you're referring to?
No.
Yes.
Yes.
Cut is dead, and
Oh.
he's my best friend, but he decided to dip.
Decided to dip.
It's complicated.
doesn't
Katya
have that
says, and as
shirt.
she says it, she gives you that look. The there's more to this than I can say out loud look.
I see.
Really bad at, like, she's good at not telling you secrets, but she's bad at letting you know that there is one.
Yes.
She just nods and, like, agreeing.
Well, I won't pry so long as I'm not supposed to, but well, if he does return, I look forward to meeting him.
He
I
will.
used the distraction to go into the kitchen.
Lewis just sneaks out of the room.
Speaking of distraction, he says as he grabs Lewis, he says, "What were you guys talking about before I came in here?"
You know, it was nothing.
His peculiar conspiracy theories regarding well, several
just-
people.
No, it wasn't.
As you're
several
saying
people.
this, Katya
It's,
has pulled
like-
red string out of her backpack and has started
What?
making another friendship bracelet.
What are you guys? Where's my red string going?
Uncle Sophie, I'm almost out. Do you have some more?
Yeah, I have more of Lewis's red string in my desk.
Okay, thank you.
By the by, I
was
only
talking-
stole a few.
Okay,
I only took a few spools. I didn't take the string off the wall. I don't know where that went.
That was
it's
Probably.
my conspiracy about the principal and how he deleted Lewis out of the student book.
Katya
whatnot.
once again rolls her eyes all the way over to look at Soma.
Soma tightens his grip on Lewis and sort of turns and says, "And Koga, I assume."
No, I didn't mention that part yet. I'm trying to do it one at a time with the most recent people, then the latest people.
Lewis, this is a
And
surprise to
it
you
just-
because
it
you've
just
never
kinda-
mentioned Koga to Soma ever.
How do you know about Koga?
I know a whole lot more than I tend to let on. Trust me, you do not want to go around searching. It's in your best interest.
It's in my best interest to find him.
Well, I found his partner, and I wish I hadn't.
Who's the partner?
You have a picture of Koga and the partner together on your wall, and now the picture of Koga's gone, but the picture of his partner Akiro is still there.
Yeah.
This whole time? Soma? I've been here this whole time. You didn't tell me this at all?
Well, you never asked him, Katya says.
To be fair, you never really asked me about it, and then I happened to see the pictures on your wall.
Could you go in further detail about my brother?
Yeah,
Do you know anything about Lewis by any chance?
Yeah, it closes the door behind him and steps forward. And listen, the last time I saw Akiro was the last time I saw one of my friends. I just don't think that it is worth searching for at the moment. But if you want information, I can give you at least some. Akiro was turned into some depraved, wild, disgusting beast, and is wailing down below the school. Meanwhile, last time I was there, he's no longer there. Whether it's dead or it's roaming somewhere else, I have no idea.
And then what was the last one? What was dead?
Oh, I don't know if Acura was dead. But I know it's. Last time I saw it, it was terrifying and disgusting. And I think finding it is what got one of my friends killed. He says as he lights another cigarette.
Pridwin, you'll notice that the room has gone, like, extremely grave and quiet. A lot of people around you are avoiding making eye contact with anyone else.
I'm taking my notebook. I'm just writing this down. Okay. Can I look around? Is Cody still around?
Everybody that was present is still in this room listening to all this.
Who is in this room actually?
So, Lewis is standing in front of you. Pidge is kind of in the corner. Katya and Cody and Sai are all just inside of the room, and then Pridwin is kind of standing by the bed.
Okay.
And you will notice
Pridwin
that
is...
Cody and Katya are refusing to make eye contact with any of you.
Cody, do you know anything about anything?
No. Roll me a d20.
14.
For the first time in your entirety of knowing Cody, you don't think she's telling you the truth.
I smile a little bit. I said, "Are you sure?"
Quite. She gives you a hard look.
Okay.
I don't think it's going to be easy to get anything out of her.
Because people who lie, I can't trust them ever again.
Her eyes narrow on you, and you see a hand beginning to tighten at her side. Katya gets in front of her angrily and says, "She said she didn't know! Don't be a jerk about it!"
And I didn't press.
Soma steps forward and he says, well, speaking of trust, actually, we should probably all discuss some things.
It's as you say this that there is a knock on Lewis's bedroom door. And you hear what sounds like the shifting of paper.
Who is it?
You hear footsteps disappearing and the front door to the cabin opening and closing rapidly. There is now a piece of paper laying just poking out from underneath Lewis's doorway.
I aggressively open the door.
Nobody is there.
Soma picks up the paper.
You open it. There are two lines on this piece of paper. One is in a large circle, and one is on a inner circle. Just a circle inside of a circle. The symbol looks familiar to you, but you're struggling to remember from where.
Might I ask what that is?
He tries to read it? Wait, is there like words on this, or is it
just a big circle and a little circle?
Can I see it real fast?
I mean, you guys are all standing there, like, you could see easily on the piece of paper that there's two circles.
Yeah. Yeah, Soma, like, hands it out for anyone to grab me. Says, yeah, I failed geometry. I don't know what this means.
Katya gives you a hard, suspicious look, Soma, like, are you kidding me?
Does Pridwin recognize this symbol whatsoever?
No, you do not.
I was just gonna ask you if I recognized it.
Fine, take a picture. I hold Ein up.
Soma looks up at it, and I'm actually gonna attempt to try to figure out what this is.
Roll me a memory check, d20.
Alright. Well, that's a 7.
A 7?
Yeah.
Okay, roll me another d20.
Okay. That's a 1.
Okay, and then I'm going to roll this. Oh my god. Jesus Christ! Yeah, you don't remember. I tried to help you. You do not remember.
Can I do a
Somebody
memory
in
check?
this room does,
wait.
though.
Well, I'm just gonna place this on the desk in case anyone wants to know. Also, I thought I'd mention, Pridwin, have you seen that weird, guy with red hair around? I saw him once and then never talked to him again.
Ah, yes, I know he was here last night, but I'm not entirely certain where he got off to.
I wanted to actually greet him for once, but he just kind of disappeared.
Yes, he's a rather mysterious individual.
Well, hopefully we can trust him, otherwise, we have more problems on our plate.
Uncle Somi, can I talk to you for a second?
Sure?
She, like, grabs your arm, smiles at the rest of you, and then pulls you outside the door and shuts it quickly.
Oh. What do you, what's this?
She's holding up the piece of paper. You don't remember, do you?
No.
This means there's an inner circle meeting. In the silence,
Oh.
you know, Draco, Gabriel,
Yeah.
people that we
Yeah.
trust.
True.
And I was thinking maybe we should bring some of the others with us.
Sounds good to me.
I know Lewis sucks, but
Well, that's a little rude. I
she
know our
gives him
bully.
a hard look.
Soma walks back into the room. He says, "All right, I just suddenly remembered what this means."
I raise an eyebrow.
Well, he closes the door back behind Katya as she enters, and he says, "Well, you guys are probably the only ones on campus I can trust right now. The Pridwin seems cool anyway, but everyone else in our party seems to be a little on the suspicious side. So I need you guys to come with me."
Right now?
Certainly.
Like immediately.
Might I inquire as to where we're going?
Katya grabs your
we're-
hand, like your gauntlet. She looks up at you and she just says, "Trust."
Of course.
She just puts like a
Oh,
finger to
I
her
mean-
lips. Cody looks at you and says, "There's one problem, of course. The lockdown. We aren't supposed to leave."
Well, we could have Pidge make the invisibility potions, if possible.
Well, I'm sure we're allowed to leave if Gabriel and Draco are asking us to come.
That is assuming that they are doing this on the up and up. Something tells me that they may be sneaking out as well.
They are,
I
but it would be better to be caught with them than anyone else.
Gabriel has a little secret.
I will stay
I
here and
found
cover
out.
for you. You all go. Just fill me in later, Cody says, and waves you off.
Is this a bring it Eon thing?
Uh, probably yes.
Okay.
Pidge runs off down the hallway.
Anyway, he like gives a like basic like description and says, "So, we are in a sort of bit on the nose in an inner circle, and we are we talk in private about the things that go on on campus. It started with the Black Blood mess, but now we have a student murder hands with Jay."
This is the
I
first time you're
see.
putting a name to the body of Erdwin.
Yeah.
So that what was the name of the body again?
Jay.
Jay. Okay. He immediately pulls out his notebook and starts writing.
Oh, right, Pridwin, you never heard of him. Basically, I mean, he was a friend, but he was also kind of a dickhead. But he was sort of the impromptu trying to be leader for a while. And then he got shot in the head. Someone we do. But he did kidnap Sadie and then got shot in the head, so it's a little bit.
As he's saying that, I come back with Eon in hand.
Yeah, so now the
Condolences.
small girl from before has a giant 50 cal sniper rifle on her back that is bigger than she is.
Oh,
And
good
no,
lord.
no one in the room except for Pridwin is phased.
Yeah, nobody else cares.
Ein is following behind me.
Yeah, so there's also what looks to be a robotic corgi bouncing along behind her.
I have never seen a machine like that.
Oh, he's a great friend.
I pass.
You should get to know him.
Ein
I
surprisingly lets you pet him. Come on, we're gonna be late, Katya says, already standing at the cabin door.
Of course.
Yeah, so Soma like leads everyone out towards the what is it? The memorial area where I'm assuming they would be.
Yeah, the silence is where you've always met before.
Yeah.
So, you guys, let me see how this goes. Yeah, you guys are good. You do not get spotted by any of the people doing their rounds. Pridwin, you're kind of lost. They start walking sort of like back towards the academy building, and then they veer right, and they go toward one of the buildings, to the right of the academy. And all of you sneak in quietly, shut the door behind you, and you have found yourself in some kind of memorial building. All around you, it's deathly quiet and dimly lit. There are what appear to be shrines with pictures, a lot of them with flowers, gifts, photos that have been taken by friends. Some of these shrines have weapon forms or models of weapon forms on them, and there are a lot of them in this building. You hear a hum of voices coming from further inside.
Does Soma see Draco sitting down drinking beer?
As you guys begin to round the corner, Soma and Katya kind of in the lead. Draco is leaning against the Fulgurite statue. He does have a beer in his hand. Another hand is resting on the Irish Wolfhound, who his tail begins to thump the second you and Katya around the corner. You
I know
also
Gabriel's coming?
see, sitting next to Draco is a face you haven't seen in a long time. Nyxeris. She is sitting next to Draco, also holding a beer. And standing next to him, arms crossed, except to occasionally push up his glasses, is Liam. Before you get the chance to say anything, you hear more voices from behind you. One of the ladybirds, Leo, walks in, accompanied by Iger, the professor who runs the gym. And then finally, the very last person in is Gabriel.
Soma sits down next to Draco and takes one of the beers. Doesn't even really say anything.
Katya instantly drops down by Oberon and starts petting him. The Irish Wolfhound is wagging his tail. Pridwin, there are a lot of faces in this room you do not recognize, but you are more taken up by the statue in front of you. It appears to be made of glass, but it's an exact replica of a person. Like, down to detail that should not be possible.
What is with that statue? It's
That was one of our previous members who passed.
as in that is them, or that is just a replica?
That is them.
Nyxeris looks up at you as you say this, and she says, "Who's the new guy?" Leo
that
pushing his glasses, Liam pushing his glasses up says, "Yeah, I don't know this guy. I thought this was supposed to be
apologies.
secure."
These are probably the only people I can trust these days. They will be useful, especially the new one.
Fair enough, Nyxeris says, taking another sip from her beer.
Pridwin gives a polite bow and says, I am Pridwin Rhizostoma. I was invited here by, Mr. Soma.
Liam is looking at you suspiciously. Nixeris has kind of, let you in. Iger is standing behind with Gabriel, and they're kind of talking quietly to the side. Draco looks at you, Soma, and he says, "How is she?"
Really better thanks to Pridman over there.
So he's a healer then. Looking you up and
Yeah.
down again.
Yes, I specialize in, medical work, healing.
Draco muses at you for a second in thought, and then he reaches down, grabs one of the beers out of the case, and offers it to you.
Thank you very much. What might your name be?
My name is Draco.
Draco.
It's a pleasure to meet you.
As a pleasure to meet you too. He as he grabs the beer with another hand, he pulls out his notebook and he says, "I've heard your name before." Draco is in.
You've heard my sister's name, he says, politely enough. She's the prodigy. I'm just the weapon.
Yes, Viper and Draco. I heard about you back when I worked at a bar.
You worked at a bar? Leo, she's about 15, kind of hovering next to Katya and Oberon, is looking up at you full of wonder.
Yes, it was called the Iota Draconis.
Iger and Gabriel immediately stop talking when you say that.
Oh. Did I say something?
They're
Soma actually
looking at you suspiciously.
Soma also looks up at you and says, "Oh, well, whatever you said, it definitely was of interest to them to get them to stop talking."
I must add, I formerly worked there, and I was just a bartender.
They have come up behind you and joined the circle now. Lewis and Pidge, you guys are kind of hovering there as well. All of you are present.
Oh. I was just gonna hover in the background to avoid Gabriel.
Okay, you can continue doing that. Leo, looking up at you, Soma, she says, "Where's Douglas? He's usually kind of leading these things, isn't he? He was the one who invited me."
About that, he stands up and sort of scratches his back, or he scratches his neck before he says, "He is not here."
What do you mean he's not here? You hear that from 4 different people at once.
Yeah, that's the exact same thing I said when I was told this. He disappeared, and he left a letter and is currently out fulfilling a favor for someone. I'm not exactly sure where he is.
It's like one of those comical moments where all of the heads in the room slowly look at Katya, and she is avoiding making eye contact with any of them.
Katya, you can tell them.
I can't tell him what I don't know.
Tell them what you do know.
Dad left a note that he had to go take care of a favor that he owed somebody. He and Mom. And he told me to stay here with Uncle Somi so that I would be safe. He said he'd be back as soon as he could. That was it. He didn't tell me where he was going. He didn't leave any kind of hint. He was just gone.
In typical Douglas fashion.
He is also a man of his word, so I know he'll be back.
He better be
Oh, no,
back. Katya looks kind of desperate when you say that.
He Soma like stands up front and he says, "I know he can handle himself, but I'm more worried about that work he got himself into."
Katya once again is kind of looking away from all of you. She looks uneasy. Gabriel kind of steps up behind you and says, "That is of a concern. The other major concern is the fact that we have a murderer somewhere amongst us." That gets everybody in the group's attention. It gets very quiet again. "I'm sorry
Yes,
that Kaiser got to you yesterday. I didn't have time to intervene."
It's whatever.
A murder, you say? How so?
"Do you not know?" All the eyes
No.
are now looking at you.
I refrain from turning into my weapon form, and I say, no, I don't think I.
Well, let me catch you up then. At approximately 1400 hours 2 days ago, Jay was walking around in the warehouse district. We do not know for sure what he was doing, but we do know that that was approximately the time of death. His body was located in the warehouse, and some of us, his eyes passing to Soma and Katya, were present when it was found, thus leading to a lot of suspicion on several members of your current group. Now, if you're in this room, I consider you to be amongst the people that I can trust. I know that none of you in this room did this. What I want to know is what you know. Do you have any speculations on who could have done this? I understand that we need to address the Douglas and Eliza issue and the Black Blood and some other things, but this is of the utmost concern. I would like to get this lockdown lifted as soon as possible.
Where was the body found?
Was in the warehouse district off of campus. Nick Sarah speaks up and says, "That was where they found Sadie, right?" She's looking at you, Soma.
Yeah, he scratches his hand and says, "Yes, we were there to find Sadie. We got our friend Liam's help here and found her successfully, but
Liam looks at Pidge and says, "I'm still mad at you, by the way."
Fair enough. As we were leaving, I found Draco and found out that one of our other friends went missing around the same time. Draco then led me to Jay's lifeless body."
Can I inspect Gabriel again?
Sure.
While he's
Roll me a d20.
doing this?
By the way, when Liam had said that, Widge whistles nonchalantly.
You rolled a 12?
Yeah.
Gabriel is listening to every single word thoughtfully, his eyes never once leaving the face of the person who is speaking.
Can I inspect his clothes?
His clothes? They're clean.
Yeah. They're clean.
Also, the dried blood you saw on his hands is gone.
Pridwin's going to raise his hand slowly.
Yes!
Yeah.
New kid, Draco says.
Apologies, but you mentioned a individual by the name of Kaiser? That wouldn't happen to be Mr. Kaiser Hale, would it?
You see several people in the room grimace as the name is mentioned. Gabriel speaks up and he says, "Yes, that's my partner."
During my work, I overheard quite a lot of gossip, including mentions of several serial killers.
Gabriel
one
gives
of the
you
names,
a warning look.
One of the names mentioned was Hale. Now, I'm not suggesting that they are the same person, but could be coincidence, or perhaps there is some sort of relation?
Perhaps you should keep that information to yourself, Gabriel says carefully, looking at you.
Very well.
The man that is my weapon partner, that is my Meister partner, is a righteous crusader against evil. There is no way that he would murder somebody, and if he was going to, he says, to clear the air, he would not have used a gun. He's a blade man through and through. I know everything about him. We share souls.
And I believe you because I actually have a suspicion of my own that I wish, and I hope is not the case.
Oh, they turn back to you.
Soma turns away from everyone and walks forward a little bit, and he says, "You see, the timing of Douglas disappearing and taking on that job, and the murder of Jay.
Don't,
It
Katya says
seems
to you pleadingly.
he continues and he says it may seem like a coincidence at first until we find out that Douglas can turn into a gun now.
Katya looks
However,
upset.
and he says, however, I don't think that he is the definitive suspect, but I think we should at least be suspicious.
No, he wouldn't do that, Leo interjects.
I
He
don't
just
think you
wouldn't do it. Katya and Leo are both upset now.
The note says that there is a job he must do no matter what it is. That's what I read.
Pidge has her face in her hand, just shaking it.
Yeah, he continues. He says, "I think we should at least be cautious, but not outright, hunt him down and kill him. He's not the type of person to do such a thing, but you never know what someone's capable of."
I do have one more potential suspect. I overheard mentions of a murderous clown. However, I'm not sure how they would be able to get on campus.
Someone's just blankly looking at him right now, and he says, "A clown?"
Oh, so you heard
It
about
is-
that. Nick Saris pipes up. It's a 3-star mission, been on the board for a while, nobody wants to take it. A lot of people don't like clowns. But the thing is, the clown mission isn't located anywhere near here. I think it's located somewhere in Kansas or Missouri or somewhere in that direction.
Interesting. So,
No, definitely not.
A shiver runs down Pidge's
Maybe a-
spine every time someone mentions clown.
Yep.
Yeah, what is it? Fucking- Someone says, "I don't think it's this clown, but maybe it's another clown with a gun." It'll be a little.
All this talk about guns is getting Pidge nervous.
well, I suppose the good question would be, could you identify the type of gun used, or?
Actually, that is a great question. Did you guys figure that out?
Gabriel pushes his glasses up and thinks for a moment, and he says, "From what I could tell, it was small caliber."
Well, it was a quick interview.
Well,
Pidge letting all the air out at once.
yeah.
Yeah.
We can continue about the gun.
Sorry, I had to plug my headset in. What were you asking him?
Oh, what kind of gun it was?
I'm not sure. The problem was I can't tell if it was some kind of soul weapon or if it was a regular gun. Jay was a Meister, so he would be susceptible to those types of wounds more than a weapon would. The other problem is There is also currently a gun weapon that's missing.
She was with our group when she went missing.
It is true. Doesn't really make sense with how we located the body, if I'm being honest, Draco chimes in.
Might I ask, was there any evidence found around the body? Perhaps a casing or maybe a bullet?
No, that's the thing. That's why I can't figure out if it's soul or if it's an actual one. If it was a regular bullet, somebody policed their brass. The bullet was a through and through, and the shell casings are gone, if there were any.
Dear.
Was there a
What we
gunshot
do
residue?
know is that in the warehouse that he was located in, somebody was doing experiments on your teammate. His eyes move back to Soma. Whether that was the deceased or not remains to be proven. I'm just gonna say it, Nixeris says, standing up. What are you not telling us about Sadie? She looks at you, Soma, very firmly. Why the hell was she having things done to her like that? Why is she so special? Why did they want her?
Well, nothing I haven't quite told the last person who asked me that question. When I was arrested. Well, she has black blood.
The entire group grimaces at this point. So that's another one, Gabriel says, looking to the mark on your arm. I don't know how you've managed to remain alive right now. It's not like a disgusted comment, it's more like just genuinely surprised.
I like hold on to my arm unknowingly.
So we should probably check Lewis sometime soon.
Oh, hey, so long. Don't need to.
Oh yeah, Lewis tried to talk to one of the things too. Katia chimes in.
Actually, before we take care of Lewis, I thought I should also mention to be wary of Ieri. There's just something off about him.
Yeah, I concur. I don't like him, Katya says. And you hear murmurs of agreement, surprisingly. Liam has agreed
There's
with
nothing
you.
wrong with Yuri.
Leo also is humming her tune of agreement, and you see Draco nodding to himself.
Well, I'm glad we're all on the same page then.
We're not. We're on different pages.
You
What
weren't
page are
even
you
on
on?
a page in the book that
I'm
we're
on
in. You're in a
chapter
different
3.
one.
Yuri is a good guy. You just don't understand him.
Right. And do you have any proof to back that up? Everyone else here seems to be in agreement about that guy.
He saved me on multiple occasions.
Was he doing it for his own benefit or for yours?
Mine, ours. We're one. We were a team,
Were.
and it doesn't matter.
The were part isn't helping.
Iger chimes in and he says, Now, he is new. Are you sure you're just not looking at things too harshly? He may just be trying to make friends. Just to play devil's advocate, he says, raising a hand.
That's
He's
not true.
He's acting differently as of late.
If I may, I'm going to be completely honest. He puts me off quite a bit.
That's just his charm. I mean, yes, he drinks. Yes, he doesn't really, benefit in scenarios where you could benefit it from, but he always tries to help the team no matter what. When we were in the mission and museum, he found the corridor.
Look, I just...
He I mean, yes, that's where I got in that strange dream, but he's the one that pulled me out of the dream to wake up in my dream.
He's
But
always watching me, Katya interrupts you. He's always following me around and he rarely speaks to me.
he doesn't speak a lot. That's just the thing. He doesn't really speak a lot. That he reminds me of Lewis. They just don't speak a lot. That's just their thing. They're just there. But you can't blame him for that.
Pidge shrugs and says, I got nothing to add to the conversation. The closest person I have as a friend here is Lewis, and that says a lot more about me than it does about Lewis.
Katya
Well-
glares at you, Pidge.
So does someone. Says, hey, we are partners in crime. What happened?
I kiss my
Okay.
fist and raise it up.
We
Thanks,
got
kid.
closer
Katya
much
is
recently.
so upset by that.
Anyway, other than all that,
You are helpful.
I should also mention that I remember you, Pridwin, actually interacting with you quite a bit yesterday.
Yes, he came to me looking. Well, this became quite concerning to me after meeting Lewis. He came to me asking to partner with me without divulging the information that he was already partnered with someone else.
I clench my fist. He probably just forgot. I was too injured in the last.
Play devil's advocate again. You hear Iger chiming in. I mean, who wouldn't want to give up their partner for somebody of your standing? He looks you
Well-
up and down.
it-
Certainly, but there was a. I am quite good at reading people typically, but him, for some reason, I just couldn't see
I think
anything.
I think it is perfectly okay to have a healthy amount of suspicion for those we may or may not can trust. But I don't think that. I personally don't think that Yuri is the killer, but I don't think he's up to any good, to be honest.
So
I
it could be
wouldn't-
something completely unrelated, Leo chimes in.
Something like that. Or maybe he is the killer. Who knows? He may be really good at hiding it.
He's not.
He didn't strike me as a murderer. Perhaps manipulative, but certainly not, well, a murderer.
That's what he wants you to think.
He doesn't
Anyway,
do that either.
I don't think he's the killer. But we should still place a healthy amount of suspicion in him until we know for sure.
I cross my arms. He's not a bad guy.
You never know. Who you
I'm-
can...
He's just
I'm not suggesting that he necessarily is, however, I am concerned about him.
And rightfully so.
During the slight pause in conversation here, Nick Saris once again clears her throat and says, "Alright, I'm gonna change subjects here a little bit, but you," she points at Gabriel, "I want some answers. And I want them here in front of everybody else." Gabriel kind of straightens up and looks at her and crosses his arms.
Can I smirk at Gabriel?
Sure. He's not paying attention to you, so he's not gonna notice it. Nick
know.
Saris looks at Draco uneasily and then looks back at him and says, "What are you hiding from all of us?" And I mean that in the most trusting way possible. But what is going on? I haven't seen Amaishi in 4 months. And Draco hasn't seen Viper. You've been
Wait,
hiding them from us this whole time.
Soma like butts in and he says, "Wait, one, Viper's missing. That's already alarming. But what happened to Umeshi?
Well, I was recovering after, what happened on the mountaintop, and I was expecting us to get back to work together. Keeping an eye on you guys and gathering souls. I have to change her into a death scythe. I made a promise. But I haven't seen her.
That is concerning.
Have
He
any
says,
of you?
Soma's currently eyeing Gabriel, though I've never really trusted Gabriel to begin with.
Gabriel clears his throat and says, "They're not missing. They've been here on campus this entire time."
So why are they being hidden from us?
They're not being hidden from you. They're being hidden from someone else.
Right.
He starts to pace, thinking. Iger gives him the be careful look.
Oh,
He's got that look on his face like he's debating on if he should tell you anything, how much to tell you.
he already knows somewhat what the situation is like. Might as well tell us the rest.
Then tell me what you know of the situation, he says, looking troubled.
I've already told you everything I do know.
So you know nothing of the current situation involving Amaishi and Viper?
Absolutely not.
Let's go back, he says, stopping and rubbing at his temples. Let's go way back. His eyes look back to Declan. The statue, past all of you. What do you remember, Soma? You were there.
Not much. My memory's a little hazy, but I specifically remember, what is it? Hiding under corpses from all of the topified people, zombified people, and then this glass covering the entire room. And then we called death and made it through a makeshift mirror. That's all I really remember.
But you remember the situation as it was. It was not supposed to be a difficult mission. So why was a witch present? Kale is many things, but he is not wrong.
I don't know. I mean, I gave him a good right hook for it, but I don't know why. I didn't even myself interact with the witch. I know that a few of our other members who are currently not here interacted with them, but I was too busy dealing with a zombified cowboy, so.
His eyes move back toward Draco and you, passing back and forth. Don't you get it? They showed up because of somebody who was present on your team.
To the
His eyes haven't left Draco at this point. You still haven't figured it out. Nyxeris kind of inhales shakily all at once. They're after Viper. You see Draco angrily clenching a fist, looking away from all of you.
Soma walks up to Draco and puts his hand on his shoulder. And says, "Regardless, we have to at least do something to figure this out. There's too many things that are going on at once. It can't be a coincidence."
Birdwin, you might be intrigued by the too many things going on at once.
Yeah, he says, I've. Yes, there's a very strange series of events that's been occurring. And you mentioned a witch here?
Well, it's us, the new kid, Iger says, starting to walk towards you. Not completely intimidating, but it definitely comes off that way. You used to work at Iota Draconis, didn't you? Bartender.
Yes. Yes, I
Middle
did.
ground.
Indeed.
Isn't it a little odd that you came to join the academy after doing work there? I mean, you could have come into contact with just about anyone there. Could be working for anyone. He's circling you, almost like a dog licking its chops.
With all due respect, I believe in honoring my family name. I would not work for someone who would seek to cause harm to the academy.
He's still looking at you suspiciously.
Someone walks
Fur-
over. This Iota Draconis or whatever. What?
Sorry, what did you say?
Oh, someone was asking what the Iota Draconis was.
It is a bar owned by, well, a witch, a demon, and a demon weapon. And it is used as a middle ground for multiple factions to meet, deal making, conversation, that sort of thing. It's basically a place where no one's allowed to fight, despite their pre existing wars.
If he already worked
I
at a place like that, why would it just doesn't make any sense. No one there is to harm each other. It would just be everyone is there for probably a similar reason. I wouldn't suspect Fridwin here.
Yes, the may I clarify, the reason I took this job is because I want to know what's happening here and globally. I time and time again, under the breath of every person I know, everyone says the same thing. A storm is coming, and hearing all of this, everything that's happening, this blood disease, this the witch that you mentioned, all of this is happening at the same time, and people are disappearing, and it's unusual to say the least, and frightening. But I believe from my time there, I might have some information that could at least be helpful. I overheard some individuals mention that there was a witch watching this academy. And
That
I
perks
do not,
up everybody's attention in the room.
all that I know is that they are powerful and malicious. I do not know why she would be, but I believe if there was a witch here, then she may have something to do with that rumor. Which makes me think that this academy might be in grievous danger. Furthermore, on the topic of witches, I overheard many individuals who serve under them mentioning that they are congregating, forming covens of high-standing witches, which doesn't make sense to me. Normally they're fairly isolated, don't like to step on each other's toes and such, which makes me think that something is being planned. They must be congregating to formulate some sort of, well, plan of attack.
Jesus, Nyxeris says and starts pacing. You see Iger looking, trying to hide clearly the stress on his face. Gabriel is the only one out of everybody in the room who has not flinched in any way. He's just standing there thoughtfully, listening to everything. Leo looks kind of frantic, and Liam is, he's got his, arms crossed, but his fingers are digging into the flesh on his upper arms. Nixeris quickly pulls out a cigarette, and Draco, lighting a bit of fire on the end of his finger, lights it for her. So it's all bad, Nixeris says, looking at you. There's a ridiculous amount of things happening at once, and it's all bad.
Yes. From what I understand, there is a lot happening, and it is all, extremely concerning. I mean, if witches are involved and they are here, that would suggest to me that likely a good majority of the incidents that are occurring might have something to do with them. I just don't know why.
We've said it once and we'll say it again, Draco says, taking another long drink of his beer. We have this inner circle because we believe that the witches have infiltrated campus. We've thought that for a long time, right? He looks at Gabriel. Gabriel offers him only a brief nod, still in thought. Well, this confirms it then, doesn't it?
Certainly seems so.
So what are we supposed to do about it? Draco says. I mean, we can't just go hunting them down, can we? Liam says, speak for yourself, and pushes his glasses up again.
One witch is a dangerous task on its own, but multiple working together with underlings and an organization, that is a force that only an army could take on. And I don't believe we have, the manpower or the ability to take that many losses. I don't think we're going to be able to just go out and hunt them like the days of old.
The days of old. So you're some kind of hotshot then, Nixeris says, eyeing you. That explains why they let you in here without the cat.
Look, my family has been hunting witches since we burned them on stakes. I know a thing or two about them.
Nixeris is still looking at you suspiciously.
And unfortunately, currently, that is all the information that I have, at least from memory. But believe me when I say I am here to help. And if there are witches here, I want to ensure that they are dealt with.
Soma, you're standing next to Draco with a hand on his shoulder, and Katya is kind of sitting next to Oberon, and you chance a glance down at her, just seeing movement. She is shaking. She is terrified. All of the sudden. Her eyes locked in the distance as though she's seeing something or remembering something.
I'm back, by the way. I was listening still, but I was...
Mhm.
Okay. I'll do it right now.
So, what... Nixeris, takes a drag off the cigarette and just kind of runs a hand through her hair. What are we gonna do? I don't have my partner. You don't have your partner, gesturing to Draco. Your freaking dad's missing, and he's the one who's been giving us ideas on what we should do. He might be part of the problem. I mean, let's list the problems off here. She starts walking towards you guys, holding up a hand aggressively. Douglas and Eliza are missing currently. Oh, and by the way, maybe they're the ones who murdered Jay. Problem number 2, he's fucking dead. And problem number 3, Valerie is missing. Problem number 4, we've got witches who have infiltrated fucking campus and we can't trust anybody, including the teachers. Problem number 5, glaring over at Gabriel, because they're keeping shit from us, obviously. What am I forgetting here? Problem number 6, there's a whole bunch of fucking witches gathering around the world and we don't know what for? Anything else anybody wants to add to that?
Gabriel had dried blood on his hands.
Oh, there
People
was Akiro.
stop and look at fucking Lewis! And Gabriel had dry blood on his hands. You want to explain where you got that, Gabriel? Gabriel is ignoring both of you.
Soma raises his hand and says, "Oh right, there's also Akiro below the school."
Right. Whatever the hell's happening with Akiro, Koga's still fucking missing. We got other students who were missing.
Isamu's acting weird.
Isamu's acting weird. Great. Is somebody taking notes here?
I am.
Great. Fucking, who else? Let's see. She's like snapping her fingers, trying to remember.
Did you mention the black blood issue?
Yeah, that's the biggest one. That should be at the top of the list. Forgot to mention that. We've got some weird, scary black blood infection that can either be super contagious or not contagious at all. We don't know who has it. We don't know what it does.
And I have to take care of it or death kills me.
Right, and Soma's gonna die, and he possibly has to kill his best friend to do it.
Oh dear.
And now your girlfriend, apparently.
Yeah.
Might I actually speak on the black blood issue?
She squints at you.
I believe
Are you infected?
No, God, goodness no.
Soma, cut him open.
I think.
What do you have against people who are infected?
Cut him open. I want to know if he's infected or not, Soma.
I would prefer
Okay.
not to be cut.
Soma walks up to me and says, "This is sort of like a rite of passage in this group, so we're just gonna have to give you a quick cut on the wrist or something."
As he says rite of passage, your eyes kind of frantically move around the group, and you see people semi-consciously, like, covering marks on their arms. Katya does it. She's got a fresh, like, scar on her arm. You see Nixeris is rubbing at one on her, closer to her wrist. Draco has one on his outer forearm. You even see that Gabriel appears to have a mark on his own arm.
Some probably has, like, purple.
Yep.
Yeah.
I start to step away from the group.
Luke, you're not out of this yet.
Yeah, you're next, Katya says, pointing at you.
Oh, right. Under one condition.
Yes.
You are going to be the only one who can see my arm. I
Very
don't
well.
like taking off my armor.
Everybody's squinting at you now. What are you, some kind of weirdo or
Very
something? What's wrong with you?
Yes, very much so.
What's wrong with being a weirdo?
Nothing, Pidge. Not that kind of weirdo.
Point, Pidge.
I can assure you, if he, and he points over at Soma, if he thinks anything is off about me, I will not even resist having him or any of you kill me.
I thought that was my
Chill.
job, Katya says.
What strong words?
Look, if I am a threat, then whatever you have to do. But I can assure you, I am not.
Very well then. Soma transforms some of his arm into part of his Harlequin blade.
Alright. Pridwin is going to basically sort of like huddle in a corner and slightly lift his gauntlet just so that a bit of his wrist is exposed. And you will see that it is unusually like pale and clammy.
Interesting. Well, I'm gonna cut now, and he he puts like a small little cut in like the side of his arm.
All right. You see now?
He wants to inspect the blood.
Roll me a d20.
That is a 12. Oh wait, no, I have perception advantage. Yeah,
Uh-huh.
it's still 20.
Okay, so you look at the blood. It looks absolutely normal to you.
Soma like looks down a little bit, and then he gets up and he says, "All right, he's good."
All right,
Yeah.
what about this
Now-
one? Katya says, pointing at Lewis.
Yeah, actually, everyone grab Lewis. I
Wait
think
a
he's-
second.
Yeah, Lewis,
Wait
you
a
started
second.
backing up, and you backed up into Liam's chest. He is standing behind you with his arms crossed threateningly.
Wait a second. At least let me do it myself.
Soma is going to immediately rush at him and try to cut his arm.
Okay. Lewis, are you gonna dodge?
I'm gonna dodge.
Roll me a d20 at disadvantage.
Okay. 18.
Soma, at disadvantage?
Oh, so which one is disadvantage?
The lower
You
of the
roll.
two.
Oh, roll
lower.
2. Okay.
Roll
my
2,
bad.
give me the lower. Advantage is roll 2, give me the higher.
17.
Okay, so
Oh, wow.
Soma, roll me d20 at advantage.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I rolled a 10.
Okay, so you charge towards him to cut him, and Lewis just manages to, like, totally bypass you. Unfortunately, you kind of topple into Liam, and both of
Oh,
you
no.
are staggering off to the side, Liam glaring at you. What the fuck is wrong with you? And, Lewis, you are standing there for a moment. What do you want to do?
Can I cross them both?
Can you what?
Can I go past them both?
Yeah, you could
Just-
make a beeline, like, to leave
I'm
or
making
something
a
if you
beeline
want.
for the door. They're trying to cut me.
Okay, roll me a d20 again.
I didn't want to join this cult. 19. Hey, man, the white die!
Oh my god. So, yeah, Lewis starts bolting for the door. Who is it? Leo, who is standing next to Liam, attempts to trip you, and you manage to leap over her leg. Oberon also takes a snap at you as you pass him by. You manage to avoid that. However, the second that you get to the door, you find that Iger is standing in front of the door, leaning against it. It opens inward, leaning against the double doors, with his arms crossed, looking at you. You going somewhere, bud?
They told me I have to go grab someone real fast.
Yeah, sure.
Soma is currently like brushing off the fucking dust on Liam, and he's like, "Sorry about that."
I can't stand you, Liam says, pushing his glasses up again. Come on, let's get this over with.
Can I
Yeah,
at least
yeah,
do it
I know.
myself? Can I attempt to cut the cut the back of my wrist?
So as you're
To check
saying
myself.
this, Jesus fucking Christ, that's hilarious. Okay, so here's what happens. You're like, can I at least cut myself? And as Liam starts walking with Soma towards you, and Iger's holding the door shut, you kind of like turn to look at them, realize they're coming towards you. Right about the time you feel a fist hit you in the gut, it drops you. Katya is standing there cracking her knuckles, and she says, I told you I'd do it again.
Oh,
Yeah, you probably shouldn't mess with the little one.
is this all really necessary?
Yes.
Very.
Let me do it myself. Please.
Soma transforms his arm into a blade again, and he says, "You can guide my blade."
Okay.
God.
So yeah, you guide his blade and you cut your forearm open. Blood spills out onto the floor next to him.
I keep my eyes closed.
Oh dear, that is not a clean cut.
Soma, roll me a d20 at advantage to look at the
I
blood.
work at a hospital.
17.
You look at the blood, you look at it real close, real suspiciously. It also looks normal to you.
Alright. Well, you're normal. Congratulations. He
So
says
she's
he
not coming to the
congrats
dance?
are- What?
No, never mind. I just have to look for a date.
That's what you're thinking about right now, Katya says angrily. We don't even know if we're gonna have the dance at this point. We're on lockdown for murder, and there's weird, scary people all over the school. Are we sure a dance is a really good idea, Gabriel? You guys turned. Gabriel has not moved. He's still, like, lost in thought.
At least gives me a glimmer to hope for. Now, that's been snuffed.
I don't think anyone will really be missing Jay except for Val, but she's missing.
Wait. So Yuri isn't going to the dance, right? Like,
What?
I mean, let's say I like bring Soma in a little closer, right? Like, so like, if he's like gone, does that mean the secretary that we were putting our hand in the jar in, she's like available?
Oh my
You know,
god.
So-
like,
Soma looks at it and he says, "What the fuck are you talking about?"
okay, so we were gonna go with Yuri was gonna go with the secretary, and I was gonna go with someone else, and both my date crashed on me just now, and Yuri's he's missing, you know.
Yuri's not missing!
Yeah, I quite literally saw him the other day.
Soma is going
Oh.
to like punch him in the arm and just say, "What are you talking about?"
The dance, Soma. Who are you bringing to the dance?
Can we get
What
back to the
dance?
subject at hand? Nick Saris is yelling from across the room.
He's
Pitch
like,
has
"What
that
dance
blood
are you talking
pressure not going on.
So you're not going to the dance?
about? Dance. There's only the competition involving all of the schools."
Exactly.
Soma, you are aware of the dance. There is a dance that everybody's been talking about. In fact, you were privy to a bunch of girls
Oh,
talking about
right.
you going to the dance because a lot of them wanted to go with you.
That's fair. I'm pretty off.
So, I mean, you have a lot of choices. Yuri had a choice. Wait, she's the person that can prove Yuri's innocent. He was sweet to her. His
I
date.
Wait.
What is he
who?
talking about, Uncle Somi?
Okay,
I ha-
Yuri liked this. Yuri was dating the
Yuri?
secretary.
Who's Yuri?
Oh.
Ieri?
Yes, he was
Okay.
dating the secretary, and we were gonna go on a dance together.
Uh-huh.
But I was gonna bring someone else.
Yes.
But like I said, things change course.
Who is this
Came out
someone?
negative. Don't worry. The
I'm
person
gonna worry
who I
about
was
it,
gonna
Katya says.
bring wasn't. She isn't here.
I
at
don't
the
think
moment.
she's real. She whispers to
She
you,
was.
Soma.
Okay,
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Soma. Look, she was the. You're gonna think it's dumb. You're gonna think it's dumb. You're just gonna think it's dumb. It was the demon. The demon. I sold everything to go on a date, and Yuri told me it was a good idea.
Let me get this
But I didn't
straight.
wanna
Iger
say-
says
I didn't wanna
angrily
say
from
that
behind
in front
you.
of the secretary or in front of everyone else, because then that would kind of go on to their thing, right?
Let me
But
fucking
like,
get this straight. He
Louis.
grabs you by the shoulders hard. You sold your soul, or at least tried to and failed apparently, to go on a date with a demon?
Down bad.
honestly, Soma puts his
I'm-
hand up and says, "Honestly, that's very on brand for Lewis."
I'm down bad, dude.
My
The knot is
You-
growing
you
on
tried-
Pridge's forehead, and she throws a smoke bomb and
you
Lewis.
tried to sell your soul to a demon for a date?
Yuri told me at the moment, like, the chick would give me a whole bunch of power, and
What
like,
demon?
huh?
What demon?
We were at the museum. That's when I went to the corridor with Yuri, my partner at the time. And
At the time.
we went into this corridor. It turned into a magical forest with the water was pitch black. And then this chick with eyeballs bleeding black and ears coming out of black coming out of her ears said she would give me anything I want. Yuri told me about the dance that was happening at the time, and he had the date with the secretary, and I didn't really need anything at the time, so I thought maybe I can just sell everything to get a date with the chick, right? I touched her hand, and then Yuri slapped it away, and then I woke up, and I fell back asleep, and I woke up again.
Right.
So,
What?
but Yuri is not a bad guy because he told me to do it.
Some of this description sounds very familiar to you, by the way.
He didn't coerce me to do it. He's not a manipulator. He's a good person.
So I'm getting the fact that he said that it was a good idea to make a deal with
At the time.
Even
At the time. In which it made sense because I did not have a date. And I honestly just came from a crash and burn with my boss. So I was in a bad state at the time. Yes.
So let me get this straight. So Ieri said it was a good idea to make a deal with what I assume to be the Black Blood Demon, and you're saying he's your friend.
Okay, the way you word it sounds very wrong, right? So yes,
it is very wrong.
Yes.
Furthermore, might I add that you quite literally were willing to infect yourself with this horrible disease that's going around for a date.
Have you seen her?
That's literally on
By
brand
the
with
way,
Have you seen this demon?
By the way you describe her, she does not sound very...
Before that, okay, she fixed, like, after I touched her hand, it was like a glimpse of where she went normal, and then she almost went inside of me, and then I woke up. But then,
I'm sorry.
That's hot, Draco says in the background.
My bad. Yeah, so she, when I touched her hand, she went normal, like, she lost all the black stuff, and then went almost inside of me, and then Yuri disconnected us.
Okay, hold on.
Show some restraint, sir.
There are children present!
I was trying to tell you guys this the whole time.
Somebody knocked out Lewis. I don't want to hear him talk anymore.
Iger says with pleasure and wraps an arm around his throat and starts to like choke him out.
Brandon, ow! Brandon! I put him down. I can. Oh.
Still being choked out.
Okay. Please put him down. I can make him be quiet.
Iger slowly sets him down.
Going.
Please, so that I don't have to do anything, could you please just be quiet and, for the love of God, don't talk about any demons going inside of you?
She was almost in me.
I
almost had my chance.
I'm going to just immediately splash him with water. I'm just like a hose going off. He just points. And
I was imagining like a spray bottle to a cat, like
his gauntlet like turns into like a hose and just like it douses him.
Right, well now that that's over, Nyxeris says, finishing her cigarette and starting on another one. Where was I? Anything else we gotta add to this freaking list of bad shit that's going worse?
I think we got everything.
Great.
It was in my
Pridwin's,
dreams.
Pridwin's gonna splash him again.
Alright, there's
Here, you
something
don't
weird
get
going
quiet
on with
about it.
Herb, Katya throws out.
Is there now? I know
Yeah,
she's been
you
dressed.
don't remember? He's like acting really funny after we got back from the theater place, and then he's just been getting these weird
Oh yeah, that
letters,
book.
and he's been like brooding in his room like all the time, and he won't even talk to me or Sai hardly because Sai's been with me this whole time. You see Sai manifest on her shoulder for just a second, wave, and then disappear again.
We could ask the librarian. He's the one that distinguishes the letters for him.
So what, you
Seem
think
different.
that he's gonna give you somebody else's mail? Leo says.
No.
Alright, so what are we gonna do? Next, Sarah says, looking at all of you, kind of trying to rein it back in a little bit. We've got a list of problems a mile long. What are we gonna do? We've gotta do something.
I'll deal with the side problem. I'll investigate.
I say
I-
for we should all split up and investigate our own things, stuff that we know we can handle.
That's what they did in
Yes,
Scooby-Doo! Katya gestures
I
to you
think-
frantically. That's a bad idea!
I think splitting up is a horrible idea, frankly. A witch's
Yeah.
greatest ally is having her enemies isolated. That
Have you never
think
watched
we should
Soul
ed-
Be Doo?
I'm sorry?
Soul Be Doo?
Solby do yes. The splitting up is always a terrible idea.
But we split up in a group. Each of us has a group.
Yes. Keeping at least one person watching your back is probably the best idea. People you trust, obviously. The people in this room. I did come here specifically to investigate, so I certainly have reason to continue doing that now.
Well, what is everyone going to individually investigate? As for me, I some ideas.
I was gonna go to the forest and investigate that screaming.
Excuse
To the
me?
What?
bottom of the school.
Excuse me?
Well, yeah, I have to go
I'm
down
sorry.
there.
No. We have already investigated the area where Akira was, and he is currently not down there.
Not to mention that you can't
But-
really go down there by yourself, Gabriel says. Kid's right. You can't navigate that place. You probably won't come back. You got lucky, he says, glaring over at Soma.
Soma Yuri went down
Twice, actually.
twice.
If
Well, he
navigation
snuck
is
down
important-
twice. Technically, you've been down there like 4 or 5 times now.
4 or 5 times.
I've been down
so-
there 3.
Yeah, basically, you do not want to be down there. I almost got locked up down there. It's not fun. Regardless, Akira is no longer down there, and he's no longer a human or even able to speak English, so don't even try it.
He's no longer alive, Gabriel interjects.
Yes, that.
Lewis, this might be frantic news to you because Akira was your brother's partner. You were just
I know.
informed that your brother's partner is dead. Just making sure you got that.
Yes. Yeah.
Uh,
I just put KIA.
Yeah. Pridwin, since you're new here, is there anything you would like to specifically investigate?
Well, I have a long list now. I mean, I think I've made progress on figuring out what the black blood is, but that I'm going to need to investigate more. The witch covens, I mean, that's my family's specialty, so I could certainly be a help there.
Interjecting, Iger says none of you kids are ready to take on one witch, much less an entire coven. I think you should move
So-
that to the bottom of the list.
Certainly not, but perhaps information on at least what they're doing.
We're
Oh,
working
yeah.
on that, Gabriel says, rather cryptically to you.
I see. I suppose I could also look into the murder, assuming that that wasn't. Well, a witch wouldn't use a gun, hardly.
Probably get
Gabriel,
someone.
what else are you working on?
What'd you say?
I was asking Gabriel what else was he.
There's a lot going on behind the scenes that you all are not aware of.
I see.
Why don't we help investigate Herb, and his whole thing? If you can be trusted, that's an extra back to
Herb's complicated.
Like, can we trust him? Katya says, looking up at you. I mean, he's been acting really weird, Pidge.
It's
mean,
his family thing.
That's
He's
why
smart.
I said we investigate, and once we find out if we can trust them, it would be another.
Okay. Well, I
Watch
think we've figured out everything we're going to investigate. Everyone choose your own thing. Let's choose partners.
I think you should stay in groups bigger than just two, Gabriel says. Assuming that there are issues, you should have a bunch of people with you. I mean,
Yes.
a lot of these problems that have happened have arisen from people being secluded in groups of 1 and 2. I mean, look at
Yes.
you, he says, gesturing to you, Soma. Your girlfriend was stolen right out from under your nose, from the same room you were in.
Well, there are reasons for all this. Regardless, I'm not trying to investigate that now. What I want to investigate is where Douglas went.
Then let's figure that out.
Is Gabriel a weapon or a Meister?
Gabriel is a weapon. He is one of the strongest death scythes known in the world that you know of. He is also the leader of the Exorcist division here at the Colorado branch.
I'm the leader of the book club.
No, you're not.
Pidge is literally leading the book club by herself at this point.
What do
Can
you
I
guys say?
work with Gabriel?
Liam begrudgingly pushes his glasses up, looking at you, Soma, and says, unfortunately, due to matters of persuasion, his eyes darting to Katya angrily, I am inclined to help you look for Douglas and Eliza.
Well, I appreciate all the help I can get then. As for Paige and Libby, I think you two should be together to investigate either Erie or Pridwin. Do you have a partner at all?
Well, I am working with Erie,
He
but
doesn't
in terms
count.
of this, in terms of this investigation, unfortunately, I am alone currently.
He can come with us, Katya says, grabbing his gauntlet.
There is one person you're investigating with, but I assume you're probably not going to tell them.
Yes.
Am I actually with Gabriel as a partner?
No. Gabriel and Iger have taken a step back again and are muttering to each other under their breath. Draco and Nixaris are looking at each other, kind of unsurely, and then looking back at you, Soma. What do you want
Who
us
am
to
I
do?
with?
We're kind of stuck right now.
I want you guys to maybe help them with either Herb, Erie, or the Black Blood. You guys can choose. We seem to have an odd number here.
Speaking of the Black Blood,
Don't go.
Pridwin
man.
readies his hose again. He doesn't fire just yet, but he says, "Please don't say anything that I'm gonna have to splash you for."
I'm telling you, it's concerning.
Yes, we've already established that, Leo says. Wait, so I'm confused, Katya says, still holding Pridwin's gauntlet. What are we doing?
Oh, we're splitting up into groups.
I thought we said splitting up was bad.
That's
Splitting
why
up
stupid
groups of 1 and
Gabriel
2
said.
is bad. But we're splitting up into groups of 3.
That doesn't
I'm
seem
gonna
much
just
better.
help you guys with the whole Douglas thing. We can solve the other problems one at a time.
My problem doesn't get solved.
I like her, she's smart, Katya says.
I left something back at the house. Guys, where are we meeting up?
Well, it
Good.
seems like the best place to start looking for Douglas and
It's
Eliza
Earth.
were where they were last. So, back at the cabin, their room perhaps. Katya looks flustered and she says, "You all can't come in my room!"
We'll do
I
my room.
try to run to the cabin. So I'll meet you guys there.
Okay, so Lewis takes off running. Draco and Nixeris nod to you guys and say, "We'll go take a trip to the library and see what we can find out about some things. We'll come find you."
Somebody yells out and he says, "Meet me at my room to maybe, I don't know, tomorrow
Tonight.
afternoon."
Meet you at
Meet
your
me
room,
at
what?
my room tonight.
Oh, meet in my room tomorrow afternoon.
Tomorrow afternoon, okay. Okay, so with that, you guys have kind of started to disperse. And,
Soma, I got a question. Once everyone else is leaving.
yeah, you guys are starting to walk out of the silence. Like
Yeah.
like in small groups.
When you said that you wouldn't ally with anyone that would hurt the academy, did you mean it?
Referring to who?
I heard you earlier. You said something about working with people who have hurt the academy. You wouldn't do that, sort of.
Was that me?
Right.
I think that was me when I was being accused
Oh.
of being
Oh, yeah,
being like a spy.
I must have misread. So Pridwin, actually, I'm going to have to ask that the question to Pridwin.
Yes, of course.
Oh. It's nothing.
The question, what was it?
If you meant it, not allowing yourself as someone who might hurt the academy.
No, of course. Well, of course I meant it.
It's
As I've
nothing.
said.
You see
It's nothing.
Pidge look down at her feet as you say this and shuffle away from you.
But yes, I would not act in the interests of other people. That would have ill intentions.
So you guys, as a group, are starting to walk back to your cabin, making sure to avoid any of the sentries who are currently, patrolling the campus grounds. You manage to make it back to the cabin. Those of you who are currently present are as follows. Lewis, you sprinted back to the cabin first. Soma, Pridwin, Pidge, Katya, and now Liam as well. All of you guys are standing in the front entryway to the cabin, kind of in the living room and in front of the kitchen. Herb, it's about this time as you hear this entire group come through the front door that you open your door, coming out of your, like, very hazy, irritated, making your own conspiracy board on the wall, but for the stuff that's been in your letters. Like, you're coming out of, like, a weird three-nighter. He walks out and his hair's all frazzled, his glasses aren't on straight.
What's going on?
Oh, hey, what's up, man? How you doing? I just like go into my room and grab my bag stuff.
Soma immediately walks into his room with Katya and Liam.
So yeah, they just all the three of them walk past you to Soma's room. Herb, you notice that Sai is sitting on Katya's shoulder, and she gives you a disapproving look as they pass you by.
I just kind of like look at her and just give her the silent like, what did I do?
She's glaring daggers at you as Katya walks by.
Soma actually like steps out for a second. He's like, "Oh, hi, Herb. I didn't notice you there."
You also notice amongst them, Herb, there is a new student who Katya is kind of pulling along with them. And also, Liam is not only here, but walking into Soma's room like it's totally fine.
Yeah.
I'm just not gonna pay them any mind and go get a cup of coffee.
Okay, so you go into the kitchen to make some coffee. Pidge, what are you doing?
Mindlessly staring at the window, sitting on the couch.
Okay, so Pidge is in her feelings. Entering Soma's room, what are y'all doing?
Who's all in this room?
Liam is standing there,
Yeah.
with his arms crossed, wondering why he's standing in your room. Katya drugged Pridwin with her, so they're standing there. Sai is on Katya's shoulder, and you. Lewis is in his own room, Herb is making coffee in the kitchen, and Pidge is on the couch.
Soma turns around and says, "I appreciate your help with this investigation, Pridwin, but aren't you investigating the Black Blood and not Douglas?"
I said that he was
yes.
coming with me, Katya says defensively.
Right. Well, Pridwin, I'll have you go gather your studies from your room. I'm going to take care of something here.
Certainly, if you need a moment, I will wait until you invite me back in.
Katya
Right.
begrudgingly lets go.
He gives a polite bow and heads back to his room.
So it is just
Soma-
the four of you then, the three of you and Sai.
Yeah. Somebody closes the door and he walks up. He's sort of like pacing around thinking, and he says, "So, this is my plan. You guys may or may not agree with me."
Quick pause, Katya says, holding up a hand.
Yes.
Where's your girlfriend?
Excuse me?
You
He
look over
looks-
at the bed. Sadie's not on it.
Why does she always go missing? He says that out loud and he like runs to open the door.
You open the door frantically and you hear footsteps coming out of the bathroom down the hall. Sadie looks up at you, looking better, but still a little worse for wear.
Yeah.
She's wrapping, like she's pulling a hoodie over her, and like the movements are very painful to her. She kind of looks up at you in surprise.
He walks over and he like helps her walk back to his room.
What's going on?
A lot of things. First let's get back into the room and lay you down.
You take her into the room. Liam, on seeing her, just his frown only deepens, but he doesn't say anything. You kind of put her back down on the bed, and she lays there, rubbing her eyes. Okay, what's happening?
Well, for starters, actually, I wanted to know, actually, do you remember anything that happened to you while you were missing?
It's hazy. I remember bright lights, and they were cutting me.
Who was cutting you?
The mean one.
Jay.
She nods, rubbing at her eyes.
Right. So that solves that mystery.
But he wasn't alone.
Who was there?
I don't know. I don't remember.
That only adds more mysteries. He begins
Sorry.
pacing. He begins to pace a little more. He says, "No, no, you're fine. First of all, aside from Sadie, I'm going to have you stay here for all this and recover. The two of you."
No, you need me, she says, pushing herself up from the bed.
No, I need you to rest.
You can't fight by yourself, Soma.
I can learn, plus, for whatever I'm doing, I can use those two for now. Regardless, this is something we have to do, so unfortunately, I have to leave you here to heal.
She doesn't look like she's accepted this, but she's not verbally arguing with you for now.
And he turns back to the other two and he says, "So, as I was saying before, you may not agree with this, but in my investigation of finding out what Douglas is doing, I want to directly go find Douglas and search for him."
Well, I mean, I can't find him and I'm linked to him.
Well, that's what the searching part is for. You have to look around. He's obviously nowhere near here. And you, Liam?
He looks up at you. Can I help you?
Well, we're going to go search for Douglas. At least that's my plan. Do you have any suggestions for this?
Well, the idiot never carries his PDA with him, so that kind of takes my hacking off of the table.
That's true. Yeah, can you think of anything that he carries on him?
Katya shakes her head. He can't even use a computer. He doesn't even know how to use a phone.
What about you know who?
She frowns. Not that I can think of. She wasn't exactly in great condition when we got back from the mission. Not that any of you seem to remember how that went.
Soma paces around a bit, sort of trying to judge Liam's reaction to what she just said. And he says, "So, Liam, I know this may be strange of me to ask you, but will you be willing to help me look for him?"
As much as I want to say no, I don't want to get punched again. His eyes flickering to Katya.
He actually his eyes lighten and he says, "Well, actually, I may have an incentive for you instead of a threat."
Oh, really? You don't want to throw a smoke bomb in my room first, or tackle me to the concrete, or, tie me to a chair?
It's fair, but I want to let go of all of that and actually help you for once. I am aware that you are searching for Eliza.
I'm gonna stop you right there, Liam says, holding up a hand. Look. I'm an asshole, I get it. I do it on purpose because I like to be left alone. But If I count anybody among my friends, it's Douglas and the kid. And I've spent enough time with him to know that Eliza has been with him this whole time. And I also know about her condition, so you can spare me that conversation as well.
Oh, thank God.
Katya looks up at you and says, Liam helped us on the mission where I had to go save the little kids. He and Dad got real close then, I guess.
Right. Well, I suppose I should thank you then, Liam. But basically, my plan is that I'm going to be leaving here for a while and searching for him. I'm unsure if you guys would be willing to come with. Katya, I was planning on taking you anyway, because you have to stay with me, but...
Is this like a taking a leave of absence, or is this like a our name goes on the missing board type of situation?
I'm planning on writing a letter and having them find it, but... basically, it's a mix of both.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't like it. Katya chimes in, I don't like it either. Don't
Neither
get me
do I.
wrong, I want to find Dad, but with everything happening, I feel like leaving campus is the worst idea.
But what are we gonna do without Douglas?
But what if he comes back?
But what if he doesn't? That's...
What if I help? Bitch enters into the doorway.
Right. That's... okay, I should have closed the door all the way then.
Pidge has been listening the whole time.
I can follow.
Amplify sound.
Well, no, he can track. I can send him out, and he'll track Douglas if he finds.
You
Well,
do know
that's
that if...
assuming that there's anything to track, Liam says.
And another
You got
thing,
a sock?
if you come with us, then you would be gone for a while.
I'm saying we don't have to leave. I can have Ein go look for him.
Which
I
leaves
think-
us here to do other things, Katya says.
I just won't have Ein for a while.
You'd do that, Liam says, looking at you curiously. You'd send off your companion to go look for them, just because.
Probably not, but you guys seem like you need help.
So while this conversation is happening, Herb, you just made yourself coffee. You fucking need it. It's great. It's so good. While you're drinking the coffee, Pridwin, you have come out of your room at the smell of coffee and find Herb in the kitchen.
Can I also meet Urban for the smell of coffee?
Yeah, Lewis, you were in your room, so you would walk out and be kind of like right there. You see Pridwin coming down the hallway and turning towards Herb, who he hasn't met yet.
I smell coffee. I need it. Oh, hello. You aren't someone I've met before. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. What is your name?
He doesn't say anything.
Herb's too
I just
invested in his
kind of
coffee.
like look over the edge of the coffee cup, kind of scan him, take the coffee cup away from my lips, not necessarily like down, just away far enough for me to talk to him. Coffee first, questions later, and then go back to downing the cup of coffee.
Certainly. He's going to grab a cup, fill it with coffee, and he's going to drink it without taking his helmet off.
I come in and just pour myself a cup. See, you met our friend Herb here.
So that's their name.
Oops. My bad.
Again, pleasure to meet you. I am Pridwin.
He probably is just enjoying his cup coffee. I used to be Herb's partner as well.
I
But
see.
no.
Herb kind of looks at him like he's missing some information. Oh, like he didn't get the memo about used to be, but doesn't say anything because if it's true, he's finally rid of Lewis.
Oh wait. I thought Herb. No. I just don't know who wants me. But he's also a vital part of the mission. He understands most languages, even Dutch.
That's quite impressive. I only know, well, my native tongue of Italian and then a bit of Greek, but other
Yep.
than that, just English.
Herb, I want you to roll me a d20 as you're looking
Okay.
at Pridwin. Roll at advantage.
Okay. Well, that's funny. I got 10 twice.
So there's something gnawing at the back of your mind. You're staring, you're kind of sort of half paying attention, staring at Pridwin's armor and the coat of arms on his armor. There is something familiar about that coat of arms. You can't put your finger on it, but God, you've seen it before.
Where in Italy are you from?
Oh, I am.
Sorry, go ahead.
You asked him where he's from, right?
Yes.
I am from Napoli.
Naples.
God, I am so tired right now. Naples. Yes, I'm from Naples.
Well, no, you said it right. It's how you say it in Italian is.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm Scottish, so Napoli it's Naples to me.
God.
But I'm well
The two
aware.
history nerds are fighting it out in the kitchen over pronunciation. I love it.
Oh no. Yes, I'm from Napoli.
I see.
Any particular reason?
At this point, Herb's kind of like he's like squinted and started doing like the roundabout look of the armor, trying to place his finger on where he knows it from.
Oh, the armor, yes. It is a family heirloom. I am from the Rhizostoma family.
You recognize that name. That is a very big name. A very important family with ties to the Academy, though you don't remember much about it.
Do I know it?
No. Lewis, you have no idea what they're talking about.
Huh. And why are you here?
I am here, well, primarily to further some investigations of mine. Secondarily, because, well, family tradition. We work with the Academy, and I wanted to finally actually be in.
Okay, cool. What investigation?
Oh boy. He pulls his journal out and like flips through it and says, "Currently, I am looking into
I put my hand on.
I couldn't hear you over the jet engine.
Oh, my bad. I put my hand over his journal and said, maybe we shouldn't go over but the
yeah.
top priority of things.
I am looking into a lot of the strange things that are happening. As far as I'm aware, it's on a need-to-know basis, so you'd probably know what I'm referring to if you were in the know.
Our families have missions that we just have to do.
I
Our
see.
family.
Not related. Unrelated, but was replaced.
Jesus.
Quick
You
pause
like
there.
the-
Going back to Soma's room. This is happening.
Hold on. Can I finish? I want to finish.
All right, go ahead.
Like,
Sorry.
this will be. I have an idea that will perfectly finish this quick.
Okay.
I just kind of like flick my eyes back to both of them, and I go and I just kind of interesting, and I slowly start like backing up towards my room, turn around. When I'm about to walk into my room, I kind of stick my head back out and just say, "Oh, Lewis, I think I just saw some teachers down the hallway pulling random students into rooms. You might go check it out," and then like slam my door.
Wait, there's what? Random teachers pour people in their rooms?
Sounds like a right proper conspiracy.
Oh my god. So
Complete
yeah,
baseless and unfactual claim that I have nothing to know about, but I know it'll fuck with Lewis.
anything that'll set Lewis off. Because we are lighting gas, as they say. Back in Soma's room, Pitch has
I try to
just
find
made
the
an offer, and Liam is just now asking her about it. And Soma, you've just heard this offer. Sadie is looking at you concerned. She's
Well-
definitely not happy with any of this.
Soma says, "How about this? Tomorrow we will meet again, maybe afternoon time, and we will discuss the plan further. I think Paige has some assets that may help, and we'll discuss it then. How about that?"
I don't know. I got a bad feeling about this. And I never get bad feelings from you.
Somebody has to act. As long as Douglas is missing, then he's the prime suspect, and we have to prove that he's innocent.
I guess. That doesn't mean you have to leave, though, Sadie says. Clearly, really upset at this point.
How else are we going to find him?
Let the dog do the work. I don't know. Access the cameras. Try anything. You can't just. So many people are disappearing. I don't want you to be one of them. Who's to say you don't walk out that door going looking for Douglas and I don't see you again?
He walks up to her and puts his hand on her shoulder and says, "Trust me, I will never go missing like that."
But you don't know that.
We can still roll a blunt.
What?
No, I thought my mic was muted.
He getting high as shit right now.
Oh, blood.
Whoops. I looked out, I was like, oh no, it's green.
I actually haven't smoked weed in a while. I should do that soon. Anyway,
God.
what was I gonna say? He stands up and he says, "Hey, I will leave some insurance, and will take my PDA with me, and make sure that there is some way to find me."
Pidge picks up Ian and holds him tight.
However,
Katya and Sadie are like next to each other at this point, and both of them are giving you disapproving looks.
That's fair. Soma turns around towards Piz and says, "I feel like we should leave Ayn as a last resort in case anything happens to me. I'll bring my PTA, but if something happens to that, then Ayn will be of great use, and we can't afford to lose that."
Pidge nods and just heads out
Yeah.
back to her room.
He turns just towards the main group and he says, Liam and Pidge, you guys imagine yourselves as a rope that is tied to me, leading me. If I go too far, something happens, it's up to you guys to pull me back.
Well, that's a real poetic way of saying that we have to get you out of the deep water, Liam says disapprovingly. What do you expect me to do if you're God knows where and you just disappear? I can only track your PDA for, for so long.
Well, then we'll just hope that nothing bad happens. I'm sure that Douglas isn't that far, but regardless of whatever he's doing, we need to at least find him.
Yeah, I know.
And if anyone is going to do it, it has to be us.
So as this is happening, Pridwin, you and Lewis are kind of standing there when you hear a knock on, actually, no. Soma, you and your group, you guys hear a knock on the window.
He turns towards the window.
There is a girl outside the window. You don't really recognize her, Soma, but Katya does almost instantly.
He goes to the window and opens it.
I'm so sorry. I tried Kat's room before. Katya kind of bounces over to the window and goes, "Hi, Hana. What are you doing here?" She says, "Looking for Callan. You haven't seen him, have you?" Katya shakes her head. "Liam, have you?" Liam kind of squints his eyes at her. You two are never apart. What do you mean he's gone too now?" She nods. Liam rubs at his temples. "Great."
Oh man.
He said something about Douglas, and that was the last I heard from him. I was half asleep. I didn't think he was leaving.
And of course, somebody beat me to it. Well, I guess I'll find them too. And maybe if I find Callan, then I can find a lead towards Douglas.
She reaches in as you're pretty close to the window, right?
Yeah.
She grabs your arm hard and she says, "When you find him, you had better remind him that he is a father first and a friend second." You see her with an arm wrapped nervously over her middle.
He looks at her like dead in the eyes, like with a serious look, and he says, "I will make sure."
Good. She lets you go.
Well, are we all in agreement with the plan? Well, mostly agreement.
"Meet back here tomorrow and discuss it again," she said. She says begrudgingly.
All right. Sounds good to me.
Pidge kind of, or not Pidge, Katya kind of walks past Pidge and heads out into the hallway, upset. Sadie is giving you, a death glare right now. You have a feeling you're about to get an earful the second everybody's gone.
Yeah, probably.
Liam is slowly, instead of walking out your door, he kind of hops out the open window and, grabs Hana's arm and, starts helping her back to, her cabin as well.
All right.
Pidge will be in her room.
Yeah.
Okay, so Pidge goes back to her room. Prid, when you watch as, whatever was happening in Soma's room, their little powwow ends, apparently.
Yeah. Um, and I want to say that while Soma's getting an earful from Sadie,
Mhm.
I want to cut over to a
Okay.
different.
That is fine.
Yeah.
So you
Yeah.
have been skulking. Who have you been following?
The main group. Just
Okay.
yeah, just
So you've been kind of listening in on things, and it is safe to say that you would be, sneaking back in to the cabin at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Pridwin, you see a familiar face come skulking in. Lewis, you feel a rush of fear straight up your spine.
Did someone just recently come in?
Yes.
Is that who I think it is? Apollyon, we've been looking for you all day.
He turns over and he says, "Oh, right. I've just been taking a walk."
Katya
I
squints
see.
at you suspiciously as she enters the room.
Can I investigate Apollyon?
Mm-hmm.
18.
What does he see? Apollyon.
Well, he mostly just sees Apollyon. He is currently empty-handed. He's just wearing his cloak. I actually have a picture of him in character sheets. That is like majority of what you see. He's not really doing anything interesting.
So, I guess then. Okay, so that's his person.
Yeah.
Let me see. Character sheets. Where are you coming back from?
Oh, just a walk. I had a way too long of a nap, and Abaddon was yelling at me.
Okay.
Anyway, Pridwin, what have you been up to? Any leads?
Yes, I have been investigating and getting information. And without divulging too much, I now have a couple of goals. Regarding the Black Blood, I don't know anything currently. However, in terms of other things that I can't speak of, I will be working on that.
It's good to me. Anything that will get me out of here, really.
Of course. I can talk about it to you in private, but currently I'm not sure who I am and am not allowed to talk about all of these things with.
Very well. And you, he says, looking directly, like giving like a very like sharp stare at Lewis. He says, "Who are you?"
I smirk and I say, my name is Lewis. My family works for impartial towards the hospital district of the school. I'm
And
also assisting Pridwin on his family matters as well.
Pidge is
see.
going to enter the room.
Oh, there's another one. Care to introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Pidge. Here, have a grenade.
He like takes it in his hand and is like,
Pridwin's like,
Thank you.
not again!
God, yeah, Pridwin is like immediately like shifts in his chair just a little bit to the right.
Oh my god.
he takes it. Thank you. What is this?
It's a gift.
Right. He like stows it in his bag.
I would advise you not pull the pin, at least indoors.
I will make sure of that. Is there anyone else here I should be aware of?
Well, you
I
haven't
nod to
met
the people
Herb.
in the back.
Herb, you say?
She points at Herb's door. His name is
Right.
clearly scrawled across artistically.
Says, all right, I'll talk to him when the time arrives. Anyway, would you like to talk in private, Ferdinand?
Yes, of course. You can come into my room.
Katya rolls her eyes at the two of you and shakes her head disapprovingly.
He follows you.
Of course.
Quick pause on you guys, real quick. Herb, you're in your room. You are in your room and you also hear a knock on your window. If you're still here. Herb might be gone. Damn, I can't believe Herb died.
I'm here.
There
I'm
you
here.
go. You hear a knock on your window.
I walk over to the window to see who it was.
It is Honey.
I open the window for her. Can I help you, Miss Honey?
Forgive the intrusion, but I thought it was rather urgent that you see this. I understand there's a lockdown, so I wanted to be discreet. She is holding an envelope out to you.
Herb kind of raises an eyebrow to to the knowledge of there being a lockdown. But takes the envelope and thanks her.
I'm sorry, she says, and then disappears.
He kind of scans the area where she was and then just kind of looks at the envelope and looks back up, closes the window, walks over to his desk and then opens the envelope.
Okay. This is what you find.
Ah, shit.
No translation needed. It is in English. It is hastily scrawled. And also you notice that while the envelope is closed, there's no postage. No address to or from. It's just a blank envelope closed with this inside of it.
Also, does Herb feel the chill as Apollyon walks past his door?
Herb is too distracted to feel it. He's feeling his own chill.
Oh boy. Jesus, why do you do this? I set this up and I didn't expect this. Okay. This was also in English.
Yeah, so not only did you get this note, but you just found out that there's a lockdown going on. You've been in such a focused conspiracy theory mode for the last, 4 days. You have no idea what's going on. Maybe you want to go out and try and find out what's happening? Or maybe you're too emotional to do much of anything.
I'm kind of just too focused on the letter I just received.
Okay. So flashing back over to the main group inside. So you two were walking towards Pridwin's room, I assume?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you guys walk into your room. You see, as you're going, Kati is standing there with a cup of coffee. The 9-year-old is apparently drinking it black.
Apollyon looks down and he says, "Oh, interesting choice."
She just stares daggers at him. She doesn't say anything.
I think we'll get along just right.
She says.
Miss Katia, do you want to accompany us in our conversation? I will probably mostly be reiterating things you already know, but...
Not particularly. She says and sips her coffee again.
Fair enough.
I also have to go somewhere
Katya
to look for
squints
something.
at you. We're under a lockdown.
I understand. It's in my room.
Oh, well then, fine. Yeah, go. Get out of here.
So I just go into my room.
Yep. Okay, so you guys walk into Pridwin's room, and Pridwin, you shut the door. You two are alone in your room.
He's going to make sure that the door is locked so that people don't just walk in.
I'm assuming Katya's gone too.
Katya is like leaning against the wall, drinking her coffee. Not in your room, like outside.
Okay. Apollyon looks over at Pridwin and he says, I kind of like the little one. She's, what's the word? She's got an attitude. I like it.
Certainly. She's also quite smart. Anyhow, what we need to speak about is... I haven't been able to find much else about the Black Blood. I know that it's going around, and that's about all that I've learned additionally. However, I have more pressing concerns now. I've recently discovered that there has been a murder on campus.
Apollyon, this is not news to you.
Yeah.
Furthermore, the individual that was killed was involved with this group.
Also not news to you.
Yeah, Apollyon just sort of like grazes his finger like on the desk, and he looks up and he says, "Well, I already knew about this. Anything else?"
Furthermore, there are witches
Of course there is.
on campus.
That
At
is news
least
to you.
one that I know of.
No, Apollyon, like he sighs and he says, "Of course there is. There's always going to be trouble wherever she sends me."
And what concerns me is that from what I understand about the one witch that I heard about that was involved with this place, she is particularly strong and particularly nasty, which means whatever interests she has here are bad news for anyone and everyone anywhere near this place. So my concern is, what are they planning?
Who knows? Witches are enigmatic. They don't really share their plans very lightly unless you want to hear them. But
Yes, the machinations of their minds are an enigma.
how about, do you know anything about the deaths of the previous students involved in this group?
As far as I'm aware, several individuals are missing, at least officially. However, the group knows a few things regarding their departure. Mostly just that they were alive and chose to leave. A few of them are just outright missing. In
The dead
terms
ones.
of the dead ones, can I recall any specific information about the people who've died?
You know that there was the statue of one of their teammates in the silence. You know that Jay is now dead. You know that Valerie is missing. You know that Douglas and Eliza are missing.
So, Valerie, Douglas, and Eliza are missing, and as far as I'm aware, nobody knows where they are. One of them was turned into glass, and put on display. I'm not entirely sure what happened there, but whatever it was, that's concerning.
Well, it's oddly morbid even for me.
Yes, it was unsettling, coming to that revelation. Furthermore, that murder victim that you already know about, he is specifically the member of the party named Jay.
See.
Other than that, I don't believe I have anything else regarding the missing and the dead.
Well, that's at least helpful. What about the pink-haired one?
I have not had, well, I have had a few chances to speak with him. However, he is currently sequestered away in his room. All
hear-
that I...
We hear
You
yelling
you
in
can
the other
literally hear like Sadie's angry voice just popping off a few doors down.
Um,
And another thing.
I'm sure you can see why he's currently unavailable for questioning.
Wow, do not want to be on her bad side. Reminds me almost like Sophia.
Yes. I'm sorry, who's Sophia?
You know,
You met
the one
Sophia.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean the girl?
No, it's okay. I don't blame you for forgetting who she is. It's better for you.
Oof.
Excuse me, but...
Ooh, sorry, continue.
Regardless. In terms of other information, we are quite certain that the murder victim, Jay, was killed by some form of firearm. However, they have been unable to determine whether it was a demon weapon or a standard firearm. There was no evidence to suggest either. Apart from that it was a small caliber weapon, and that suggests to me that that murder has nothing to do with the other problem, the witch problem. At least not necessarily directly.
What about Ieri?
I have not seen him. However, from what I have gauged from everyone else, nobody trusts him, apart from, Lewis, but...
He's an idiot.
Yes, that is what I've gauged. I don't believe... He's, how do I say, desperate. He went on a very uncomfortable tirade about entanglement with a demon.
That is something you should never do. I mean, I would never do that.
Precisely. It was not... I had to spray him with water several times because he just wouldn't stop talking about it.
Should have sprayed him with holy water, honestly.
Probably. Although I am trying to keep that away from, those who may be ill. Considering it's, Oh, I suppose that's something that you weren't, aware of. As I was treating, the woman, I unintentionally mixed holy water with alcohol and accidentally used the water instead, and it caused severe injury.
So, well, I suppose it's not a bad thing. It's a better way to find out if they have the blood than cutting them open.
Yes, it could certainly be a great gauge. It could also certainly be helpful should we ever have to kill one, but hopefully we can find a cure sooner than later.
Do any of them know that the blood is actually a demon?
I wanted to mention that, and I am planning on telling... Miss Katia's aware, but I was planning on informing, Soma. However, as you can see, he is tied up at the moment.
Well, that's all helpful information. I've just been taking a stroll throughout the school. I noticed that there is a exorcism wing. Uh, I'm surprised they haven't been uh, hired to take care of this sort of thing. At least the high level ones. But to be fair, they don't know it's a demon yet.
An exorcism wing? That? I mean, I have no knowledge on exorcisms, but considering that this blood incident sounds a lot like possession, that could certainly be an avenue. I really need to inform them on this. Although, I suppose before we break, do you have any information that you can offer me? Did you garner anything during your stroll aside from the exorcism wing?
Mostly just trying to kind of layout of the entire academy. This place is really big, by the way.
Yes, I've noticed.
As I was
Haven't had the opportunity to explore, though.
I was sort of shadowing your group for a while, but I also took a stroll of my own before I noticed you guys. Did you know that there's like some destroyed part of the forest out back?
That's interesting. I think he's gonna pull out his notebook and say, I'm going to have to ask about that. But you mentioned you were following a group that was out and about?
Yes, you guys.
We are in the middle of a lockdown. First of all, how did you get around without being caught?
I have my ways.
Second of all, who were they? The group that you were following?
He looks directly at you and says, "It was you guys."
You were shadowing us.
Yes.
I can't say I'm surprised. Well,
Like,
I
exactly.
suppose.
The one with the suit was easily a threat to me, so.
Ah, yes. Well, I suppose, are there any further questions?
Not that I can think of, but you have provided me some useful information. I'm thirsty. I'm going to go get a drink. He says as he opens the door and walks out into the living room.
You do so.
Of course.
Lewis, you've been in your room hanging out. Pidge, you're also in your room. You guys doing anything?
Is my wall close to? So are our walls connected somehow? Or not
Whose?
connected, but like next to each other? Me and Pidge's.
You and Pidge?
Mm.
Think so. Yeah, you guys are next to each other.
I knock on Pidge's door, or not door, but on the wall next to it, and I ask her if she's ready.
The room is soundproof.
Oh, what?
Has to be with all the explosions and work I do.
Yeah, they soundproof the rooms in the cabins so that y'all don't disturb each other.
True.
Also, so we can make conspiracy theories.
Yeah.
Then I'm going to exit my window and tap on Pidge's.
Okay.
And ask her if she's ready.
You do so?
Mine
Pidge!
has a little note on a piece of paper saying this is a bad idea. Standing there at the windowsill as Pidge is rolled over in bed.
I take the note and I write on the back of it, book meeting.
Fuck me!
Upon actually walks after grabbing a cup of coffee. He walks up to Pidge's door and knocks on it.
Great. so now
I'm
Lewis
shaking
is
my
at the
head.
window, Pidge is in bed, and now there's a knock at the door.
Pidge goes over to the door,
No, Paige, no.
opens the door.
Book meeting. Book meeting.
Grenade in one hand and the coffee in the other. He looks down and he's so I still don't know how this thing works.
Okay. Do not pull that pin until you mean to use it.
And what would happen if I do pull the pin?
Boom.
Right.
An earth-shattering kaboom.
Interesting. He sticks it back in his bag and he says, "Well, thank you." And he hands you a piece of paper with a symbol on it. Actually,
I throw a pebble in Pidge's room.
yeah. Where's the? Uh,
Pidge is just completely ignoring him at this point.
Where would I send? Because I
Put it in the art file, maybe?
art. Okay.
Yeah.
No.
That I made Soma doing the One Piece is real crying thing.
As soon as she gets that, she turns around and just looks at Lewis and is like, hangs her head and goes out the window.
Oh, okay.
Well, after he gives you this paper, actually, he does mention that the paper is for a favor, but then he just walks away, and then you may continue.
Okay.
So Pidge is apparently going out the window. Pridwin, you walk out into the hallway. Katya is still leaned against the wall, sipping her coffee.
We have to just
Hello,
follow.
Katya.
She looks up over the rim of her coffee cup at him.
Are you doing alright?
She kind of rolls her eyes over to Soma's door, where there's clearly still a commotion happening, rolls her eyes back over to Pridwin. Just waiting.
Oh dear. Yeah, I'm going to need to speak to them as well. By the by, I feel like it would be important to ask. You are fine with me divulging the information that we discovered the previous night to Soma, correct?
Well, yeah. I mean, it's Sadie, so...
Of course. Well, I suppose I'm going to get another cup of coffee and then wait.
She just sits down cross-legged, like against the wall facing Soma's bedroom door, sipping her coffee. Herb, how are you doing in your room? Are you still dying? He might be dead.
You might be dead.
I'll figure out what, oh, there he is. How you feeling,
Yes.
buddy?
Existence is a lie.
So Herb's not okay. That's fine. Are you gonna come out of your room?
God put us on this earth just to suffer.
Also, at this point, Apollyon is actually playing on his acoustic guitar.
Katya gets excited for just a second, and then her face falls. Pridwin, you go into the kitchen to get a cup of coffee, and Cody is actually in the kitchen also. She appears to be making dinner.
What are you making?
Just something simple. It appears that she is making some kind of pasta.
Oh, pasta. What kind?
It's something my mom used to make. I don't remember what it's called. She
Could
looks
I
very
roll to-
tired.
Could I roll to identify pasta?
Yeah, roll to identify the pasta. Feel free.
Advantage for being Italian?
Yes.
Oh god, thank god for that. That was a 3. 13.
Tell me what she's making.
Oh shit, I'm gonna have to look up a dish. Something simple. Let's see, hold on. I'm digging.
Risotto.
Yeah. Oh, are you making risotto?
That's the one.
Ah, yes, my mother. That was one of my mother's favorite recipes as well.
Well, I hope it stands up to hers, I suppose.
I'm sure it will. It smells delicious.
Thank you. Going back outside a window, what the fuck are you two doing?
Come on, Pidge, let's go.
This is a really bad idea. I'm
We
not
have to-
doing it.
If we just find
Paige is saying it's a bad idea. It's probably a bad idea.
Yeah.
we find Valerie for the group, right? And then we find the entrance. That's all I want. It's just the entrance.
Did you not hear me at the meeting?
Okay, yeah, you're right. You're right.
One
Okay,
thing
then
at a time.
At least spot me
One-
like at least
one-
5 invisibility potions. That's all I want. It's like 5.
Okay, fine. Here, 5 shots. Have at it. Fine, try. Just try to go invisible once.
Is this a guarantee invisibility?
No.
No?
See, here's the secret. Her ability is unpredictable. I don't think you realize this. She can't control what happens.
Oh no.
There is a character that can help her do that.
Oh, there is
No.
somebody, yeah, in the building who can help her narrow her chances down, but
I just want to talk to the secretary and see if she's seen it weird. That's all I want. We can just go talk to the secretary.
you
and
wanna
see if
put-
anything weird.
One thing at a time, please.
ironically enough, you're having this conversation, and Pidge, you just happen to glance down. The light in Erie's room is on.
What?
I'm not gonna say anything. I'm not gonna say
Come on. Look, don't you want to see this crazy jar that you could put your whole hand into?
Pidge points at Erie's room. Didn't say anything.
I look and notice to see the lights are on. And I throw a pebble in Yuri's window.
So it is way down. It's on like the end of the cabin opposite of you guys.
Oh, no. Come on, don't you want to see
Pidge is already like crawling back in the window at this point.
Yes.
Fine.
You've got your 5 invisibility potions. Have at it.
They're not that. They're not that. You're giving me chances. I don't need chances. I need a gear.
Boy,
Here, take your shots.
I just made a decision.
Are you okay?
I'm gonna go see if
Uh,
Yuri's here.
Kind of.
Okay.
Just sent an
Actually-
email about a master's program.
Oh shit.
I can't
Ooh.
send it to. I can't go yet.
Yeah, so Pidge has crawled back in the window at this point. Lewis, you're left standing there. Are you gonna try and go to Yuri's window, or are you gonna go back inside like a reasonable person? What are you doing?
I'm gonna go to Yuri's window.
Roll me a d20.
Oh, no. Wait, before I do this, where's
Who?
or what's her name? Cody, I think.
Cody's
Was
in
it-
the kitchen with Pridwin.
Okay.
They're making dinner apparently. Or Cody is, and
14.
Pridwin's being Italian.
Yeah.
Cody's
God.
I will.
Oh.
Fridwin would offer to help with cooking if she wants the help.
She would. She looks exhausted. Like she happily accepts it.
Wait. I know who would help me in this situation.
Okay, no. I asked you to roll. You can't backpedal now. And your roll was not high enough to notice
No.
him, so continue.
So notice. Oh, did I go to his window yet?
Yep,
Oh, I didn't.
you have
I didn't-
approached
okay.
Erie's window.
I go back to Pidge's window. Pidge.
Wait, so you were at Erie's window and you went back to Pidge's window? What are you... Pidge's window is closed.
Get Pridwin for me.
Pidge is ignoring you at this point, I'm assuming. Am I not far off?
Pidge is actually out of her room again.
Bet! Okay.
She's in-
So yeah, you're like yelling into Pidge's closed window and
My bad.
clearly nobody's in the room.
What the? Fine. I'll just do it.
So where you're walking up to
Okay.
Erie's window?
Yes.
You walk up to Erie's window, what are you gonna do?
I check if his window is loose.
If it's what?
If it's loose. If
You
I'm able,
raise
if
a
it's locked or
hand
not.
to touch the window and you feel what feels like claws digging into your shoulders, wrenching you backward away from the window.
Oh. Okay. I'm telling you, he's a good guy. I know he's a good guy. He's a good guy. I know he's a good guy. I know he's a good guy. I know he's a good guy.
What did I tell you about getting in his way?
Oh no.
The voice that comes out of his mouth is something more akin to a snarl than actual words.
It's you again. I didn't tell them at the meeting on purpose.
How strange. Last I heard, you all were supposed to be on lockdown, and here I find you out here, walking around.
I just
You know,
some
the reason we have lockdowns is to keep you all from getting hurt. Be a real shame if you were to, the claws dig into your shoulders, disappear like everyone else.
like everyone else I know. Like everyone else who is partnered with me. Can I turn and face him, or is he in my...
The claws are digging so hard into your shoulders you cannot turn. And he is standing far enough back behind you that you cannot look him in the eye. But you know who it is.
I know who it is. I just wanted to know one thing. Did you kill those people? And are you blaming Yuri for it?
I
Or
would
was it really
never do anything to cause problems for my student.
And did your student cause problems for us?
My student knows better than to cause problems for you.
And that's all I wanted to know. I'm still doing our agreement. I'm still protecting him.
If I find you outside of your cabin again until this lockdown is lifted, I don't think I need to tell you what's going to happen.
I'll follow our agreement completely.
Then go, he says, and the strength in his hands is insane as he wrenches you to the side, hurling you back in the direction of your open window. You turn around to try and get a glimpse of him, and he is gone.
Everybody's a critic. As I climb through into my window.
Back inside, Pridwin, you guys are y'all are making dinner. Cody's not talking much, but she is she's pretty good in the kitchen. Katya at this point has come in and is sitting down at the on one of the bar stools at the island, just watching you guys and drinking her coffee.
Polyon is playing on his acoustic.
Yeah, everything's pretty chill. You guys finally get done with dinner and start like passing plates out.
Is Pidge out here now?
Yes.
Okay. She sees someone playing, and so she pulls out her electric guitar and joins.
Okay, so you two are both playing guitar now. Herb, are you still hiding in your room?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm just kind of like looking at the map now. I'm more determined to find out where the fuck they went now.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so you guys, those of you that are out there, you know, the three of you start grabbing plates. Sai also has her own, like, plate at the end of the bar that she's eating pasta off of.
Do I have wounds on my back?
Yeah, you do.
Shoot.
In fact, there are holes through your, like, your shirt, your hoodie, and everything. They are freshly bleeding.
I attempt to wrap up my back before.
With what, might I ask?
Gauze?
Have you looked in your med kit?
No.
Look in your med kit.
We used the gauze in that
It's
one
empty.
mission.
You didn't refill it.
Empty.
Shoot. How bad is the bleeding?
It's not great. I mean, it's not gonna kill you, but it's not great.
Okay. I like crack the door open, and I'm just like, Cody?
She, like, literally is just about to sit down with her plate. Yes, Lewis?
Nothing. Is Pridwin around?
Pridwin is literally sitting next to her with a plate.
Is Pidge available at the moment?
Pidge is playing electric guitar on the couch.
Do you need something, Lewis?
Do you just have any gauze?
That's concerning.
If you're injured, I could probably take a look at it.
I fall down from the door.
Singing along with my notes, I go,
dear.
I told you this was a bad idea.
You all hear this.
He's
What did I hear? Oh,
Pridwin's gonna rush over to him since he just collapsed.
Wait, what just happened? I was gone.
So you missed everything that happened. Lewis has walked into, like, out of his room and just kind of collapsed in the doorway. Like, he asked for some gauze from people, and then he dramatically flopped over in the doorway.
What on earth happened to you?
Don't pay attention to him. He's just doing it for attention. Katya says, still eating her risotto.
He's going to touch the visibly bleeding back, hold up his fingers and show that there's like literal blood coming from him.
Katya looks at it and then shrugs and goes back to her risotto.
It tosses a candy bar.
Yeah, like broken, mashed up 3-day-old candy bar, yeets it at Lewis and goes back to playing electric guitar.
I want to think
for
that
the love
in the other room, Soma's playing his bass guitar.
Here, he's going to prop up Lewis and say, "I'll be right back with a glass. Just wait."
Yeah.
Apollyon actually puts down his guitar and he stands up. He says, what the hell happened to you exactly?
Just old agreements. I failed to, or overly
Seems more
responded.
like you're being. Seems like more like someone is extorting you. Extorting you.
No.
Yes, you don't look very good.
Damn, that's crazy, Katya says. It's almost like we all shared our secrets, but somebody else didn't share theirs. Glaring over at you.
Yeah.
Lewis, what are you not telling
Yeah.
me?
I wear my secrets proudly. I'm looking for people. I told you the people who I'm looking for. Just
Pridwin,
there's extra things in between.
Pridwin's gonna come back with a glass, and he's gonna use his healing water's ability to fill it.
Uh, Apollyon looks at like everyone else and he says, "Is this guy always like this?"
Yes, you hear like a mutual groan from multiple people in the room.
Critics, them all.
Might I ask what happened to you?
Just some raking sores.
Pridwin,
Old
roll me a
wounds from
d20.
Old wound.
Oh, wait. Should I roll a d20?
Yeah,
I didn't
Pridwin.
hear you.
Yeah.
Oh,
Roll me a
all
d20.
right. Let's see. That is a 13.
You're not dumb. You can very easily look at his shoulders and see that somebody has grabbed him by the shoulders, and it appears their fingers have entered the skin somehow.
Lewis, either that demon that rejected you came back, or you are lying to me.
Do we all notice Yuri's lights are on?
I mean, you can't tell inside because all the lights are on. Like, it's not dark enough to see, like, lights coming out from under the door or anything.
Okay.
What about Ian?
I noticed that his light was on at the moment, and
Uh-huh.
when I
Well,
went up
yeah,
to
it's his
see-
room, Katya says.
Lights
Yeah.
usually turn on when, you know,
I was just
someone's-
going to check on him, and I fell.
From outside, Katya says, eyeing you over the rim of her cup still.
What did you fall on? A tiger?
Like a rake.
You
A freak!
you fell onto a rake that just happened to be sitting outside,
Raked my bag.
perfectly positioned to stab you straight in the back.
Can somebody go check and see if there's
In a
actually
manner that looks
outside?
Down bad. I'm telling you.
I've got it, Katya says, gets up, runs out the door.
I don't think that's a good idea.
No, I asked her to go check to see if there was actually a rake outside.
Fair enough. Let me guess, before she comes back and says that there's no rake sitting out there, I'm assuming that you're going to say that it magically disappeared.
I was angry at the rake, and I honestly bent the metal of it.
You bent it out of existence.
Apollyon leans down over him and he says, "I'm gonna be completely honest, I don't think you're capable of bending metal like that."
I didn't think I was capable of bending metal like that.
Because
Certainly. Look, can you just tell me what happened?
I just know we have to stay inside, and
Well,
I'm
yes,
down
we've
for
already
it.
established that, Cody says.
Did,
yeah, that exactly. And there's just a lot of things out at the moment. I was just
And-
trying to stretch out my legs, and I noticed Yuri's room was on. His light was on, and
Did he do this to you?
no, I promise you, I was just distracted, and I showed with my hand that I just fell down, and scratched my whole back.
Just drink the water.
I guzzle
Uh,
down the hand juice.
God, the coveted hand juice.
Not the hand juice. Oh no.
All right. Does that seal up the injuries well enough?
Yes. Doesn't completely get rid of the scars, but I mean, he's not bleeding everywhere anymore.
Those were rather nasty cuts. They're probably going to leave a mark, but now it's no longer bleeding, so you should be fine.
People buy
Thankfully-
brand name rakes, you know what I mean? Like,
Brand name
those are long.
Apollyon stands tall and he says, "I am very grateful that Pridwin was here. I don't have anything that allows me to heal, only hurt."
Yes,
Oh.
I'm beginning to notice a lack of medical skill.
I
Cody
just didn't
is
bring my
sighing
med
irritatedly
bag.
from the kitchen.
My medical bag was just empty today, you know? I
You
would have gone
forgot-
myself.
You forgot to restock your medical bag.
I had to do a double.
It's essential as a doctor to ensure that you have all the proper tools of the trade.
I didn't bring my tools this time.
Pidge pulls out
This
a
time.
personal use first aid kit. Then I've got one.
Well,
You know, when we go, couldn't be able to go back. We've been on this lockdown, you know?
You work at a hospital?
Yeah. It's just, the lockdown has been hitting us hard. We can't go back to restock anything, you know?
Mm.
I tried. I've been trying to go back to work. I love my job. There.
you sound
To
very
be honest, I don't think it,
confident.
To be honest, I
not
don't
very
think he
convincing.
loves his job.
It's what I wake up to do. I don't have any awkward relations at all.
You tried to date
Not
a
one.
That is the most awkward relation you could possibly have.
Oh my
That,
god.
that
like-
was
Apollyon looks Lewis dead in the eyes and he says, "Yeah, seriously, not even I would do that."
look. I mean, it was. Did you see the demon?
Did you see the demon?
You keep mentioning what she looked like,
my
but then
God.
every time that you describe her, she sounds like a nightmare.
That's after she went inside me.
Oh my god.
Apollyon looks at her and he says, hold on,
Louis,
take a few steps back here. She went inside you. Please elaborate."
But then
Each
it just
time
Louis,
that-
before you go any further, please pull out. Let me just pull out this Urban Dictionary definition of pegging.
Each time that somebody says that, Pridwin just covers his ears, and when you say that, he just gets up and says, "All right, I'm heading to bed."
Apollyon looks right at Pidge and he says, "What's pegging?"
Oh
I'm
my
just
god.
gonna let you read the definition.
She just
and-
hands you the book slowly.
It was before.
Oh
She
god.
said she'll give me power. She would take. We went in detail about what we were gonna do at the dance and whatnot.
Apollyon leans down and he puts his hand on Lewis's non-damaged shoulder, and he says, "Listen, I have had experience with these demons.
Dance.
You
Oh,
do not want to make a deal to go to the dance with the demon."
I don't know if it really can. I don't know if it worked. So I don't think
It
she's
did
going
not.
back at all.
Yes, think she's capable of pulling back. Uh, regardless, don't do those things again.
I won't attempt again, but I mean, it really does kind of blow the ego.
Right.
But
Well,
are you going to the dance with anyone?
does he ask this to Apollyon?
Yes.
He looks back at him and he says, I only go places with one other person.
I see. No problem. You know, that's why I asked the demon. Just saying.
I only go places with Abaddon. I don't really think of going to any dances with anyone else.
And at the time, Yuri said, like, he got ultimate power somehow. I wanted to get some power. That's it.
Ultimate power?
Or he got a power somehow, from something. I forgot. From
Okay,
something.
that puts him at suspect number 1 again.
Oh.
You're really
I have
not
to.
helping
I
the
have to.
case.
I have to shut the door. I shut the door. Shoot.
Pridwin immediately throws his door open. And he says, does anyone know where Mr. Soma is going?
What?
Yeah, I don't know where Soma's going at all. We should go after him.
Just watched him run outside into the
Soma?
darkness.
I wouldn't go out there.
Time to test something.
I can't go out there, actually.
Pidge,
Should we follow them?
you and Cody and Lewis all see something on the like the island, the kitchen island. It is Sai. She is completely visible. Her ears are tilted at an odd angle. Her eyes are large and her head is snapped to the side as though she's listening to something.
What are you listening to?
Sai doesn't respond to you. She's just simply listening deeper. Because she has to tune out your voice now.
I suggest we have someone go after Cody.
Multiple someones, ideally.
I literally can't go. I can't go.
Oh dear. Alright. Who wants to volunteer? I'll go as long as we have at least a decent group.
Very well.
Pridwin, I wish I could.
It's fine. You're injured anyhow. You should be getting rest.
Apollyon actually, in his head, he calls out to Abaddon. He says, "Are you awake?"
But of course I'm awake. All this juicy information that you're getting, and I don't get to talk to any of them and get it for myself.
You'll get to it eventually. And he, back to like out loud, he says, "All right, where's he going?"
I don't know. He just ran off the opposite direction from my window. It looked like he was chasing something, but I couldn't really get a good look.
The imp begins stamping her foot impatiently.
Alright. Pridwin is going to go to a more hushed tone and say, look, we need to get out there as soon as possible if he's chasing something. Lewis, please tell me what it was out there that accosted you.
It's not related to this.
I'm not so sure about that.
My thing is family related.
Regardless, we should go out. Doesn't matter what it is. We should go out and help him.
You'll be fine.
Apollyon has begun walking out to try to figure out where he went.
The imp has followed you. She's still watching you warily, but the imp is following you. Her head's still cocked to the side.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Is there anyone else who will go with me and Mr. Apollyon?
Pidge, are you accompanying them? Pidge said she wanted to try something, so.
Yeah. Alright, Eon. Let's try our new setting. She flips a little dial on Eon's scope.
Mm-hmm. What are you using?
I'm not using anything, but I'm hoping that she can experiment trying to get night vision going.
Okay. Roll me a d20. Let's see how that goes for you the first time.
14.
Sort of. You can. It's very limited range. It's only like a foot or two in front of Eon at the moment.
You're doing great, buddy. We'll try again later.
Doing great, sweetie. Yeah, so Eon, like, is standing outside, his tail's wagging, and he's, like, his eyes are kind of, like, glimmering with a hint of that, like, green, and then they, like, shut off again. He looks up at you and wags his tail.
Well, are you guys going to follow me, or?
Yes, I will be right. I also have I'm going to basically hit Pridwin's arm is going to have like a set of openings in it or openings in the armor show up, and a blue light is going to appear.
Okay. So, you guys go out the door, and you don't really, you don't see anything immediately. I'm gonna need you guys to roll me a d20 if you want to figure out what's going on.
15.
7.
Apollyon.
11.
I need a roll from Soma as well.
That is a 16.
Okay. Pridwin, you are the one who you don't notice anything going on outside. You notice Sai. Sai's head is cocked, and she appears to be, her head's tilted in one certain direction, kind of off away from the cabins towards the academy. She's listening intently, and then she darts forward, hops up onto the rock wall surrounding you guys' cabin, listens again.
I believe they may know where he is.
Sai's tail starts thumping, but that's about all you get.
Perhaps we should.
Oh, wait.
Perhaps we should head in that direction.
He looks back at Sai and says, "Well, lead the way, I suppose."
Sai jumps off of the railing and disappears, but you do see her tail, just enough for you to follow as she starts darting along the passageway. Oddly enough, as you guys like follow her out onto the main walkway between the cabins, you don't see anybody. There are no sentries. There aren't any people walking around whatsoever.
It is. You'd think that there'd be more guards out at night, not none. This is concerning.
I scan the other cabins. Are any lights on?
No. You do not see any. The only cabin that seems to have any light coming from it at all is the solo team, like the teamless cabin. The one that Liam and Callan and Hannah and all of them are staying in.
I point this out to the others. Guys, there's no lights in any of the other cabins.
Perhaps he could have gone. Where could he have gone? Can I see if I can notice any tracks or anything?
I mean, you've got Sai who's sprinting off in a direction.
We
Follow
should
that
continue following the little one.
Yeah, she's not waiting on you, so...
Yeah.
Like, Apollyon's going after her, and you guys were standing there talking, and Apollyon and Sai just got, like, they're a lot smaller.
Oh dear. When Predwin runs, it's really loud, by the way. It
Just-
sounds like a bunch of pots clanging together.
Amazing.
Good.
Hold on, this is my opportunity.
Okay.
Let's see if I ready a trash can lid.
Oh, no! Oh,
Oh,
no! Okay.
I'm running, I'm pulling the stuff out, I'm trying to do the math in my head, and I'm going to try and launch us forward.
Roll me a D20.
Oof. 6.
Oh.
Yeah, so, here's what happens. You go, and you start, like, as you're jogging, like, you're finagling with wires and, like, C4 and, like, other, you know, things underneath this trash can lid, and, like, Pridwin, you just see this and start, like, trying to run faster, which doesn't really, like, have much of an effect.
Oh, no.
And then finally, like, you realize you're not gonna get away from this explosion, and you just kind of stop and, like, grab, you know, your mask and just, like, kind of ball up, and she lights it, and nothing happens.
Oh.
It fizzles out just a second before it should explode.
Oh. We need to keep running.
Keeps running, just tosses the
Fire.
trash can lid aside.
Up ahead, Apollyon, you're darting after this imp, who, by the way, is agile as hell. In fact, you think that if she wasn't going just slow enough that you could keep an eye on her tail, you would have lost her within the first 2 seconds of this.
Yeah.
She's speedy as fuck. You guys run up onto the courtyard and then end up darting to the left, it seems, heading toward the lake that you passed by earlier on your walk. Sai is heading that way, heading towards the trees.
Alright, yeah, he's still following, he's also, like, looking around, seeing if he can see anyone.
Once again, it is very odd. Considering how many guards were out before, there's nobody. Which gives you an odd sensation that they must all be dealing with something.
Alright, he continues to follow.
So, quick pause on you guys. Soma,
Uh-huh.
you heard the whimper. And
Yeah.
you've been sprinting after them. And as you've been running, you've been picking up on noises. You've been hearing growling. You've been hearing a lot of canine-like sounds. Panting. A few whines. It has led
Mhm.
you past Sadie's bench, the bench you two are always on together on your free time.
Mhm.
It's led you into the trees. Not the trees you're used to, but off by the lake. You almost lose them twice. You hear whimpering finally coming from your right. You look and you see a very large tree. There's movement up in the branches,
Mhm.
and there's movement down below the tree as well.
Mm. Is he with Katya at all?
No, so you, like I said, you see movement like in the lower branches of the trees, and then you see movement underneath of it. You've just been following her and the sounds.
Okay. He's going to look like under the tree area looking for Katya.
There are wolves circling. Very large wolves, a few of them gray, one brown, one black, and strangely enough, their eyes seem to be glowing. This off purplish color. All of their heads are snapped up into the tree.
He looks up.
Katya is clinging to a branch, desperately trying to climb. It's
Soma's
right, like, just as you're seeing this, she, like, loses her grip. One of the wolves makes a jump for her.
Soma is going to toss his chain at her and transform into his weapon. Hoping she grabs it.
Okay. Let's see how she rolls.
Yeah.
Shit. Oh god. Okay, so she, like, you aren't sure if she catches the movement out of the corner of her eye or not. Her head does move sort of in the direction of your chain, but in the moment she might reach for it, this wolf plows into her side. Its mouth just wraps around her torso and her hip, and the teeth just dig straight in, and it takes her to the ground.
Soma at this point is just shocked, but also enraged. He's going to attempt to, like, freeze, like, all of the wolves you can see. He's gonna shoot at it.
Roll me a d20.
That was a 6.
So you go to try and do a burst of ice down at the wolves around you, and the two closest ones turn their attention to you. You get maybe an inch of ice out of your hands before one of them latches its teeth onto your wrist.
He's going to actually, at this point, like, when his hand is in the mouth of the thing, he's going to transform his handle blade.
Beautiful. Okay, roll me another d20.
That was another 6.
Jesus fucking Christ. You start to transform your hand into the blade, and it manages to, like, stab into the top and bottom of the wolf's mouth, but that almost makes it worse for you, because now the wolf has traction and, like, a really strong grip on your arm, and he is wrenching his head back and forth. So, like, you're doing damage to his mouth, but he is also just shredding your wrist. The second wolf looking at you is beginning to circle you, looking for an opening. You hear agonized sounds coming from somewhere on the other side of the tree, but you can't see anything.
Alright. He is going to transform his other hand into the fire blade from the Harlequin blade, and he's going to try to launch fire.
Okay.
Directly at the one chewing on him, though.
Roll me another d20 and please don't roll a 6.
I know. I didn't roll a 6. I rolled an 8.
You try to spark flames, but in your condition with this wolf wrenching you, you get much, barely more than a little spark.
Yeah.
However, it is enough of a light to attract the attention of both Apollyon and Pridwin. Pidge, also, if you're looking through your scope, you will see a burst of a little bit of flames coming from somewhere in the trees.
Over there. Did you see that?
Like sprinting towards it.
Okay.
We
Yeah.
gotta get over there.
Can I try and launch a shot over there? Not hit anything, but try and light up the area, or would that be?
To light up the area? Do your bullets do that?
I don't know.
Well, at this point, Apollyon feels it's safe to, so he actually manifests his scythe.
Okay.
And he's just beelining it straight towards wherever that light came from.
Okay. That's good. Pridwin Pridwin, you are sprinting. You're slower than the rest of them, so you're kind of in the back.
Yeah.
You hear a voice from behind you. Trying to save the day.
Oh. Who's there?
You've paused
going
to
to,
look
like-
back.
Oh no.
Ieri comes walking out of the trees beside you.
What is the meaning of this?
The meaning of what?
This. Why are you here while... There are people in danger right now.
I gathered that.
Where have you been?
I was meeting with my advisor when I heard Katya whining outside. I stepped out to see what was going on and saw you all take off running like bats out of hell and thought I'd follow you.
We need to hurry. If you're going to help us, we need to make sure that they're all right.
Then let's go, he says, and extends his hand to you.
He hesitates for a moment, but he takes it.
You are a weapon without a meister. You are supposed to be my partner. Why do you hesitate?
I cannot read you, and so I cannot trust you.
The feeling is mutual.
But we
Now,
we
are
have
we
a job
going
to
to
do.
save the child or not?
Yes.
I need you to roll me a d10.
Oh boy. D10. Okay. Here we go. That's the 10. 9.
Perfect. You take form in Ieri's hand, and the resonation... you've tried to resonate with a few people in your time, but you haven't had a whole lot of luck. Just something about your soul just... It's hard to resonate with people, but Ieri, you mold against his hand. You feel like you belong in his grasp as you take form and form your full lantern shield onto his arm. He extends his arm, looking at you, getting used to the feeling. Interesting.
It's an ancient form, passed down. Come on, we need to go.
Yeah, he's like interrupting you. He says, "You can tell me about it later." And he takes off sprinting far faster than you were running, like triple the speed that you were running at in your armor. Apollyon, you reach the wolves before everybody else. Oh, Pidge, you were gonna fire a shot, weren't you?
I'm gonna get within range and then just pick a shot.
Okay.
And fire.
Okay, you would probably fire first, being your so long range. What are you aiming at?
Is it Katya who's under attack by the wolves?
Both of them are. So you guys are running up on the scene, and Pridwin last. Apollyon would see this first, and you would see it second through your scope. Soma is in front of the tree, kind of facing you guys. There's a wolf latched onto his right arm, and he is trying to light another wolf on fire with his left arm. There's another wolf circling him, so 2 on him. And then there is some kind of movement on the other side of the tree, and you hear screaming.
Okay, I've got a clear shot on the one circling him, correct?
Correct.
Then I'm going to try and hit it, and if it knows what's best, it's going to come after me.
D20.
D20. 10 plus my stats on...
Yep. Plus your strength or dex. I don't remember which one you used.
Honestly, I think my strength is not...
Oh, well, it's not. On a roll to hit, it's just your regular D20, and then your strength or dex is added to your hit.
Okay, it's a 10.
Okay. That is going to hit, so roll me damage. So D20 plus either strength or dex.
Okay. Let me pull that up.
Your strength is 13, your dex is 12, so I would add 13 to it.
18 plus 13, so 21.
Good hit. What were you aiming for on the wolf specifically?
The jaw.
Okay. You, like, just as this wolf is about to lurch into Soma, you manage to clip this thing in the lower jaw, and it crashes backwards. Its jaw, like, now barely hanging on by just a few sinews, its eyes flashing over toward you. You also see the purple glow. Apollyon, it's right when you're realizing you're kind of taking stock of the situation that you see this wolf's jaw get completely blown off.
As he approaches the area, he is immediately going to attack a wolf that is biting Katya.
Okay, so you just like charged past Soma and you're going towards the two wolves on the far side of the tree.
Yeah, he is actually going to cast Dread on the, yeah, I'm gonna cast Dread on the wolf that's currently, butting into Katya.
Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to pull up your sheet so I know what the hell's happening.
But actually, let me check what stats I got. Never mind, I cannot cast that because I don't have enough speed, so...
Dang.
I'm going to actually just do... Hold on.
Oh, another note, I'm going to send out Ein out front.
Okay.
To get into melee.
Okay. I will add him in to your... There we go.
Keep forgetting to use him and need to just remember to keep mentioning him.
Mm-hmm.
I'm actually going to cast Spine Chill on that wolf, and then afterwards I will wish to strike him.
Okay.
Yep.
Let's see, that's a wisdom saving throw, right?
Yeah.
Ooh. Ooh. This wolf, he don't look scared. He don't look scared at all, but his attention does snap straight towards you.
What did he roll for the wisdom?
17.
He just barely got it.
I
But he does snap straight towards me, which is good. So I'm going to, once I can, I'm going to strike him aside.
Okay. Roll me to hit.
That was a 10. My dice are not happy with me today. I'm actually gonna use my.
Yeah, that's not gonna hit. So this wolf, the fact that you tried to fear it, you gained its attention, and it's totally watching you. So it sees your attack coming, and it just jumps sideways out of the way. Your scythe goes swinging in, passes through the dirt. Pridwin, you and Ieri have just come upon this, and you see kind of two separate melee situations happening. Ieri is listening to you. What he's like waiting for your guidance. You guys are thinking as one.
Alright. First, we're going to need to either get rid of the wolves or offer medical assistance. Activate the lantern. I'm gonna tell him to use effervescent lantern.
Okay.
Does Apollyon know that they're there at this point?
Yes, you know that everybody's around.
Okay. He's actually gonna yell at them to get healed. 1 sec.
Did you die?
Dylan?
So he was basically yelling at you that you needed to do heals, but you're activating effervescent lantern, correct?
Yes.
What tier? Are you doing beginner or proficient?
I'm gonna be using proficient.
Okay.
Yeah.
So roll me a roll me a d20 and tell me high or low before you roll it.
Alright, I'm going to try and aim for low.
Okay.
Or actually, because he said do healing, I'm gonna say high so that I can get the healing out.
Okay. Roll for me.
Okay, that is a 19.
So it was high.
Alright, so immediately, hang on, let me read just to be sure. Enveloping up to 3 nearby targets. So who within my range is injured? I know,
Soma has
I know
a
that
wolf
Soma
hanging
is.
off of his arm. You hear
Yeah.
Katya shrieking from behind the tree, but you can't see her at this point.
Shit. Okay, so I'm going to only heal, Soma with that then.
Okay.
Which is for 30, health.
Okay. So Soma, I didn't tell you how much damage you took from the initial wolf bite, but it was 10, and you just got 30 healing, so you should be at max right now. Okay.
There we go.
Hold on just a second. Hold on a second, let me tell. Lewis, if you wanted to follow them, you could have gotten away with following them because they did not get caught. I will say that if you wanted to follow them, you could have.
Okay.
But it's taking you longer to get there. So, Soma, what are you doing?
Hold on, I'm pulling on my sheet.
Sorry, I'm making you run double.
No, you're all good. I just realized I wasn't signed into my main account on my other account on my laptop. Here we go. He is going to attempt to use his other blade hand to stab the wolf that's biting him in the eye.
Okay. So just basic d20 roll.
A 16.
Alright, roll me damage. D20 plus either your strength or dex. I don't remember which is higher.
I'm pretty sure it's my dex, yeah. That would be 12 damage.
Okay. So you now have both of your hands. One is in a piece of blade, just an edge of the blade, stuck into this wolf's mouth, and the other one is now stabbed into the wolf's eye. So you are in a very good position with this wolf. You have more control over it than it has control over you at this point. It is hurting, but it can't let go at this point because you have the blade in its mouth.
Yeah, I want to say that at this point in the melee, both Apollyon and Soma are like back to back.
Yeah, something to that effect. So you can draw that for art later, is that what...
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Yep.
So yeah, you've got this wolf, and it is it's stuck. It don't know what to do. Apollyon is currently fighting one wolf. Pidge, it's your move though. What are you doing? You wrecked the shit out of that wolf with one shot.
Okay, but this time I'm going to... Do I have any... Who all do I have clear lines of sight at this very moment?
You can see Soma. Apollyon, which wolf were you attacking?
He was attacking the Katya.
Yeah, okay. So you can see Soma and Apollyon, a bit of Apollyon. He's kind of halfway behind the tree. You can see the wolf that you just shot, which is like staggering, trying to get its bearings. You can see the wolf that Soma is currently grappling with. And every once in a while you can see a scuffle from behind the tree where a wolf kind of like comes out and then goes back behind the tree.
Okay, I'm going to use Eagle Eye, if I can, on that wolf whenever I see it pop out.
Okay. Remind me what that does.
Marks it.
Yeah. Is that for everybody?
Anyone who is linked.
Yeah, so
Oh.
you guys could assume that you guys, being practiced in Team Resonance. So, the rest of you kind of watch as, like, you're focused on your fighting, and then one of the wolves that none of you are engaging lights up with this almost like a red outline to you guys. Apollyon? Wait, Ein was going to, but is he going for the wolf that you shot?
Yes, he is.
Do a roll for Einstein.
Seven.
Oh my gosh. Oh no. I need Ein to roll another d20.
15.
Shit. So Ein goes in for a bite, and this wolf has your number. Instead of getting a bite off, the wolf moves its paw and slams it down in the center of Ein's back. You hear a crack and kind of a yelp.
Attention is drawn towards it.
Death eyes are appearing. Mama Bear's coming out. Apollyon, how are you doing, buddy?
Apollyon is actually going to raise his scythe, and he's actually going to call out to Beelzebub.
Okay.
And he's going to transform his scythe.
Alright. Beautiful.
And immediately afterwards, where is it? So I'm actually going to cast Plague, which I can do.
Ooh. Alright. Roll me a d6.
Yeah. I rolled 1 for flies.
Okay. So, Pidge, you'll notice this especially because you're looking through your scope. There is this mass that seems to overtake your vision. And it seems to be moving and writhing, and it takes you a minute to realize that it's just thousands of flies swarming around Apollyon. Everything happening between Apollyon, the two wolves, and Katya behind the tree is now completely out of a line of sight to you. Apollyon, the wolf in front of you is staggering, confused. He doesn't seem to see you currently. Pridwin, you also see these flies just show up out of nowhere. Eerie is once again waiting for you, allowing you to lead.
Alright. We need to get to Katya. If there's anything in the way, simply stab it.
I can stab things with this, he says.
There is a lance on the front, and also I have a retractable blade just underneath the wrist.
He says as he's running forward. He is going to charge very unhappily into the flies next to, like, kind of past Apollyon. And he almost trips over the wolf in front of Apollyon, surrounded by the flies, and he does a downward strike to attack. Go ahead and roll me a d20.
Alright. And that is a 12.
He just barely misses hitting this wolf, but it does give you enough momentum to, like, keep going forward. So you guys, you swing at this wolf, you miss, and you keep sprinting. Lewis, you were kind of following behind very nervously because you really didn't want to run into him again. You've managed to, like, get to the edge of the trees, and you hear what sounds like intense combat happening somewhere further in.
Can I stay within the tree line and get a little?
Yes, but if you're trying to sneak, it's gonna take you longer.
I'm trying to.
Okay. So we'll go back to Soma then.
Yeah, Soma is going to attempt to, because he doesn't have a Meister currently, so he can't cast anything like serious.
I know. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. Let's see. He's going to wrap his chain around the neck of the wolf, and he's going to attempt to choke it out.
Okay. D20.
Nice. Where did I put it? There it is. That is a 4. My dice do not like Soma.
They really don't.
Yeah.
So you try to wrap your chain around his throat, and the wolf finally manages to get its mouth off of your hand somehow. Yay for the wolf! But at the same time, it stumbles backwards, almost somersaulting out of the way, and you miss with your chain.
Yeah.
While this is happening, let me make 2 rolls. Fuck. Perdwin, you and Apollyon are the only 2 that are close enough to hear this. There's a snarl and a, like, you hear, she's not screaming, because she doesn't scream. You hear soft shrieks and pain-filled gasps, and then there is a crunch that you can hear past the flies, and those sounds, you don't hear them anymore.
Oh no. Pridwin is very, very, like, panicked, and he's saying, "We need to get to her now."
Pidge, you're pretty pissed because there is a wolf standing on top of Ein. It doesn't have a jaw, so it hasn't torn into him, but it is pressing its foot violently down in the center of Ein's back.
Yeah, it's gonna get a shot.
Good. Fucking destroy this thing.
That's a 16 to hit.
Oh, you hitting.
Oh, shoot. Not 20.
Oh, roll again.
Oh, come on. 1.
It doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. At this point, since it was just a severity roll, how do you want to do this? What are you aiming for?
So, can I get a bit edgy and anime on this?
Sure. This is an
So,
anime campaign.
Yes. You know how you said the evil eye and all that? Well, she starts glowing all blue in the eyes. And that goes into Eon. You just see a blue streak fly across the battlefield and just burst him into a full-on blue flame.
Yeah, so you guys, like, you heard the yelp from Ein. You guys were in combat, so you couldn't really do much about it. But this wolf next to you, Soma, it just erupts. Its chest explodes first off because this bullet hits it square, and then the whole thing just engulfs in flame. The wolf stumbles backwards, like topples into the tree, and before it can even like so much as try to roll itself off, this thing dies, just like that.
Awesome.
So yeah, you have killed 1 wolf. Ein at this point is rolling back to his feet and shaking himself off. What would you like Ein to do?
The wolf that was currently attacking Soma is going to get a shock think that's what it's called. Tail slap, or whatever it is. The shocking tail slap.
Gotcha. Okay. Roll me a d20 to hit.
Okay. 14 to hit.
Yep. Roll me a d12.
Okay. Have to dig that one out.
Sorry.
I should have known. I chose a different one. Oh no. I dropped one of my dice. There we go. D12. 4.
Okay. So, yeah, some of this thing backpedals away from you, and all of a sudden you see this, like, yellow glow, and then the wolf just gets slapped, like, straight in the tail by Ein. And it kind of yelps and tumbles forward, like, into you, which is going to make it a guaranteed hit for you. So, go ahead and roll me a reaction.
Okay. That's just... it's a 7.
Okay. This wolf, so are you just hitting it with the blade part, or are you hitting it with the, what are you trying to do with it?
I'm gonna hit with the blade part, yeah.
Okay, yeah, so you just turn and just slam your blade into the side of this thing's face, and it staggers sideways. It's not dead, but it does not look good. Back to Apollyon, you are standing in a cloud of flies. It's been a minute since Beelzebub was out.
He's going to, one second. Going through all my stuff. So he's actually going to rush to Katya and pick her up
So,
and try to take her back to the boy.
so here's the problem with that. You start sprinting through the flies to try and get to her, and you see her body is hanging in the jaws of a wolf. The wolf is looking up at you with very large eyes. She's not moving, and it looks like it turns sideways and looks like it's about to run with her.
He is going to um is it find it. Where did it go? There it is. He is going to cast Rotten Ground right in front of the direction where the wolf is going.
Okay. The area he's gonna like run to.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask you.
Uh-huh.
Are you sure you want to do that?
Well, I'm trying to stop it. I'm not trying to get it into the thing.
Okay.
Because I can't change myself. I can't really think of anything else I can do. I still have more abilities to work on because I only have
I was
2,
gonna say you could like basic attack.
I mean, I could. I'll do that if I can.
Yeah, I mean you can basic attack with your scythe. You always can.
Well, I know I can. I wasn't sure if I was like close enough to do it.
Yeah, you are. I think you're close enough that as large as Beelzebub is, you could get a hit off.
Yeah. Where is those?
Oh shit! I didn't mean to roll that, but I'll let that roll stand.
Oh, nice. Oh, okay.
So yeah, you gonna try and hit it?
Yeah, I rolled a 14.
Cool. Roll damage.
Okay.
Just don't get a nat 1.
Yeah, let's hope. Where is it? Oh, okay, there we go. math. Hold on.
Just tell
That will
me.
be in total damage.
Yeah, I was gonna say, just tell me it's not a nat one.
Yeah, no, it's 19 total damage.
Okay, you cleave down into this thing, and it was gonna try and run, and it stumbles over itself, and you just cut straight into the shoulder of this thing. So deep that, like, it loses ability to utilize its front leg. It almost drops Katya, but snaps her back up. She does not move.
hmm I'm going to after I like stab this thing, I'm going to, while it's stabbed into it, pull it back towards me.
Okay, yeah, so you definitely get it back within close range of you. Just in time for Pridwin and Ieri to clear the flies and see what's happening.
Yeah.
We need to kill it.
Yeah,
Immediately.
Apollyon looks right at them and says, "Well, that's kind of what I'm doing currently."
Yeah, he's just got done cleaving into this thing's shoulder. What are you and Ieri going to do?
He's going to say, we need to get her out of its mouth so that I can try to help her. Stab it.
So Ieri's going to charge him for a hit. Roll me a d20. Let's see if you hit him.
Whoa. 19.
Yeah, you gonna hit it. Roll me damage.
Whoa. And double 19s.
Okay. How do you want to do this?
So the moment, so the wolf is impaled on the long lance that sticks out from the front of the shield.
Mhm.
And immediately as that happens, can Pridwin turn back to his normal form?
Yeah.
The wolf is hanging gored on his helmet.
That's amazing.
Yes.
And he's going to immediately kneel down and he's going to try and use he's going to use some points to try and get healing water on Katia.
Okay. Go
Uh,
ahead and try to use healing waters. You're gonna have to be in your shield form to make it work. I will remind you, unless you have something
Okay,
to put water into.
oh shit.
Because the way it works is your shield's like flipped upside down and it fills with water. The inside of it does.
Yeah. He's just going to turn back into shield form and say, I need you to get the water into her mouth immediately. We gotta make sure that her heart's still beating.
So you transform into your shield to attempt to do this. While this is happening, Lewis, you have just come up behind Pidge, who is, back off of combat doing her sneaky beaky sniper rifle shit.
So, Pidge, what happens?
Pidge, you almost come out of your skin when you hear him talking behind you out of nowhere.
I turn around and smack him with the butt of my rifle.
Yes! Yes!
Down.
Oh my
Lou.
god.
Come on, join me. We can do this.
Ian?
While this interaction is happening, Soma, you've just punched a wolf in the face with your blade. You hear frantic
Yes.
yelling from the other side of the
Yeah.
tree.
He is going to place his blade on the wolf, or like try to place his blade on the wolf and freeze it.
D20.
Oh shit! It dropped. No. Where'd it go?
No! Where did it go?
Count his drop roll. No.
Where did he? What the fuck? But I'm not entirely sure. I'm gonna be honest.
God.
There it is. Found it. All right, let's do it again.
What was it?
11.
damage. Damage?
Oh, what did that damage? Oh, well, I rolled an 11 to
To hit, yeah,
hit
you're gonna
this-
hit. Roll damage.
Okay. That is. Hold on, wait 1 sec. I need to go to Soma. See what math I do. Go on, Soma. There we go.
Me flipping between all your character sheets to try and read shit in the middle of combat.
Yeah. Okay. Forgot my sheet is very bare bones. No, this isn't my ability sheet. This is my character sheet.
Oh my god.
God damn it! Why do I have so many sheets?
Jesus Christ! Need to combine all of them into one fucking sheet. Okay, hold on. So
We do.
Oh, this
Okay,
doesn't
there
have
we-
your stats on it. Yeah, I don't know what your stats are. We're gonna have to combine all of them into one sheet.
Yeah, we are. Okay, yeah, no, it's just 8 damage. He's trying to
Added to what?
like freeze it into place. There isn't. I don't know if there's any additions.
What was your base roll?
8.
And then you add 8 to that, so you got a 16.
Okay, yeah.
Which is gonna be enough. So you said you want to freeze this thing?
Yeah, like completely would.
Okay. So you stab into this wolf, and before it can even manage to... It tries to turn its head and snap your arm, and just as its mouth goes to close, its movements go lethargic. And it really tries to get its teeth into your arm, and then it's just... Its eyes glass over, and you see the fur begins to crystallize with ice. And a moment later, you pull your hand back and out of it. Move it away from the teeth. The wolf is completely frozen. Motionless.
After he notices this, he's actually going to stomp on the head and shatter it.
There is no resistance. It shatters beneath your boot. Your Converse, whatever you're wearing.
Yeah, now he's... Yeah. He is very out of breath now and exhausted.
And it's quiet. It's very quiet.
Soma actually yells out when he says, "What the hell was that?"
You hear this, Pridwin, you're in your shield form, and Ieri is holding you, and Apollyon, you are next to them. What are you doing?
I'll let Pridwin go first.
Hurry, we need to heal her as much as possible.
Soma walks up and he's sort of shocked at the sight, but he looks down at his hands. He says, "There's not really too much I can do other than cauterize a wound."
I'm trying my best. Here, if I can get... I'm going to try... I'm gonna try to use Effervescent Lantern and go for the, high, healing.
Mm-hmm.
Roll me a d20.
Come on. 18?
Okay. You're getting healing.
And I am using the proficient for the extra HP. That's another 30 hit points.
You watch as the glow envelops Katya, and then rather than going into the skin, merging with it and enveloping it and disappearing within the skin, it seems to just hover over her body.
Why isn't it working?
Apollyon is actually no, not Apollyon. I'm gonna have try to resonate with her.
You're gonna have who?
Soma, resonate with her.
You kneel down as Pridwin is panicking, and you put your hand on her shoulder. You close your eyes. Roll me a d20. An 8?
Yeah.
It is enough. You feel that tunneling sensation pulling you inward. You let go. You give yourself to it. And suddenly, you're standing on a dock. Out in front of you, there's a lake, cloaked with mist, trees surrounding it. At the very edge of the dock, you see a small child, swaying her feet sadly, her eyes locked onto the water.
Soma approaches her and leans up against wherever she's sitting. If she's sitting on a bench or something, or is she just
She's
laying
just sitting at the edge of the dock, her feet dangling above the surface of the water.
down? He walks up and leans against one of the pylons on the dock.
Okay, you do so. She doesn't seem to notice you at first.
He speaks to her and he says, how are things in here?
She looks up at you. There's tears in her eyes. You see her look down, and her torso, the familiar yellow hoodie, her workout sweats that she's always in when she goes to work out with Douglas, are bleeding through with red. What's happening?
He looks at her. He says, things are bad out there, but don't worry about it all. Take care of this.
What do you mean? Why can't I come out of here? I'm stuck in here so much.
Fredwin is trying the best he can, but I had to come in here and help.
Okay, what does that mean?
Please don't be scared, but I have to speak to it.
No, please don't. Please don't bring it out.
I have to. It's the only way I can. It's the way I sleep with Sadie.
But you're gonna turn me into one of those things.
He puts his hand on her shoulder and kneels down, and he says, trust me, it doesn't matter what happens to you, we'll make sure that it is undone. We have no means of doing that, but I'll make sure you cannot harm anyone.
Okay.
He stands up and he says, oh, right, that new guy, the tall one with red hair, he protected you when I couldn't.
She nodded.
He then calls out to the water. He says, yo, shithead, where the hell are you?
You don't hear a response. What are you doing? She says.
You know, the monster thing?
She shakes her head at you and stands, and you watch as she, kind of panicking as she does it, she takes a step off of the dock. And then her foot hits the surface of the water and stops. She takes another step, both feet resting on the surface of the water. She turns back to you and holds out a hand.
He takes the hand.
She gently holds your hand, pulling you onto the surface. At first, your foot hesitantly touches, but finds it a strange sensation. Liquid, but holding. She walks you out past the dock towards the center of the lake. And she leans down finally, crouching, and she brushes her fingers across the surface of the water, sending ripples. And after a moment, you see a shape begin to form. Unfamiliar. It looks like a little boy.
Soma leans down and looks at it.
As you're tilting your head, it kind of mimics your movement, its large white eyes staring at you. It's not
So-
smiling, it seems sad.
He looks at it and says, "So, I guess they're not all the same."
It tilts its head the other direction, still looking at you.
He looks at it. He says, "Look, I don't have much time, but I need your help."
The figure stares up at you for a long moment, and then it nods once.
He like sort of like looks into the distance and he says, "Well, I'm sure you are aware of what's going on outside.
The
Can you
figure once again
help us at all?"
nods.
He says, "If you can help us, granted with the sort of condition that no one can be hurt, can you make sure that this one gets to live a little longer?"
The figure tilts its head again, observing you, observing her. It reaches its hand to the surface of the water beneath, its fingers breaking through. The black sludge doesn't pass through to the air, though. What looks to be human fingers, a small child's hand, reaches out, bare skin extended not to you, but to Katya. She stares at it in horror and anguish.
Soma puts his hand on her shoulder in a comforting way.
It's my fault he's dead. It should have been me.
Don't blame yourself for it. It was unavoidable. And it wasn't your fault.
You sure this is a good idea?
There's not really many good ideas these days, but it's an idea. And it may just work.
You feel yourself being pulled, Soma. Before she can do anything, before she can say anything, you feel yourself being pulled backwards, like hands gripping at your shoulders, at your sides, at your legs. You are being pulled out of this inner room. Do you fight it?
No.
You hear her frantic voice as she turns looking for you. You hear her shrieking your name, begging you not to leave her.
As he hears this, he's actually going to fight against it.
You try. Roll me a d20.
But it's not.
A 9?
Yeah.
You struggle against the hands that are pulling at you. They, getting sight of them, they look old, like a gnarled old woman's, grabbing at your clothes, at your chest, at your arms. So many of them at once, prying you backwards, fingers trailing across your skin. You manage to stay at the dock before you're pulled any further backwards. You can see her form out in the center of the lake, hovering. You hear her shrieking your name still.
He grabs hold, tries to grab like any hold he can on the dock and pull himself out.
You grab, and you're struggling against this woman, this creature, whatever it is that seems to be wrenching you away from her. And just as you manage to get yourself free enough to drop to one knee on the dock, you watch as the figure, with Katya looking back at you, her hair blowing in the wind that seems to be picking up around you, she is suddenly pulled beneath the surface of the water. There's a shriek, a shrill, horrified scream as she disappears beneath the surface. And all at once, like the snap of fingers, you are back in your body.
Does his hand takes his hand off of her and just stands up.
Fridwin, you saw him close his eyes and not move for a while. What have you been doing during this time?
He has reverted back to his human form, and he is frantically sifting through his doctor's bag and trying to administer aid that way.
Apollyon, what are you doing?
Apollyon was just standing there, like, watching Soma with interest.
Pidge, you and Lewis have managed to catch up to the rest of the group.
I trying to assess the situation as quickly as possible. I call Aang to my side,
He's with
and
you.
I have him split into the two sections for wakey wakey. I don't know how that'll interrupt anything that's going on in there, but I'm gonna go for it.
You have one chance. Or this goes
Wakey,
very
wakey.
badly. Please
Yeah.
choose high or low. And tell me what dice you would like me to roll.
I do not know all your dice, but your newest set with low.
Okay. Fridwin, you see this. You're rummaging and you see Pidge coming forward with Ein in two pieces, the sparks amping up and flying off with a hot heat. Are you gonna say anything?
Well, what are you doing?
A teammate is down. We don't know if we can hear a heartbeat. I'm doing the only thing I can think of doing.
You're going to need to space here. He starts moving all of his stuff out of the way.
Oh right, I forgot to
I-
form sight into the thing. Anyway, continue.
Please, I would try, but I can't.
So you come down on her chest, making sure that everybody is clear off of her. And you set the shock off. And you're watching. All of you. Holding your breath as you watch Katya's body just motionless, rock with the shock. Pidge backs up. Ein powers down and goes back into one form, sitting beside you. Is there anything any of you'd like to do?
I put my hand on his shoulder. I believe.
I don't know what to do.
This is
She's
practical medical medicine right here.
Soma, you come back to your body just as the shock is delivered. You've been moved away from it. You watch as it hits her body. And there's that silence after with Pridwin panicking. Is there anything you'd like to do?
He's going to speak out, and he's gonna say, "I talked to the thing inside of her. I'm not sure if it went as planned, but she should be okay. So we should all be careful."
As you're saying this, you hear movement beside you. Your eyes flash back. Katya starts to cough. Tears begin to slip out of her closed eyes. They open up. Normal. Large. Scared. Pained. She sees you. She opens her mouth to try to say your name and nothing comes out.
Someone kneels down and then hugs her.
She simply just curls into your arms, her breathing starting to return back to normal. Pidge, it appears that for the first time, your defibrillation worked.
There is not a person where Pidge is. There is a blubbering, sobbing mess.
You have collapsed. You basically collapse against Lewis's legs. You're hugging him and crying. Ieri is standing next to Apollyon, watching with a grave countenance. Pridwin, you hear her begin to breathe once more.
He's like hyperventilating and clutching his doctor's bag, and he says, "She's alive."
Yeah.
Oh, I thought I failed. I thought. Oh.
You see her hand drop. She's kind of being held by Soma, and one of her hands was balled into a fist. And as it kind of drops limply against her side, you see something fall out of it, Pridwin.
He's going to go and try to pick it up.
You grab it. It appears to be a lock of hair. A deep, deep red.
What is this? Do any of you know who this is? And he holds up the lock of red hair.
Apollyon shrugs.
Apollyon does have bright red hair, but this is more deep red.
Yeah.
Almost blood red.
Yeah. No, Apollyon shrugs. Like, he's like, no, not mine.
I have a hard time remembering your guys' names. I doubt I'd remember anyone with that kind of hair.
Your Pidge is just sobbing, barely able to get the words out.
Soma actually looks up what he's talking, like looking at what he's talking about. Does Soma recognize this?
I don't know if you've ever seen him before. I think you've seen him in passing. There are a couple people on campus who have deep red hair. There's a professor on campus who has very, very red hair. There are a couple of students who have red hair, but you can't remember what shade it is.
Mm-hmm.
What I want to know is, Lewis, are you saying anything?
Do I know red hair?
Oh, you
I'm
know
actually
exactly
surprised.
whose hair this is.
I kind of figured. Can you give me an idea whose red hair?
Hey,
Give you a
actually,
hint. His fingers were in your shoulders about an hour ago.
Guys,
Also,
I think-
I'm fairly certain Soma has like interacted with him briefly, but never like really, engaged with him.
Also, before I
believe-
forget, Soma, Lewis, Pidge, and Pridwin, all of you can add 1 soul to your count.
we
Cool.
got 1 soul. Sick.
Yeah, you can add it to your
A
permanent count.
soul.
There is a wolf
yeah.
soul hovering red beside you. You snatch it up when you get the chance and devour it.
Mhm.
I nonchalantly say, guys, maybe we should like try to discuss this at the cabin. After seeing the hair.
Eerie
Yes,
turns and narrows his eyes at you and says, "You know something, don't you?"
Sorta, kinda.
Like eyeing you right now, suspiciously.
I feel like everybody at this point is eyeing you suspiciously.
Yeah. He's also like,
Paige is
like
still sobbing.
Apollyon's also like brandishing his scythe while looking at Lewis.
Katya is
We have-
unconscious in your arms, by the way, which are very quickly being covered in blood.
I think we should rush to the cabin. If possible.
Apollyon looks down at Soma and says, "You, also, Pridwin, you guys take the girl to the thing. I am going to have a word with Lewis here."
Very well.
Yeri, I feel like you'd be interested in joining this conversation.
I would, he says, and begins to crack his knuckles.
Everybody's a critic.
Well, we wouldn't be critics if you had nothing to critique.
It's just.
So hold on,
after looking-
who's taking Katya back toward the cabin? I need to know who split and when where.
Soma is carrying Katya, and I think Pridwin's going with him.
And Pidge, I'm assuming, because she's a mess. Just leaving
Yeah.
Apollyon, Eerie, and Lewis. Okay, sorry. Continue. Apollyon, Eerie, and Lewis, you guys are in the trees. The two of you are starting to... You've gotten in between the rest of the group and Lewis at this point.
Yeah.
I'm just like, looking around
Apollyon
the
is going
trees.
to spin his scythe, like spins it and transforms it back into Abaddon.
Abaddon's eye gets very large and he says, "Well,
Yeah,
well,
Apollyon-
well!
Hello.
Am I finally going to get to taste something today?" The eye is looking Lewis up and down.
Apollyon looks at Abaddon and says, "Maybe not, but we'll see how this turns out."
Oh, please pick the hard choice.
I shake my hands and I'm saying, my blood isn't as tasty as you think.
Well, that's
That's
yet
your
for
soul.
me to determine.
Apollyon points his scythe in the direction of Lewis and says, "I was sent here to protect you people, but if you are to directly or indirectly cause harm to us or them, I might have to take up arms against you."
I bring no harm to the at all. It's
Then what of your accomplices?
not them either.
Yes, that remains to be seen, doesn't it? Eerie says, starting to pace around behind you.
Apollyon sort of like approaches and he says,
If
"Not them either, so you do confirm that there are accomplices."
if anything, it was our accomplices. And I look at Yuri.
Eerie looks back at him, confused.
Oh, the last time you weren't awake when he came.
Who is
I'm
the one with the
sorry
red?
to say, I have no idea who you're speaking of.
Can I investigate the background that we're in? Because we're still in the forest, right?
Oh yeah, you're in the middle of the forest.
Oh, like yeah, I'm definitely rolling for that. I'm gonna try to roll to investigate just in case I don't see him.
Roll me
anywhere.
d20.
6.
You don't see anything. Quick pause on you guys. Soma, you're carrying Katya.
Mm-hmm.
Pridwin, you're kind of out in front, and Pidge is trailing along behind you with Ian. You guys make it out of the trees, and you're passing by the bench and heading back towards the cabins when you hear footsteps shuffling up behind you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy. I'm gonna shine a blue lantern light on in the direction.
You turn and you see a man, one of the professors, approaching you. Is everything all right? What are you students doing out of your rooms?
We were attacked.
Not another one. We just had another attack across campus.
Yes.
Soma gestures. Is Pridwin still holding the lock of hair?
Yes.
Yeah, Pridwin would have definitely held on to it.
Soma looks to Pridwin and says, "Pull it out. We were attacked by someone who may have had this color of hair."
So I need you to look at the man that you are speaking to.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to look at him.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I posted a picture in the face claims.
Oh, no, I see him. I didn't know that was the
Do I
person I was
finally
looking
get to see him?
Uh-huh.
Where
That
is he?
picture's been for like 2 hours.
Uh-huh. It's almost like it's the same person.
Yeah.
Oh,
The
boy.
man smiles at you. He does have a hood pulled up over, but you can see wisps of hints of red.
Yeah. Soma then actually like grabs Pridwin's hand and lowers it if he was about to like raise up the lock of hair, and he says, "We were just attacked by some wolves while we were on a walk."
They seem to be all over campus tonight. Just
Yes.
earlier, one of the new little ones was nearly mauled by one on his way back to the cabin. I told them not to go out. We have people patrolling for this whole reason. There's a reason we've asked you to stay in your cabins, he says, starting to pace with frustration. But you have injured, he says, turning back to you. Here, I'll take her to the infirmary. You need to go back. You need to get back in your cabin where it's safe.
With all due respect, I am a medic. I can take care of her.
Take care of being a interesting term, considering she's this way in the first place. Where are you coming from, anyway?
Woods.
Ah, it's almost like you shouldn't be out there in the middle of the night, isn't it? He's still holding out a hand
I
expectantly.
caught her being chased by something, and Soma turns around with Katya in hand and walks back towards the cabin.
He steps in front of you to block your path. Give me the child. I'm going to take her to the infirmary.
With all due respect, sir, as a member of the Rhizostoma family, I am confident in my ability to tend to her.
With all
I
due
think-
respect, young master, I am one of the professors of this academy and have been chosen so as a reason. So despite your family's namesake, you are rather new here, and I will inform you that authority still works the same way that it does where you come from.
Soma actually yells out. He like interrupts and he says, "With all due respect to you, this child is my responsibility, and I am to take care of her. If you want to have any problems, you can take it up with Death herself."
You see the golden glare move back to your face for a moment. You hear a rush of footsteps coming up from the opposite direction. It is Iger. What on earth are you kids doing out here? Don't you know there's been an
We were
attack?
attacked.
He says as he looks down and sees Katya in your arms.
Yes, I am well aware.
Katya's motionless. Your arms are well covered in blood now. His eyes move from you to her to him. He says, well, go on then. Get back to your cabin.
Speaks out and he says, "Will do." He says as he like brushes past the man in front of me.
The man doesn't say anything. Iger glares in his direction and says, where have you been? He says, killing wolves, of course. I'm up to 6. How many are you at? Iger says, well, I'm at 7.
You okay?
Not Apollo. I mean, Soma actually looks back at Iger, trying to get his attention, and he nods at him.
Iger gives you, just for the briefest of glances, just a split second, a knowing, warning look. You notice that his body has positioned itself between you and Katya and this man.
Mm-hmm.
Are you running?
He's going to continue to go back towards the cabin, yes.
They remain in place and you guys keep moving towards the cabin. Back in the trees! Apollyon, Abaddon is, thrumming with energy in your hands.
Mm-hmm.
Look at him, it's like he doesn't know what to say! What a scared little thing.
Apollyon calls out, just sort of ignoring Abaddon for a moment, and he says, who was the one with red hair? And what does he have to do with all of this?
I walk towards his scythe, and I tell him I can't tell you.
Ooh, it sounds like he wants to do it the hard way.
Apollyon says again, and he says, you can't tell me, but I'm assuring you, you should be much more afraid of me than who I tell you not to.
And me even worse after he gets done with you, Ieri says from just over your shoulder.
I put a finger on his scythe and I say, listen, I can't tell you.
Quick pause. You put your hand on the scythe?
Oh, does it reverberate? Yes.
You want
Okay. Interesting. I need to make a roll. Apollyon, you've watched. Which form is he in right now?
I rolled a 3.
Abaddon.
Yeah. So you know the teeth at the top of the scythe?
Oh, I see. Okay, then I refrain from putting a finger.
Alright, you can't pull back now.
Oh no,
because
okay,
you've already rolled.
Yeah, I rolled a 3.
Yeah, so you put your hand on this scythe, and before you know what's happening, the surface that you're touching is gone, and teeth are coming down on the back of your hand.
Oof. Is it as painful as the jar, or less painful?
Bro, it's worse. There are teeth
It's worse
digging
than the
into
jar?
your hand.
I just got gnawed in my back. Like,
It's
my
worse.
hand is like, okay. I was gonna say, like, my hand is like, okay, I can think about a hand injury, but my back, I just got, like, my thing scraped out.
Yeah, you are getting bit right now.
Bro.
Apollyon, you're watching this, by the way.
Yeah, he's unfazed. He approaches Lewis and he says, trust me, we can do this the easy way or the hard way, and I really hope you choose wisely.
You hear evil, muffled laughter coming from the mouth around your hand.
Not that I don't want to. Not that I choose not to. I can't tell you. In front of someone else.
Well,
in front of who? In front of me, Ieri says curiously.
Apollyon actually sticks his hand up for a moment and he says, well, if you won't tell us, maybe your nightmares will.
Please.
you like me to test that theory?
If it helps you, I've never seen the person's face.
Hmm.
That is not true.
So you only have I seen his face?
You have once.
Oh, the first
The
time.
very first time you met him, you saw his face.
That's how I recognized his hair.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. You can still envelop my nightmares if you.
That sounds to
I'm
me like an
telling you,
open invitation, Abaddon says with his mouth full.
You're just gonna see Mandy, some other things. It may be him.
Apollyon is going to cast. I'm not sure which one I want to cast more because there's two of them I can cast.
Uh-huh.
Let's see. Uh, hmm. That one is a chance, so I'm gonna have to go with the worst one just to get a definitive answer in case because this yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna cast Domain of Horror on him.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, so here's what happens. Lewis, you remember when you were in the theater, and you and Erie went to investigate a closet, and
Yeah.
then suddenly you weren't in a closet anymore. You were in someplace else.
Always.
Okay,
That was a
so
core memory.
yeah, it's happening again.
Oh.
You, one second you're standing there, this scythe is biting your hand, and in the next second, you are in complete darkness. Only the silhouettes of trees around you in the distance. You
Wait.
are completely alone.
Can I check my hand? Is it
Actually,
still blue?
can I do the description real quick for the environment?
Sure.
So as he's in this area, I want to imagine it's like the like demon realm and Pfizer, where it shifts and turns almost mechanically, and suddenly you are in the hallways of the school, whereas everything is like dark and all of the windows are closed. And I'll let you take over the rest.
Welcome to Silent Hill. Lewis, you're walking down the hallway in between the classrooms, and you hear a soft rattling.
Could you at least heal my hand before you put me through this?
You turn and there's no one there. But you do hear the rattling again.
Fredwin?
There's no
Fredwin?
response. The lockers around you begin to vibrate, the rattling intensifying, then all at once all the locker doors slam open.
When's the part you just check my memories?
Crawling out of the locker slowly, you see the twisted, contorted image of Mandy.
Oh.
Her body low, squiggling across the ground, her tongue long and serpentine, her eyes settled on you.
I freeze in place in terror.
You hear movement behind you. You feel fingers reaching over, but they're not just fingers, they're long claws, hands covered in coarse fur as they begin to dig into your shoulders. You hear the growl just behind your ear.
I attempt to jump back and put my hand. Can I put my hand in weapon form?
Yeah?
Yeah.
So you
Yeah,
kind
I
of
put my hand in weapon
stumble
form.
out of the grasp. You tumble forward, you turn with your weapon form extended, and you see him. The red curls. The deep golden eyes. The very sharp features, the point of his teeth as he grins up at you.
I'm still doing what you told me to do. You can't come back here yet.
You hear laughter coming from down the hallway. The laughter of thousands of people, of your friends. It's all directed at you. You
I can
turn,
still do it.
looking in their direction, and you see another figure. One that you've looked for many, many years. Your brother starts walking toward you slowly. Tears running down his cheeks, but as you watch him take a step, his body seems to fragment, pieces of it tumbling, a section of his arm falling off, his fingers dropping, his body shattering into 100 pieces before you. Even in pieces, his eyes staring up at you, agonized, words coming out of his mouth, out of the pieces. You haven't found me yet.
I'm still looking.
You
I'm-
turn back as you hear the snarl, and instead of the man before you, rather it is a large wolf leaping, maw opened, claws extended, and just as it reaches you, you're no longer in the realm. You're in a ball on the ground. Apollyon and Ieri are standing over you.
Whew. Whew.
Apollyon retracts his scythe and he says, "So I believe we may have a face to the hair."
Jesus, man. Next time, just ask.
Did you see something? Ieri says to you.
It was a man with claws, red hair, sort of like the one that Katya had, the lock of hair, and was targeting Lewis, digging his claws into his back. At one moment, instead of the man, it was a wolf. So, regardless, I feel like whoever it is, we should be wary of them. Is there any staff on campus that has deep red hair, darker than mine, at least?
To be honest with you, I'm still kind of new here and getting my bearings. I could have a look around, but not tonight. He looks around the forest, kind of uneasily. I'd really rather get inside before any more of those things show up.
Less worried about those and more about the staff we should get out. By now, they were probably sending a searching party for anyone else.
Quite.
Well, I'll see you around. And Apollyon sort of like runs into the distance.
Yuri, can I have a talk with you?
You guys start walking back toward the cabin. Ieri's not looking at you, but he's not saying no either.
You know very much well who attacked us.
Do
Who
I?
attacked me.
Are you so sure about that?
And then, who's your new partner?
Who, Pridwin? It was a moment of opportunity, that's all. An old friend arriving at campus. I would be a fool not to try and partner up with them. Besides, you and Herb seem to be getting along just fine. I thought you were happy with him.
Herb's not a bad guy. But we just don't resonate as well. Differences and all, but look, the person who attacked me was a master of yours at a time.
Are you so sure about that?
I want to do one more look around before I spill beans.
Please roll me a d20.
15.
You don't see anyone in particular. But it's very dark out here and the forest seems eerie. You do notice though that as you're trying to get up to saying whatever you're gonna say, Eerie is now looking at you.
The person who... What was his name? Was his name Deacon?
Mm-mm.
But do I know his name?
You do not.
Okay. The person you were looking for was an old master of yours who told me to, when we were partners, to not to get in your way, but only to protect you. I wasn't... I can't tell... I wasn't supposed to tell you the information. But he did task me in protecting you, and if I didn't, or if I lagged behind in strength behind you, I turn around and show him my claw back, my freshly wounded back.
You hear laughter
This.
as you turn.
What was it from Yuri, or was it from...
Oh, it's from Eerie. You really are pathetic. I mean, of course you want to blame all the authority you can come up with, but now you're trying to pull me into your blame and fantasy?
I punch Yuri.
Roll me a d20.
Shoot. No, my white die went under my desk. It's down to
No.
the red die.
You
11.
try to punch Yeri. But just as you go to swing, he is suddenly no longer in front, but beside your arm. He grabs your wrist, and before you know it, you are face down in the dirt. Look at you, you're completely useless without being in someone else's hands. Can you do anything for yourself?
Not in this environment.
Or in any. Why do you think I wanted to partner with Bridwin? I'm tired of doing all of the work.
I mean, in some environments I'm useful.
In what environment have you been useful?
You never came down to book club.
Eerie begins to walk away from you.
Come on, I'm being serious. This is
He's not
me
stopping.
being serious this time. You need to be careful. There.
Leave me out of
You're-
your fantasies, he
I'm
says,
telling you
casting
the
a haughty
truth.
glance over his shoulder.
The red hair you found just now. How do you think I knew about it?
How should I know? You clearly got into a scrap with something. Maybe you're involved with them for all I know. But what I do know is that you have been lying not only to me but the rest of the team on multiple occasions. You are not trustworthy. You don't act like a member of this team.
I can't. There's certain responsibilities I have to uphold. Yes,
Sure.
I understand there's a past about me. I told you guys when I first came in what I was looking for. The thing that was pressed upon me was your master coming upon me. He knows things that I wish I knew. People on our team knew things that I wish I knew from the beginning. But I do not hold it against them not saying it in the beginning. What I'm saying is we all have a past that we do not want to discuss with people. But my past is hidden behind pain. If I tell people, and I'm telling the person that the other guy didn't even want to know in the first place.
Look. I don't know what happened to you when you left the house earlier and came back in this shape. I don't know what you think you saw. I don't know who you thought you experienced or who they're connected to. But you didn't see anything.
Can I expect him to see if he's lying to me?
Roll me a d20.
16.
You see a very firm stare, confident. No doubt in the words coming out of his mouth.
Then I step up to him, and as confidently as I can say, I know what I saw. And I know what I felt.
Sure you do.
And then I bump past his shoulder and I walk.
Eerie doesn't follow you. He lets you walk off. Apollyon, were
Yeah.
you listening to that?
Yeah, I was hiding behind some nearby trees after going a certain distance.
That's what I thought. So Eerie turns sideways once Lewis is out of earshot and he says, "Did you enjoy the show?"
He gets out of he comes to view and he says, "Oh, I'm sure Abaddon did."
Yeah, the eye is like rolling around in circles crazily. There's like a giggling coming from the scythe.
She's quite ecstatic about these developments, actually.
You always were a strange one, he says, brushing himself off.
Well, I suppose I should get to the rest of the group and tell them what I found out. I will leave you to your devices, he says as he sort of like rushes off back towards the dorm.
So you guys have arrived. You guys have stepped into the cabin. Soma, you're clutching Katya still. Pridwin, you open the door for them as they enter, and Pidge, you're kind of walking behind. Pidge is watching warily, I'm assuming.
Mm-hmm.
I've got like 3 smoke bombs and a claw formation on my hand, ready to come out at any moment.
Yeah, so you get inside the door and all of you turn and watch the door, holding your breath, expecting any moment somebody to burst through it, and somebody does. However, it's Lewis.
I'm just assuming that we're all like in the main room, like
yeah,
all in a
three of you
fighting
were
stance.
like, all like in a fighting stance. Soma's like at the back holding Katya protectively against his chest.
Pidge throws a smoke bomb at him, but the smoke bomb's a dud, so it just smacks on his forehead and
Yeah,
falls to the
Lewis,
ground.
you walk in the door and get hit in the forehead immediately with something.
Oh, Lewis. We were worried that someone else was going to come through that door.
I just take the smoke bomb in my strife, and I say hello and goodbye, and I walk to the into my room to try to look at my what's it called? My bulletin
Conspiracy board?
Yeah.
Before you go, we found out, at least I have a pretty good inkling of who that red-haired man is.
I don't even know who the redhead man is, really. It's probably nothing. Probably no one.
Can I... Can I, like, roll to see if he's lying?
Sure, yeah, go ahead.
Because that's... I mean, come on, man. Alright, let's...
Pidge goes up and hugs Lewis.
15?
Yeah, he's clearly bullshitting. You watch as you're like realizing this. You watch as Pidge goes up and hugs Lewis before he can close the door.
Thank you, Pidge.
Whatever it is, you can talk about it later. I'll be
dirt
here.
on my front. Okay. Thank you. I have to wipe off. this muck
There's
and whatnot.
there's now grease all over your arms.
Yeah,
And
on
also
top of the
mud.
dirt from getting slammed into the ground, there is now grease on you also. So yeah, you two are standing there. Pridwin, you and Soma are left standing in the main entry room.
You'd think with how frequently he lies, he'd at least be kind of good at it.
No, he is quite terrible at it, honestly.
It's one of the things I
Yes.
like about him.
At least it shows some truth, but he's still an idiot.
I'm like on the bulletin board, like redheaded man.
Redheaded guy.
Redhead
And
guy?
all
Question mark!
the-
Exclamation mark!
It's just a giant circle, and all of them lead right back to him.
I already have it connecting to Yuri.
He already
That was the first one.
he has like a whole record board for
He
new
was the
players,
first-
like the new
First
that went-
person I asked where my brother was, and he told me.
Ridwin's going to say, is Katia all right? Is she stable? I
You
can
look
seal
over.
up the rest of the wounds.
Soma's arms are covered in blood.
Well,
Oh,
she should be
dear.
okay, but I have some wounds of my own. If you can take care of these real quick, and I'll patch her up.
Guys, that's a lot of blood. We should probably close the wounds.
Literally, you can't
Yes.
tell who is bleeding more at this point between the two of them.
Yeah.
All
Um,
the wounds.
If you guys,
Here.
I mean, I wouldn't mind a little bit of help so I can help patch her up. I don't
Um,
have blood, so I can be healed just fine.
Pridwin's basically just gonna go over to up to like where the shot glasses are kept.
Uh-huh.
He's gonna line them up in front of Soma, and he's gonna fill them all with healing water.
How many
Well, that's-
how many healing waters can you afford right now?
Let's see. I'm gonna try and do as many as I can.
Jesus Christ.
Let's see. I have. So my healing water ability costs 3 points.
Oh shit, important question. Roll d20 first.
Oh, sure thing. D20. And a natural 20.
Okay. Holy shit. Okay, you're good. You're good. Sorry. I needed to check something.
Hold on. I've got to do the math real quick. So let's see. I can do 7. So he lines up 7 glasses.
Good God.
And he says, unfortunately, this is all I have for the day, but just drink until you're good enough, and then save whatever's left for anyone else who was hurt.
So
Sounds good to me.
you start filling these glasses, and the first couple are okay, but as you near, like, the last couple, you're exhausted. It is hard for you to do much of anything. It's not that you're physically tired, but your body has just been through so much. You are low on energy.
I am going to need to lie down.
You start walking
please.
towards your room. You
Yeah,
feel a
like-
chill. You take like 2 steps and you feel a chill up your spine.
He's gonna look around.
It seems stronger the closer you get to your room.
Oh no. Would someone mind accompanying me to my room?
The only person here right now is Soma, who is clutching Katya.
Pid's
Never
still
mind.
there.
Do I hear him?
Oh, I thought you were in Lewis's room with him.
No, I hugged him and left him to be.
Ah, okay. So, yeah, Pidge is standing
Please.
there and then Soma's standing there.
Pidge, please. I'm feeling a bit weak.
Yeah, I'll help.
Thank you. He's going to basically just hold out his hand to like stabilize himself and head towards his room.
So the
Yeah.
two of you are making your way to Pridwin's room. You open the door and see. Is he still there?
Oh, yes.
Oh.
You see Apollyon sitting in the window frame, sort of sharpening his scythe. He looks over and he says, "Oh, I wasn't expecting the other one to come too."
While you're sharpening it, there's a deep purr emitting from the side.
Apollyon, I was expecting you to use the front door.
Well, this was sort of important. I thought I would talk to you first about this.
Very well. Thank you very much for helping me. Pidge, you can go now.
One of these days, I'm going to have a conversation with everyone here about keeping secrets and telling lies. On that day,
Apollyon actually, and he says, "Well, you're welcome here, I suppose."
Of course, if you wish. I'm gonna sit down if that's all right.
Yes.
You can see the drain in him.
Yeah. Apollyon like steps out of the window and sort of leans against the wall, and yeah, he leans up against the wall and he gestures to the door to be closed.
Pidge closes the door.
Okay, so does the three of you in this room.
All right. Apollyon begins and he says, "So, after you guys left, I had a bit of a talk with Lewis. It was less of a talk and more of me delving into his literal nightmares. And I got some answers."
Excellent. What were you able to divine?
There's this man, has these strange claws, and clearly this Lewis is very afraid of him. He has this deep, darker red hair, sort of darker than mine.
Yeah, we've met.
Yeah, we funny you should say that. He was there to greet us once we got out of the woods.
Right.
And he was particularly insistent that we give Katia to him.
He sort of like rubs along the blade of Abaddon and he says, "Well, whoever this man is seems to be either working with whoever's behind this or is behind all of this."
Yes,
Two, he is not to be trusted.
As much as I would love to bring him to the top of my investigations, I fear that digging too much might wind up with all of us dead.
No, you guys stay on the sidelines for now. I'll do all of the digging. In fact, well, I am the only one here who can dig through the fears of people, so.
Very well.
In the meantime, where's the pink-haired one? Soma, I think his name is.
Out in the main room. Yes. Out in the main room, drinking and tending to Katia. That is the reason why I'm as exhausted as I am.
Well, if any of you can make sure he gets this information, then do so, please. But leave him to be for now. Somebody should also watch him tonight, in case that man comes around again.
I'm gonna be.
I would offer to stand sentry, but I am.
You are fine. And I talked with Ieri as well. He should be assisting us in any way he can. Still on the fence about him, but he isn't entirely untrustworthy, at least. He's on our
Yes.
side. Enemy of your enemy is your friend, so.
Yes. I'm going to faint now.
Just literally
Very well.
collapses.
Pridwin proceeds to collapse onto the bed.
So while this is happening, Soma, you're standing outside in the kitchen. You're clutching Katya. What are you doing?
Sorry. He's sort of just trying to bandage her up, getting all the supplies he can to do so.
You do notice that, like, you take a sip of one of the glasses that he made you, and the wound on your arm closes a bit.
He looks down at it and he's like, "This is awesome."
Are you
He
gonna
says,
drink another one?
Yeah, no, he's gonna drink it.
Okay.
By the way, in total, all of those glasses tally up to 140 hit points worth of healing.
Fuck yeah. So you down 2 of these glasses, and you're debating on a third when you feel movement against your other arm.
Oh, he looks down at his other arm.
You're still holding Katya.
Yeah. He's gonna look down at where the movement's coming from.
Yeah, she is, like, gripping at, kind of against your forearm with her hand weakly, the one that was gripping the piece of hair as if she's looking for something. Her eyes are still closed.
He'll set her down and try to figure out what you said she was looking at something? Or?
She was looking for, like, she's reaching around trying to grab something as if she dropped something.
Oh, the hair. He sets her down. Going to head over to Pridwin's room.
Okay.
Actually no. Yeah, Pridwin's room, and he's going to knock on the door.
So as you guys are just like right around the time Pridwin's like, I'm gonna pass out now, and then you hear a knock on the door. Apollyon, you and Pidge are left in the room. Pridwin's laying there, question mark conscious.
Oh, he's completely out.
Out.
Apollyon speaks out and he says, "Enter." And Soma walks in and he says, "Oh, didn't know I was intruding. I wanted to borrow some alcohol. Pridwin over there to help with these wounds."
You see Pridwin passed out on the bed.
Right.
It's not like he'd miss a bottle or two, right?
Yeah, he looks around for another bottle.
So you walk over to his first aid kit that's in there. There are what look to be. Did you restock, Pridwin?
Oh, he would have. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So there are 8 bottles in there. They all, like, you can't tell what's in them, but you would assume that they are in fact alcohol.
Yeah.
Also, there is a single bottle that is very clearly labeled. Like, it looks like he took a label maker and then underlined the label a bunch of times that just says holy water.
Yeah, he's like sifting through them. He sees the holy water as he's about to grab it. He's like, "Oh no!" And then he like grabs the bottle next to it.
Okay. Yeah. So you grab another bottle of what you think is alcohol and you walk back into the hall.
Yeah, he as he's about to walk back, actually, Apollyon grabs him. Where's the lock of hair that Pridwin had?
Pridwin would have probably just set it on his, like, desk before he walked over to his bed.
Apollyon places the lock of hair in his hand and he says, "Watch out for the red hair. I knew you with him." And Soma nods at him and walks back into the living room to take care of Katya.
So you walk back into the living room and she is stirring where you set her down. Her eyes lazily open about halfway.
He's going to like rapidly approach her to try to take care of her.
Dad.
As he's like bandaging her wounds, he says, "Not Dad, but someone else."
I tried.
He continues to listen.
It happened again. I tried.
Right to what?
To get away.
To get away?
The wolves are always coming.
He just continues to listen as he bandages her up.
This happens every time. He picked me up by the hair this time. I tried to scratch him. I managed to get a hold of some of his hair, but I lost it.
He grabs the hair and he places it in her hand.
Her fingers coil around it tight.
And I would assume he probably finishes bandaging her at this point.
Yeah, you've managed to wrap the sections of her torso and waist, a good portion of it, up her middle and down onto her sides is bandaged now. You can see deep gouging teeth marks in a wound that most definitely would have been fatal.
He picks her up and he actually takes her into his room so he can keep an eye on her.
You walk into your room and Sadie is pacing. Weakly, she's not in any condition to be up, but she's pacing, looking out the window worriedly. She turns when you walk in.
Hey,
What happened?
it's terrible things, he says as he places Katya on the bed and he pulls out the lock of hair.
Yeah, you pull it out from her fingers. She is barely conscious. She seems to be mumbling but not making sense. Sadie she gets over beside you and kind of runs a hand over her forehead worriedly.
Mm-hmm. And he's sort of like rubbing his arm, and then he shows her the lock of hair, and he says, "Whoever this man is, he's one of the professors on campus. He did this to her."
I've never seen a professor with red hair before.
With this red hair, he says as he holds up the lock.
She's looking at it. Yeah, I don't recognize that. Hold on. She pulls up the PDA and she starts shuffling through. She manages to get to the administration staff. She starts shifting through the pictures.
Anything of interest?
No. That's such a strange color. He would stand out, or she would stand out, right?
He was wearing a hood.
No, I mean, like, out of these pictures. She turns the PDA to you, and you see that she has been scrolling through the faculty pictures.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see anyone with that color of hair. Do you
He
see his face at all? Did he color it, maybe?
he's going to check.
You start scrolling. Roll me a d20.
It is a 7.
You don't see him at all. You don't see anything that looks remotely like him. Not with the beard goatee combo, not with even hair that looks, to be in the same style.
Mm-hmm. He starts pacing around and he says, "What about a sort of? Does this campus have a guard dog of any sort?"
A guard dog. What an odd thing to say. I mean, there is the thing in the basement.
No, wouldn't be that. He as he's like talking, he's like pinning the lock of hair to the fucking corkboard, and he's like pacing now, and he says, "Contact Iger if you can. I need to talk to him."
So she rubs at her temples and starts typing on the PDA. Katya's still stirring, saying things under her breath. Every once in a while you can make a word out. She seems scared, maybe trapped in a dream or a memory.
Someone's actually going to specifically tell Sadie to, he's gonna say, make the message cryptic as if it's just something ordinary. Make sure that whoever this man is can't track us.
She squints at you, and then, like, you see her pressing the delete button a bunch of times, and then she starts typing again.
Tell him that I want to schedule a training appointment.
For what time?
Tomorrow afternoon.
Right, she says, and she, types a little bit more, and then she sends it.
And he sits down in his chair and he says, well, I'm beat, so I'm going to lay down.
Right, she says. She looks just as bad as you do, honestly.
Yeah, he's actually going to just sleep in his chair because he's letting Katya take his bed.
Yeah, Sadie kind of crawls up next to Katya and kind of just sits there and watches her. Her eyes keep passing to the window worriedly. You notice that now that you've come back, it seems to be there's some kind of, like, wood that has been wedged kind of into between the framework and the latch. Seems to be maybe holding it in place.
Yeah. And yeah, he's also going to grab anything in the room to just like wedge the door shut.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know what shoe books. You got the dresser. You could slide the dresser in front of the door.
He's gonna use the chair and he's just gonna sleep on the floor, or lay down. He's probably gonna lean up against the wall or something and sleep there.
Okay, so yeah, you wedge the chair beneath your door handle so that it can't turn all the way, and the pressure like keeps the door closed. And then you lean up against the wall, I guess. Sadie frowns down at you, but she stays there watching the window worriedly.
Napoleon is actually going to stay in Pridwin's room, and actually no, he's gonna stay in the hallway and he's gonna lay down and keep watch basically.
Okay. And Pidge, I know what you're doing. I know what you have set up. Lewis, you were the only one conscious. Are you okay? What are you doing?
Yeah.
Working on your conspiracy board? Writing some hateful words in red marker? Is there anything you want to do?
I wanted to blood test myself.
Okay.
Before I go to sleep.
So, what are you using?
Well,
Because you don't have a blade on your weapon.
I know. Maybe I should. I'm gonna attempt to talk to her.
To who?
To that demon lady that I met at the museum.
What exactly? How are you going about this?
I'm just gonna think about it in my brain. Like, look, if you're really here, could you please say something?
Silence.
That's all. That's all I needed to hear. Keep looking.
Silence. Nothing.
So I didn't get tricked. She's actually not here. That's good. Then go back out and tell Cody I was out. I'm gonna go back out and tell Cody I was sorry for earlier.
So you open the door, you realize what time it is, and you don't see anybody anywhere. Most of the lights are turned off. There is a shadow crouched in the hallway outside of, kind of in between Pridwin and Soma's door. Or I think it would be Eerie and Soma's doors, actually. Yeah, they're next to each other.
I silently ask, "Who's there? Who's there? Who's there? Who's there?"
Apollyon, you hear the nervous, frantic voice echo down the hallway.
Sorry.
Who's there?
Anyway, he just looks up and then he looks back down. Just ignores it. For now. I
Yes.
am on the phone right now, so I'm just gonna do that for now.
You're fine. Yeah, so there's no response. The figure moves slightly, and that's all you see.
Is there a light switch anywhere?
Yeah.
What? I mean, is it close by?
Not exactly. It's kind of at the hallway near the figure.
I walk closer to the figure.
You walk closer, you start to recognize the shape.
Who do I recognize exactly?
It's the same man that cornered you in the forest
Of course.
with the giant scythe, except you don't see the scythe anywhere.
It's Yuri?
No. It's Apollyon.
Oh. Okay.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so
what
he
is
like slowly walks towards you in the dark.
Apollyon immediately like looks up at him.
I didn't know that was you in the dark when I was asking who was there. You didn't say anything back.
Didn't know you were talking to me. He stands up. He says, "What do you want?"
Since it's just you and me,
Uh-huh.
I need to tell you something.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Okay.
Look. So, as unbelievable as this may seem, I'm going to need you to believe me at least 80%. But for each time you don't believe me, I want you to then judge why would he be lying about this, and then ask yourself again.
Just tell me what it is.
Okay. So you know the rake marks on my back?
Uh-huh. They're not rake marks, are they?
They are rake marks, but not from a rake.
So they're not rake marks.
Like, it. So,
They're claw marks.
yeah, yeah. So,
Continue.
the person who did the clawing of the marks,
The red-haired guy.
yes, that person is connected to your current partner.
My current partner.
Yuri.
I mean, I wouldn't say he's my partner, but keep going.
Either way, but he there's promises when we first met. What on our first ever encounter with Yuri, when I first met up with him, we went to this one place. He got knocked out. I was carrying him back. Then this man appeared behind me. Yuri was already gone, and the guy then told me to promise him to protect and get stronger with him at the time. And he would tell me secrets. That's why I couldn't tell you at the time.
I kind of figured that was the case. Either he's
That's
clearly
why
a
I would rather have went through the nightmare than tell you through my mouth. Then I would be breaking the agreement.
yeah, it's sort of like like walks around him, sort of analyzing him, and he says, "I sort of figured that was the case. He is quite a threat, as he is so vehemently shown us. So clearly he would do something to make sure you don't speak. But I have my ways."
Obviously. But Yuri, for some reason, does not believe that he knows the person.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't believe anything I'm saying. Even though he then, at the time, he said he will help me find someone, my brother, at currently, but um, I don't know what happened to him after I was knocked unconscious.
Mm-hmm.
But I still think he is still a good person. I don't think he did it.
I don't think he's a bad person, but he has secrets.
The
I've
only thing the only thing why I'm saying it because when I was getting attacked, I asked the person who attacked me if they were included in any of the murder, and he said they weren't. And he'll always he when we first encountered, he said
do what?
he'll always be watching Yuri.
Right. So he has some sort of thing for Yeri. I should also mention that I have spoken with him myself in private. He was sent here for a similar reason to why I am here.
I see.
I can't go much further into details, but he is not a bad person, though he is really bad at acting like he isn't. You should, as of now, watch your back. I'm here to make sure all of you guys are safe, for lack of a better word. But if
Please.
this thing is to happen again, I will dive into your nightmares once more.
I would rather prefer you dive into my nightmares than me openly say it.
Very well.
Just can you make the nightmares more like daydreams or I don't know, like
I don't have control
pleasant?
of what you see, it is all your own mind. And sometimes the intensity is tweaked by Abaddon, but still, it's mostly up to your own head.
You hear
And
the resounding giggle through the back of your mind.
and he continues by saying, also, if I am to do that again, keep your own sanity in check. I don't know what would happen if I were to inflict the same person with the nightmares you have faced multiple times.
um I hopefully I'll take it.
Hopefully
Have
so.
a split thing going on. Personality type of deal.
Uh-huh. Well, let's hope that your mind doesn't break any more than it already is in that case.
It's not broken. The other guy is a good guy as well.
He sort of gives you like this the look of disbelief and walks in like he just walks back towards the living room. And he says, regardless, make sure you don't lose your mind next time. Most of the time it just leaves people in shock or maybe dead, but I've never inflicted somebody with it enough times while they're still alive.
Okay, is there some sort of code I can tell you when I have information, or
I see what you see.
you see what I now?
No, but when you're in
Oh,
the nightmare,
I know, but what I need to be put into the nightmare if I have information.
if you have information, he says as he sort of scrawls something onto a piece of paper, he hands it over, and it's the same symbol that I sent into the art section earlier. Um, and he says, if you have any more information, just scrawl this down and hand it over to me.
I put it in my. I fold it up into fours and put it in my wallet.
Now, is there anything else you would like to tell me?
Be careful.
That's the last thing I should be worrying about at the moment.
Okay.
He starts walking back and he says, just, you should definitely be careful. And I'm going to have
hopefully,
you as my guinea pig from now on.
I think
Yep.
hopefully he's done with me. You know, I'm not his partner anymore, right? So, you know, I hopefully the burden or the task isn't on my shoes. I don't
He,
know.
he looks back at
I
you and
know
he
him.
says, trust me, if he was done with you, yeah, he says, trust me, if they were done with you, you wouldn't be here having this conversation with me. People like that prefer to dispose rather than to forgive.
But I just don't know what else he wants.
You'll find out in time, and when you do, be sure to let me know.
Okay.
Now I'm going to rest, if that's what you people call it.
And I'll just head to my room. Hopefully, it was just good.
He
Everything's
then he sits back down in the hallway and just lays down for, well, not really lays down, but puts his head down.
Lewis, you go into your room and you fall into your bed exhausted, just mentally and physically exhausted. You lay there and no sooner than you close your eyes, you start seeing it again. The rattling form of Koga moving towards you in the darkness, his body beginning to fragment slowly, piece by piece, the eyes wide and staring up at you. You can't
I'm
awake
still trying.
from the nightmare.
I
So
just- I
yeah,
start screaming out.
that's where I'm gonna call it for right now. Because I know some of you want to go to bed.
God damn.
For those of you I know that stay up till 5 in the morning, I will still be here if you want to do some interactions, but I know that some of you are exhausted, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to head out.
Good.
But
I
this
wanna
was
know
a
about my
lot of
brother.
fun.
Yeah.
Dude. So many goddamn questions.
Oh, yeah.
So many avenues.
I can't wait to start hearing some of your theories about what the fuck is happening right now.
God.
I'm just being tortured by this guy again. I knew it.
You're getting, like, tortured by, like, 2 different guys now.
And no one believes me.
And
Again.
gaslighted by the entire team.
Getting gaslighted by the whole party.
Like, Apollyon believes him, but only because he's literally bringing his nightmares to life.
I'm like, please, just do it. Just do it.
One of these days, if more shit keeps happening, Luce is literally gonna lose his mind.
Yeah, I'm fully expecting it. Like, if you go any more crazy, you might have to start making sanity rolls.
Like, Luce is gonna become like a fucking vegetable by the end of this.
Like, Pidge, as far as I'm aware, supports and tries to help Lewis, but she doesn't want to get into any of the trouble that he's literally trying to drag her into.
Yeah.
I'm not trouble. I'm not trouble.
Pridwin's trying his best not to just completely dismiss him as a madman,
Yeah.
but he's not making it easy.
I'm trying to tell you. I'm trying to tell you people. He's
Right.
coming.
It's like the battle of like the 2 redhead masterminds.
That was
I
the
would say
funniest
people
fucking thing, because you were like the red-haired guy, and I'm like, you have red hair. What do you mean?
I'm the
God.
red-haired guy.
Red hair, dude.
God.
Alright. I'll talk to you guys later.
It's just it's
Alright,
so
good
crazy.
Yeah,
night.
later.
I was telling people about how people are getting kidnapped from day one. Now people are getting kidnapped. Oh man.